Mr. Chubis.
Chale bushit indike sane unushi. Ocean of love on the mic again. Yeah. Chale munyami mami komeni. Problems are behind me, so we go. Just keep your head up, give thanks to the Most High, and join the pushing session. Your girlfriend left you, baby, me say make it your body. life is too short to be wearing drama. Through me as many in a month to check me. And while I wait, put on no man. Through me as many in a month to me. I'm belly and I want to put on no one now, and you may. Music.
Rough time, my kids.
Mundi mio, mundi mida, ubi medi mio, mundi mida. Si mundi mio, mundi mida. Nyama mi toy, mi wano.
Mr. Cheats. Mr. Cheats. Mr. Cheats.
925 Music.
It is where I belong. I know I won't wait long for my favorite song. I can tell by the way the sun's coming up from the clouds, and I hear the sound from the mouth of trumpets and laughter. Yes, tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Tomorrow, it's gonna be a better day. Tomorrow, it's gonna be a better day.
For us, improving lives is why we do what we do.
This right here is home. It is where I belong. I know I won't wait long for my favorite song.
This is going to be an ultra-modern market designed to the best standards.
We will definitely not let you down, and we will give you a top quality work within the time period. The time period given to us is 12 months. We will even try to finish it before time. We will not give you any kind of shortcut or any shoddy work, which the great opportunity you gave us, we will make sure that we give you value for money, and we give you a quality work which makes proud to KCCA and the stakeholders in Kitintale.
Ndi musanyufu nnyo olwa ttiimu okuva mu KCCA olwa kino kizza okukola otuggulirawo oba okutema evvuunike okuba nti akatale akapya kagenda kuzimbibwa. Tubadde n'obuzibu bunene nnyo nga mbutuufu tuli ku dduka buli kaseera nannyini ttaka atugoba ate tuba tuli awo nga batwokya omuliro, naye kati kye tumanyi nti tekijja kuddamu kubaawo kubanga tuba tufunye ewaffe. Era n'abantu ababadde ku makubo abasinga ababadde batundirako obunyaanya batundirako biki bagenda kuddawa, bagenda kufunawo we batuula. Bwe tuba tufunye ewaffe kiina enjawulo nnene kye gikola.
So neebaza nnyo ekitongole kya KCCA okuvaayo ne kirumirirwa abantu abali mu kukaaba abakolera ku makubo ne kisalawo okujja okubazimbira akatale ak'omulembe. Era tusuubira nti akatale kaffe tujja keyagaliramu ffe ng'abantu abawansi.
Tugendagenda mu maaso kubanga twali twagirindirira obwedda nga tweyiye mu kuba ebbanga lyonna nga tugisaba. Bwe baba batwanukudde olwaleero twebaza Katonda.
We are going to employ the people locally, so our first preference will always be to get the people from Kitintale. Only some few special skilled people, if we don't get it, then we will have to bring it from outside. Otherwise, we will try 80% of the employment will happen locally. We will even try to buy the local material which is available here, the aggregates and blocks, and any material which is not available, then only we will bring it from outside. This is the first phase, there is no finishing, so all the material is available in Uganda, and we are very happy to use the material which is locally available. It is cheaper for us, and we are supporting the community. Community has supported us. We are also Ugandans, so our brothers and sisters, we are very much together with you, and we will work on the project throughout together.
Upon completion, we shall be able to provide space for over 1,200 people in Uganda, especially in this area.
One of the production systems that we are promoting is micro-gardening. Micro-gardening, in this sense, involves a sack, and we are actually growing vegetables from the sides through holes and also on top of the garden. In this demonstration here, we have spinach, we've got tomatoes, we've got sukuma wiki, and then we also got kale, the Russian red type. We are saying to the farmers that even if you have just a corner of your garden, or about 2 square meters, you can have 2 bags of these. And can you believe it? You can actually support about 20 plants on each of these sacks. And for a family of about 4, this would mean that you don't have to go to the market to buy vegetables whenever they're in production. You'd have enough vegetable for your table. And you might want to grow more of it for your neighbors to sell.
With numerous empowerment programs like Climate Smart Agriculture, Kampala Capital City Authority is now making it possible for communities to access urban farming skills and technical support to sustainably increase their agricultural productivity and strengthen their livelihoods.
KCCA sought to set up this facility to support its programs in urban farming. We take urban farming as one of the engines to improve the household incomes in Kampala. But there was a gap when we started doing the work in Kampala. We discovered that there was no center where farmers would learn how to farm in the city. There was no demonstration sites for them to copy when they go back to their homes. And also, very importantly, seed. Farmers had a problem in getting seed that could germinate, and also seed in form of livestock.
It's a place where communities are becoming equipped with life skills in urban farming technologies, livestock, and so much more.
It is where I belong. I know I won't wait long.
This is going to be an ultra-modern market designed to the best standards.
We will definitely not let you down, and we will give you a top quality work within the time period. The time period given to us is 12 months. We will even try to finish it before time. We will not give you any kind of shortcut or any shoddy work, which the great opportunity you gave us, we will make sure that we give you value for money and we give you a quality work which makes proud to KCCA and the stakeholders in Kitintale.
Ndi musanyufu nnyo olwa ttiimu okuva mu KCCA olwa kino kizza okukola otuggulirawo oba okutema evvuunike okuba nti akatale akapya kagenda kuzimbibwa. Tubadde n'obuzibu bunene nnyo nga mbutuufu tuli ku dduka buli kaseera nannyini ttaka atugoba ate tuba tuli awo nga batwokya omuliro, naye kati kye tumanyi nti tekijja kuddamu kubaawo kubanga tuba tufunye ewaffe. Era n'abantu ababadde ku makubo abasinga ababadde batundirako obunyaanya batundirako biki bagenda kuddawa, bagenda kufunawo we batuula. Bwe tuba tufunye ewaffe kiina enjawulo nnene kye gikola.
So neebaza nnyo ekitongole kya KCCA okuvaayo ne kirumirirwa abantu abali mu kukaaba abakolera ku makubo ne kisalawo okujja okubazimbira akatale ak'omulembe. Era tusuubira nti akatale kaffe tujja keyagaliramu ffe ng'abantu abawansi.
Tugendagenda mu maaso kubanga twali twagirindirira obwedda nga tweyiye mu kuba ebbanga lyonna nga tugisaba. Bwe baba batwanukudde olwaleero twebaza Katonda.
We are going to employ the people locally, so our first preference will always be to get the people from Kitintale. Only some few special skilled people, if we don't get it, then we will have to bring it from outside. Otherwise, we will try 80% of the employment will happen locally. We will even try to buy the local material which is available here, the aggregates and blocks, and any material which is not available, then only we will bring it from outside. This is a first phase, there is no finishing, so all the material is available in Uganda, and we are very happy to use the material which is locally available. It is cheaper for us, and we are supporting the community. Community has supported us. We are also Ugandans, so our brothers and sisters, we are very much together with you, and we will work on the project throughout together.
Upon completion, we shall be able to provide space for over 1,200 people in Uganda. Especially in this area.
One of the production systems that we are promoting is micro-gardening. Micro-gardening, in this sense, involves a sack, and we are actually growing vegetables from the sides through holes and also on top of the garden. In this demonstration here, we have spinach, we've got tomatoes, we've got sukuma wiki, and then we also got kale, the Russian red type. We are saying to the farmers that even if you have just a corner of your garden, or about 2 square meters, you can have 2 bags of these. And can you believe it? You can actually support about 20 plants on each of these sacks. And for a family of about 4, this would mean that you don't have to go to the market to buy vegetables whenever they're in production. You'd have enough vegetable for your table. And you might want to grow more of it for your neighbors to sell.
With numerous empowerment programs like Climate Smart Agriculture, Kampala Capital City Authority is now making it possible for communities to access urban farming skills and technical support to sustainably increase their agricultural productivity and strengthen their livelihoods.
KCCA sought to set up this facility to support its programs in urban farming. We take urban farming as one of the engines to improve the household incomes in Kampala. But there was a gap when we started doing the work in Kampala. We discovered that there was no center where farmers would learn how to farm in the city. There was no demonstration sites for them to copy when they go back to their homes. And also, very importantly, seed. Farmers had a problem on getting seed that could germinate, and also seed in form of livestock.
It's a place where communities are becoming equipped with life skills in urban farming technologies, livestock, and so much more.
It is where I belong. I know I won't wait long for my favorite song. I can tell by the way the sun's coming up from the clouds, and I hear the sound from the mouth of trumpets and laughter. Yes, tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Tomorrow's gonna be a better day.
For us, improving lives is why we do what we do.
This is going to be an ultra-modern market designed to the best standards.
We will definitely not let you down, and we will give you a top quality work within the time period. The time period given to us is 12 months. We will even try to finish it before time. We will not give you any kind of shortcut or any shoddy work, which the great opportunity you gave us, we will make sure that we give you value for money and we give you a quality work which is...
Okuva mu KCCA, olwakino kizza okukola otuggulirawo oba okutema evvuunike okuba nti akatale akapya kagenda kuzimbibwa. Tubadde n'obuzibu bunene nnyo nga mbutuufu tuli ku dduka buli kaseera nannyini ttaka atugoba ate tuba tuli awo nga batwokya omuliro, naye kati kye tumanyi nti tekijja kuddamu kubaawo kubanga tuba tufunye ewaffe. Era n'abantu ababadde ku makubo abasinga ababadde batundirako obunyaanya batundirako biki bagenda kuddawa, bagenda kufunawo we batuula. Bwe tuba tufunye ewaffe kiina enjawulo nnene kye gikola.
So neebaza nnyo ekitongole kya KCCA okuvaayo ne kirumirirwa abantu abali mu kukaaba abakolera ku makubo ne kisalawo okujja okubazimbira ak'omulembe. Era tusuubira nti akatale kaffe tujja keyagaliramu ffe ng'abantu abawansi.
Tugendagenda mu maaso kubanga twali twagirindirira obwedda nga tweyiye mu kuba ebbanga lyonna nga tugisaba. Bwe baba batwanukudde olwaleero twebaza Katonda.
We are going to employ the people locally, so our first preference will always be to get the people from Kitindale. Only some few special skilled people which is available here, the aggregates and blocks, and any material which is not available, then only we will bring it from outside. This is a first phase, there is no finishing, so all the material is available in Uganda and we are very happy to use the material which is locally available. It is cheaper for us and we are supporting the community. Community has supported us. We are also Ugandans, so our brothers and sisters, we are very much together with you and we will work on the project throughout together.
Upon completion, we shall be able to provide space for over 1,200 people in Uganda, especially in this area.
It is where I belong. I know I won't wait long for my favorite song. I can tell by the way the sun's coming up from the clouds, and I hear the sound from the mouth Tomorrow, it's gonna be a better day.
For us, improving lives is why we do what we do.
One of the production systems that we are promoting is micro-gardening. Micro-gardening, in this sense, involves a sack, and we are actually growing vegetables from the sides through holes and also on top of the garden. In this demonstration here, we have spinach, we've got tomatoes, we've got sukuma wiki, and then we also got kale, the Russian red type. We are saying to the farmers that even if you have just a corner of your garden, or about 2 square meters, you can have 2 bags of these. And can you believe it? You can actually support about 20 plants on each of these sacks. And for a family of about 4, this would mean that you don't have to go to the market to buy vegetables whenever they're in production. You'd have enough vegetable for your table. And you might want to grow more than for your neighbors to sell.
With numerous empowerment programs like Climate Smart Agriculture, Kampala Capital City Authority is now making it possible for communities to access urban farming skills and technical support to sustainably increase their agricultural productivity and strengthen their livelihoods.
KCCA sought to set up this facility to support its programs in urban farming. We take urban farming as one of the engines to improve the household incomes in Kampala. But there was a gap when we started doing the work in Kampala. We discovered that there was no center where farmers would learn how to farm in the city. There was no demonstration sites for them to copy when they go back to their homes. And also, very importantly, seed. Farmers had a problem in getting seed that could germinate, and also seed in form of livestock.
It's a place where communities are becoming equipped with life skills in urban farming technologies, livestock, and so much more.
This is going to be an ultra-modern market designed to the best standards.
We will definitely not let you down, and we will give you a top quality work within the time period. The time period given to us is 12 months. We will even try to finish it before time. We will not give you any kind of shortcut or any shoddy work, which the great opportunity you gave us, we will make sure that we give you value for money, and we give you a quality work which makes proud to KCCA and the stakeholders in Kitintale.
Ndi musanyufu nnyo olwa ttiimu okuva mu KCCA olwa kino kizza okukola otuggulirawo oba okutema evvuunike okuba nti akatale akapya kagenda kuzimbibwa. Tubadde n'obuzibu bunene nnyo nga mbutuufu tuli ku dduka buli kaseera nannyini ttaka atugoba ate tuba tuli awo nga batwokya omuliro, naye kati kye tumanyi nti tekijja kuddamu kubaawo kubanga tuba tufunye ewaffe. Era n'abantu ababadde ku makubo abasinga ababadde batundirako obunyaanya batundirako biki bagenda kuddawa, bagenda kufunawo we batuula. Bwe tuba tufunye ewaffe kiina enjawulo nnene kye gikola.
So neebaza nnyo ekitongole kya KCCA okuvaayo ne kirumirirwa abantu abali mu kukaaba abakolera ku makubo ne kisalawo okujja okubazimbira akatale ak'omulembe. Era tusuubira nti akatale kaffe tujja keyagaliramu ffe ng'abantu abawansi.
Tugendagenda mu maaso kubanga twali twagirindirira obwedda nga tweyiye mu kuba ebbanga lyonna nga tugisaba. Bwe baba batwanukudde olwaleero twebaza Katonda.
We are going to employ the people locally, so our first preference will always be to get the people from Kitintale. Only some few special skilled people, if we don't get it, then we will have to bring it from outside. Otherwise, we will try 80% of the employment will happen locally. We will even try to buy the local material which is available here, the aggregates and blocks, and any material which is not available, then only we will bring it from outside. This is the first phase, there is no finishing, so all the material is available in Uganda and we are very happy to use the material which is locally available. It is cheaper for us and we are supporting the community. Community has supported us. We are also Ugandans, so our brothers and sisters, we are very much together with you and we will work on the project throughout together.
Upon completion, we shall be able to provide space for over 1,200 people in Uganda. Especially in this area.
It is where I belong. No, I won't wait long. I can tell by the
One of the production systems that we are promoting is micro-gardening. Micro-gardening, in this sense, involves a sack, and we are actually growing vegetables from the sides through holes and also on top of the garden. In this demonstration here, we have spinach, we've got tomatoes, we've got sukuma wiki, and then we also got kale, the Russian red type. We are saying to the farmers that even if you have just a corner of your garden, or about 2 square meters, you can have 2 bags of these. And can you believe it? You can actually support about 20 plants on each of these sacks. And for a family of about 4, this would mean that you don't have to go to the market to buy vegetables whenever they're in production. You would have enough vegetable for your table. And you might want to grow more of it for your neighbors to sell.
With numerous empowerment programs like Climate Smart Agriculture, Kampala Capital City Authority is now making it possible for communities to access urban farming skills and technical support to sustainably increase their agricultural productivity and strengthen their livelihoods.
KCCA sought to set up this facility to support its programs in urban farming. We take urban farming as one of the engines to improve the household incomes in Kampala. But there was a gap when we started doing the work in Kampala. We discovered that there was no center where farmers would learn how to farm in the city. There was no demonstration sites for them to copy when they go back to their homes. And also, very importantly, seed. Farmers had a problem in getting seed that could germinate, and also seed in form of livestock.
It's a place where communities are becoming equipped with life skills in urban farming technologies, livestock, and so much more.
This is going to be an ultra-modern market designed to the best standards.
We will definitely not let you down, and we will give you a top quality work within the time period. The time period given to us is 12 months. We will even try to finish it before time. We will not give you any kind of shortcut or any shoddy work, which the great opportunity you gave us, we will make sure that we give you value for money, and we give you a quality work which makes proud to KCCA and the stakeholders in Kitintale.
Ndi musanyufu nnyo olwa ttiimu okuva mu KCCA olwa kino kizza okukola otuggulirawo oba okutema evvuunike okuba nti akatale akapya kagenda kuzimbibwa. Tubadde n'obuzibu bunene nnyo nga mbutuufu tuli ku dduka buli kaseera nannyini ttaka atugoba ate tuba tuli awo nga batwokya omuliro, naye kati kye tumanyi nti tekijja kuddamu kubaawo kubanga tuba tufunye ewaffe. Era n'abantu ababadde ku makubo abasinga ababadde batundirako obunyaanya batundirako biki bagenda kuddawa, bagenda kufunawo we batuula. Bwe tuba tufunye ewaffe kiina enjawulo nnene kye gikola.
So neebaza nnyo ekitongole kya KCCA okuvaayo ne kirumirirwa abantu abali mu kukaaba abakolera ku makubo ne kisalawo okujja okubazimbira akatale ak'omulembe. Era tusuubira nti akatale kaffe tujja keyagaliramu ffe ng'abantu abawansi.
Tugendagenda mu maaso kubanga twali twagirindirira obwedda nga tweyiye mu kuba ebbanga lyonna nga tugisaba. Bwe baba batwanukudde olwaleero twebaza Katonda.
We are going to employ the people locally, so our first preference will always be to get the people from Kitintale. Only some few special skilled people, if we don't get it, then we will have to bring it from outside. Otherwise, we will try 80% of the employment will happen locally. We will even try to buy the local material which is available here, the aggregates and blocks, and any material which is not available, then only we will bring it from outside. This is the first phase, there is no finishing, so all the material is available in Uganda, and we are very happy to use the material which is locally available. It is cheaper for us, and we are supporting the community. Community has supported us. We are also Ugandans, so our brothers and sisters, we are very much together with you, and we will work on the project throughout together.
Upon completion, we shall be able to provide space for over 1,200 people in Uganda. Especially in this area.
Sorry about that, and good morning. A very good morning, and welcome to day 2 of the 3rd Economic Mkutano. May I kindly request those of us who are still outside to come on inside so we can begin the meeting today. If you are still outside, you can grab your refreshment and please join us inside so we can have had the rains. Though they have kept some people away, they'll find us along the way, but we have to get started. The 3rd day 2 of the Mkutano audience here, thanks for braving the rain. This year, this meeting is running under the theme, Financing Local Government Development Plans to Achieve NDP 3 and the Social Development Goals. I'd like to thank our sponsors who have made this possible. I'd like to thank KCCA, Cities Alliance, NSSF. Of course, every time I talk about, or I mention NSSF, I feel like my wallet is itching to receive something. NSSF and money are synonymous.
Good morning, everyone. Still sounds like people are sleeping. Good morning, everyone. Excellent. So I have the very tough job today to just very briefly recap what was very rich discussions yesterday, and to try and lead us into what the discussions today will be that we are very excited about. So forgive me if I forget anything important, but let me try and summarize. So we started off with very high level and important keynote addresses. So we had the the chairperson of MPA, Professor Pamela Mbabazi, talking about how the landscape has now changed, the landscape that we find ourselves in now, 2020. It is no longer about us as Ugandan local governments going out with the begging bowl to external donors all the time, as it has been in the past. It's about us trying to figure out what we need to do for ourselves to be able to raise our own revenue and our own resources. She mentioned this also in the context of the SDGs and the Addis Ababa financing mechanism, which highlights the need for countries to mobilize their domestic revenue. She was followed by the head of EU cooperation, and also many others mentioned this during the day, that yet now, even though we need to find, local governments are really major service providers, and for all Ugandans, really the interface between where they receive their public services and their public infrastructure, they currently do not have sufficient finance to meet their needs. So we do have work to do, and this is why we are here, both yesterday and today, to figure out how we can do that. Dimitri from UNCDF, speaking on behalf of the UN Resident Representative of Uganda, also mentioned that although Uganda is making important strides on a lot of the SDGs, on some of them we are struggling. And one of the ones that they mentioned, which is very important for our discussion, is urbanization and sustainable urbanization, SDG 11. So, and that part of that is also how we finance the urbanization to make sure that it's well managed. Following this, we had the opening remarks from the Executive Director, KCCA, and she was speaking from a very unique perspective. Kampala, up until July 2020, was obviously our only city, but it's also a big city, and it is a city that has grown way beyond its administrative boundaries. Now, when we think of Kampala, it is not just what we think of KCCA, we think of the greater Kampala metropolitan area, which includes Wakiso, Mkutano, and Mpigi districts as well. So she was speaking of the fact that not only within KCCA are there various quasi-local governments in terms of the divisions, even Kampala now spans more local governments as well. So how do we coordinate all of this? She also highlighted a point that was mentioned a number of times during the day, which is Kampala collects, and I think I got this statistic right, so forgive me if it's not quite right, but 72% of domestic revenues collected by URA are collected within Kampala, but they only receive 1% of the budget. So she was focusing on how we look at being able to work with Ministry of Finance in terms of the budget. Although later in the day it was pointed out that for all other local governments together, they also receive a very small share of the ministry budget. And I think the most important point that was made later in the day is that Uganda has one of the lowest tax to GDP ratios in the world, 13% compared to a sub-Saharan African 16%. So, you know, it is also not the only way that we are going to get our finances up. It is one of the mix of resources that local governments have, obviously from intergovernmental fiscal transfers, but it's not going to be the only one. And this was then highlighted in the ministry, the Honorable Minister of Kampala and Metropolitan Affairs opening remarks, where she said, we need to focus on raising local revenues to be able to open up our finances. And she kicked us off aptly for the rest of this discussion to say, we need to think outside the box. So that is where the rest of the discussion then started. How do we think outside the box? Now I'm going to go a little bit out of order in terms of summarizing the sessions, and you'll understand why. So I'm going to start with session 2, which was talking about the gaps and bottlenecks. And here we had a wonderful discussion around the fact that it's very difficult for local governments because on the one hand, you want to be able to provide services to your citizens, to be able to raise the prosperity of your citizens, to be able to enable them to pay more taxes so that you have a bigger tax base so that you can invest more. At the same time, to be able to invest in your citizens, you actually need the money to start with. So where do you start? This is a bit of a vicious cycle, and I think that was really highlighted well on this second panel, which is, you know, as the saying goes, do you put, what comes first, the chicken or the egg? What we saw, however, is that there are opportunities, and this was demonstrated by the success story that KCCA's revenue collection over the last couple of years, of working with what you have and improving that collection, so working within your tax administration. And Deputy Director of Revenue, KCCA, talked a lot about what they did and how much they were able to raise their revenue. And this is an opportunity, and in ED-KCCA, in the first panel said KCCA would like to be a role model, and this is really an area in terms of improving tax administration that KCCA has done well. We also heard on the second panel that we have actually quite a few laws in this country that govern what local governments can collect. But we need to, as local governments, make sure that we also stay within those laws. And we heard a large call, and this is interesting, this was not even a call, well, maybe it's, we're all citizens, so we're all taxpayers as well, but it was a call to coordinate better so that we're not taxing the same person 3 times because we are not working together as one government, but rather that we figure out together what we can do. It was also on this panel, on this particular panel, that the caution to focus too much on intergovernmental fiscal transfers was raised. The fact that we only have a tax to GDP ratio currently of 13%. And so, and this year in particular is a tough year, not only for Uganda, but for the world, where we face a global economic crisis. Everyone's purses are pinched. So we need to, particularly in this year, think about how we're going to do that. Then I'm going to go on to session 3, which explored a little bit about options that we don't yet fully exploit. We talked about property tax being one of the most important taxes for city and local governments across the world. Now, I'm not going to even start on property tax. It's my favorite tax. I could speak a lot about it because I think it has a lot of potential. And it was very exciting to hear, for example, and this was on a previous panel, a town clerk from Gulu saying, like, actually, that's where they want to focus. And in fact, when you look at, and I've started to look at the data from municipal governments across the world during this during this global economic crisis, one of the taxes, or one of the most stable bases for many governments has been the property tax. So those municipal governments across the world who've relied more on property tax have been able to weather this global economic crisis better and continue to provide services for their citizens. So it's not only a tax that currently has a lot of potential, it is also a tax that is useful as a stable tax. On the same panel, we talked about other land value capture instruments. And we talked about the fact that we don't actually have many of these in Uganda. And this is a bit of a sad story for local governments because actually your biggest and most important asset is the land that you sit on. And the value that you create by investing in the infrastructure and the services on that land, that public value that you create, there's not many ways yet here in Uganda right now that you're able to recapture that value and reinvest the value. This is a big untapped source. But, as was discussed on the panel, it is going to require not only changes in legislation, but changes in thinking too. And the town clerk in Tebe really did point this out. It's not, you need to think about the land not only as your own private property, but also something that is there for the public good. And your investment into a road is something that's there for the public good. I think a really important point that was made on this panel too was from the representative from FMDV, David Painter, who said, it's easier to focus on the things that you have now and do it better than to keep trying to change the law and bring in new things. And that is really the story we have from KCCA and KCCA's success story. The minute you start trying to change the tax policy, you're going to start getting the politicians involved, you're going to start, and it can take a very long time. So let's focus, we don't yet have everything that we can do from the financial instruments that we already have access to as local governments. So let's look at those and see what we could do better in terms of making those, at the same time obviously exploring other options on the side. And then I'm going to end my summary with session 1. And the reason I'm going to do this is because session 1 really explored how own source revenue can unlock private capital. And we talked in session 1 particularly about PPPs. And we noted that although we have now the legislative framework for PPPs through the PPP Act in 2015, that we need to do a lot more to be working with local governments, both to sensitize them to the PPP Act and what they can do, but also to help them to work together to be able to put together projects that can then move forward as PPPs. Because as was discussed by Engineer Kisule, some of the local governments are quite small in and of themselves, but if they work together, they could actually put together some bigger projects. And Edie Mugunga, committed to working with local governments on that, and that's very exciting. However, what's really important, not just with PPPs, but with other private sector financing instruments, and how we unlock it, is how we make ourselves attractive as local government, how we make ourselves creditworthy. We only very, very briefly touched on this on the panel yesterday. But the reason I ended with this session summary today is because this is what today is going to explore. We're going to have an excellent panel of private sector representatives who are going to talk to us about their appetite in wanting to actually invest in local governments. And then we're going to see what we're going to explore ideas about what we can do as local governments to make ourselves attractive. And this is an untapped source for local governments across Uganda. It is a potential source. I saw that on one of the panels. For example, we have a representative from Johannesburg, and that is a city that has actually made very good use of being able to work with the private sector. And it helps us as local governments, and I just end on this point because I started here as well, to diversify away from just focusing on what we on national government and others. It helps local government be able to look at what they can do themselves to be able to raise their finance. And sorry, I said I was going to end on that point, but actually I think one of the most important points that was made yesterday was by Dr. Muhumuza on session 1's panel, which said, let us not forget who we are doing this for. We are doing this for the people who live in the cities, in our jurisdictions, to be able to provide them better public services, better infrastructure, not only those who live there now, but those who are yet to come. So under that, I hope that I've probably not done a justice to all the rich discussions, but I've hopefully given you just an overview of what was discussed yesterday. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Astrid. Well put, well said. You've managed to bring it out all clearly, especially for somebody who missed yesterday's session It was really, really clearly laid out. Thank you so much, and I think she deserves a round of applause for that. What stands out for me is that we're doing all this. We are here today. We are discussing ways of financing for local governments. But why are we doing this? Who is to benefit? Why do we want to finance infrastructure, for instance? At the end of the day, all this is intended for some people in a particular city, in a particular municipality. And so it is very, very important, like Astrid said, that we do not forget who we are doing this for. As we follow the program, I'd like to welcome from the National Social Security Fund. Like I said, I get excited when I say National Social Security Fund because I know that's where some of my little money is, and it's very safe. Please welcome with me Mr. Gerald Casato. He is the Chief Investment Officer at NSSF, but he is representing the Managing Director, and he is addressing you in that capacity. Welcome, Mr. Casato.
Swans, baby. Winnie Nwaji. Think.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, because I don't know who is in the room, so forgive me if I don't address you by your respective title, but then I can see Paul Wiso is a very important partner at the Uganda Securities Exchange. I am here on behalf of the Managing Director, who is not able to come because of commitments. He sends his greetings. I've been asked to speak about the perspective of the pension sector with regard to the topic which is under discussion. Let me paint a picture for you. As of the end of June 2020, the Uganda Retirement Benefits Authority, the Uganda Retirement Benefits Authority, UBRA, had licensed 64 schemes. The total assets under management of the 64 schemes was about 15.2 trillion Uganda shillings. In 2017, by the end of June 2017, UBRA had 43 schemes with a total assets under management of 7.2 trillion. So you could argue that within 3 years, the growth of retirement assets, or basically pension savings, has grown by almost 100% within 3 years. Now that is good news because it means there's a pool of capital which can be put to use. But then let me also paint a picture further for you. UBRA regulates the retirement industry. It comes up with what they call investment regulations or guidelines. So within the guidelines, schemes are required to invest in different asset classes. So as at the end of June 2020, we had almost 73% of all the money invested in government securities. 73%. Now, the UBRA regulations, the UBRA investment regulations, they require a scheme to invest a maximum of 80%, up to 80% of their total assets in government securities. But as at the end of June, we had 73% invested. Now, the same regulations also allow retirement schemes to invest almost up to 30% in corporate bonds or even, commercial paper. But then little has been invested in corporate bonds or even commercial paper as at the end of June. In fact, for us at NSSF, we are in the last 10 years, we've invested in the Kakira bond. It was a $30 billion bond, or you can say 75 billion at the time, and we invested almost 98% of that bond. We are proud to be associated with that investment because it has done a lot of impact in terms of agriculture, creating jobs, but we never really talk about this because in the grand scheme of things, it's really small. So the point I'm trying to make is that pension funds or retirement savings are hungry for investment opportunities which can actually lead to diversification of their investment portfolio, right? But then it is misleading. I find it a bit misleading to talk about retirement savings alone without looking at the entire financial system. Let me also again challenge you with some figures. As at the end of December 2019, the total assets held by the banks were 33 trillion. Yeah. Now I've just told you that the assets for the retirement saving industry as at the end of June were 15 trillion. Now if you say that within that time, because this is June, you're comparing June to December, so you could argue that probably maybe some money has gone into the banks within that time, or even the pension funds have also, had some more money into their coffers. So you could argue that today you have probably 35 trillion in the commercial banks. I have not seen the latest figures. Maybe 15 trillion with pension funds and others. The others include SACCOs, they include UDB, they include the insurance industry. But you can argue that combined, you have about 2 trillion. Because when I looked at the assets for the insurance industry yesterday, they were not even more than $1 trillion. It's about 600, 700 billion in assets. So the point I'm trying to make is that if you look at Uganda's financial system, the big composition of the financial system is actually held by banks. Sometimes people get excited when they talk about NSSF and being big. But the reality is that when you look at our financial system, most of the money is still held by the banks. So what does this mean for us? What it means for the country is that inadvertently, you're going to find banks financing both short and long-term opportunities. Now, infrastructure tends to be a long-term assets because infrastructure assets are probably 20-year or even 30-year investments. But the reality is that as a country, we have a lot of money within the commercial banks. Yeah, and I think it helps. While we are trying to tackle this discussion, it is important that we look at policies collectively that will try and grow this bucket of long-term savings. The NSSF is there, and I can say we are trying to engage with the regulator to even allow us, if it is possible, because if the regulations remain as they are, within probably 3 or 4 years' time, we'll have hit the limit, the 80%, because as at the end of June, we had almost 77% in government securities, right? And yet the limit is 80%. Whereas commercial paper, which is 30%, we hardly have anything. So the discussion around financing for local governments by using some of the investment vehicles or investment products like, say, municipal bonds is an interesting discussion, and therefore we look forward to the discussion. Thank you so much. I look forward to sharing some of the other aspects to my talk later in the day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kasato. And I don't know what happened to the hands. Something happened to the hands? Thank you so much. We're now moving to hear from our first panel today. And this is going to be chaired by, we've heard from the NSSF, we've heard from the summary she gave, Astrid gave earlier. This money has to come from somewhere. We're talking about financing. This money has to come from somewhere to finance these infrastructures. We're talking about health infrastructure, road infrastructure, and all these things to improve service delivery. But where is the money coming from? And we want to, as the panel that's coming up, is going to help us assess the appetite for these financial institutions to actually help fund these projects. They do have the appetite. If they do, why don't they finance these projects? If they are financing them, to what extent? And what are the limitations? So join me in welcoming the session chair for this panel discussion, and that is none other than Ms. Jennifer Bukohe. She is the Deputy Head of Office, UNCDF. Welcome. Please take your seat at the center table there. As she takes her seat, I'll make her job easy and welcome the panelists for her. We shall have a keynote presentation to set the stage for this discussion, and it is by Lars Andersen, who is joining us on Zoom. Lars, if you can hear us, this is your time to give us that keynote presentation on European funding agencies. This then will help us delve into the discussion on local government finance instruments. And while we listen, I think it would be best to have the panelists listening from the table. So let me please welcome, also on Zoom, the Executive Director, Stanbic Bank, Emma Mugisha. We have Mr. Gerald Kasato, this time in his capacity as Chief Investment Officer, National Social Security Fund. And then we also have the Chief Executive, USE, Paul Buiso. And we have, last but of course not least, Mr. Majid Batambuze. He is also the Chairperson, Urban Authority Association of Uganda, and the Johannesburg Metropolitan City Director of Finance. We're so happy to have you all this morning. So we'll kick off this discussion with the keynote presentation by Lars Andersen via Zoom. We can hear you. Your mic is off. Okay.
Lars, we can't hear you. Is it our own system or?
Sorry?
He's on, but we can't hear him. Is it our own system here?
Okay, the technical team is trying to fix that. Otherwise, I would like to welcome our online audience. We are running live in very many countries. And if you'd like to join this conversation, the hashtag is Mkutano20. Join the discussion from wherever you are. Because of the COVID restrictions, we couldn't have everybody in this room, but yes, they're with us in the different parts of the country and of course different parts of the world. Are we able to get Lance now? Lance?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Okay, there you go. We can hear you now.
Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As I said before, when you couldn't I can tell you that Many parts of the world will see a rapid urbanization that create a need for local infrastructure. And these investments, if they should be realized, they need to be financed in some way. We need to find sources of finance for these investments. I have spent more than 35 years looking at municipal corporation and financial methods, so let me share some of my experiences from that time. I'd like to take you back to the year of 1986. After 10 years of work as a financial director in a couple of local authorities in Sweden, I found that many of the small local authorities did not achieve good conditions when they needed to borrow from local investors.
Members in the forum. Euros. Together, these agencies have outstanding loans for more than 260 billion euros. But you can also find similar in Japan, New Zealand, India, sometimes there is an echo on my voice, so it's. Being that this is the basis of the criticalness of it's a question of creditworthiness of the local authorities. And that is something that, of course, is key for banks when they are lending to people. So I'll mention people. The amounts are simply too small for the investors in the capital market to be interested. But what these agencies, really very good to have these experts within the agency that help the local what the strategy would look like. The next benefit is for me really important because this is that the agency gives incentive to improve creditworthiness. It gives it because of the fact that they do a member checkup. Every one of these agencies do that. Some once a year, some more. now in the week to come, I think. Lately, I've been also advising the UCLG Africa concerning a project which aims to explore the possibilities to establish a Pan-African municipal bank. This is a challenging project, to say the least. Finally, let me talk about governance and core values. The Swedish and the French agencies have similar governance systems, which is in two levels. That separates the roles of politicians from those of the professionals. These two agencies have a parent company with a board of politicians, mayors from the local authorities, and their role is to discuss the overall strategy for the agency, to look at which local authorities they should approve as members in the organization, and so on. This parent company have daughter companies, both in France and in Sweden, and the daughter company, they handle all the financial activities, all the borrowing and the lending. And that daughter company has a board of professionals. And I think it's really important to have this division, this separation between the duties of politicians and professionals. I have found that the following core values is significant for European local government agencies. The first one is equality. All local authorities should be treated equal. All exceptions should be logical and fair. Transparency. An agency should be as open as possible with information to the local authorities, and also open to the capital market, which really requires information from these agencies in order for it to operate successfully. The third is involvement. This is an agency is the project of the local authorities. It's their project, and everyone participating in something like this should feel that it's their responsibility. It is my opinion that local government agencies can play an important role in African countries. The need for financing sources is unquestionable, and funding agencies can be one of the tools required to build for the future. Thank you very much for your attention.
To us on the various. We have an echo here.
Okay, can I go ahead?
No, just a minute. We have an echo in the house. Let's sort this out first. Right now, I'm handing over my laptop so that they can connect. This is terrible.
Okay, good morning. I hope you can hear me. My name is Emma Mchak from Stanbic Bank, and I'm happy to be in this conversation. We, NSSF, are saying there's quite a bit of money that are there. I think what is key is for local government to be bankable and to be attractive investment. Local government as well as the waterfall of that cash flow, just to make sure that there will be prioritization of payment of loans as part of the planning process. And as banks would like to participate and partner with local governments in walking this journey to make them bankable. Because making them bankable also means getting to a point where they can be rated by external parties. Because you're
Yeah, we can actually hear you very loud and clear. Yes. But we wanted you also to talk a little bit about the technologies that you can offer to improve the efficiency of the local governments. You know, you're talking about making these local governments, you know, bankable and walking the journey with them. So one of the things could be around improving their operational efficiencies. So how do you think this can be addressed?
So, what works best for them. In yesterday's conversation, we're talking about property tax. The question is always, how do you map your local government, and how do you understand what kind of properties you have, and therefore the level of tax that you should be charging? And then how do you collect it also, so that you have a proper reconciliation of who has paid and who hasn't paid, and also a way to notify, in a friendly way, notify your payers that their payments are due, as opposed to, you know, the more aggressive closure of properties kind of way. So I think there's lots of ways to sit down and just co-create the collection process and create synergies in terms of what the bank can create, but also what the customer, who is the local government, requires, and then you know, put this together in a system that makes it more transparent and actually leads again to the earlier point of being bankable.
Thank you very much, Emma. I'll come back to you later. Right now, let's move to our next panelist, and this is Mr. Gerard Casato from NSSF. You spoke to us early on the supply side of capital. We would like to follow up, you know, to have a discussion with you. What do you think are some of the requirements that the local governments should put in place to make them attractive and to be able to unlock private financing? And also maybe if you can talk about whether there are any regulatory bottlenecks, you know, and how these can be addressed.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for the question. Okay. Thank you for the question. I think you touched on the answer actually when you said that there are some regulatory bottlenecks. The last time I checked, when I read the Local Government Act, the 2015 version, there was a requirement for local government borrowing whereby it imposes a cap. I think it's actually section 20. It imposes a cap of 25% of locally generated revenue. Yeah. So the problem is that we have been in discussion with some of the local governments, especially KCCA in the past, and that has always been a constraint because you find that they wanted to raise more money, but then when you take 25% of the locally generated revenue, they were only raising too little. So that is one of the bottlenecks. The other bottleneck is in the Income Tax Act. As you're aware, probably, maybe many people are not aware, but the NSSF is not tax exempt. In fact, just recently we were in court with the URA. Thank God we won. Yeah, but the thing is, where municipal bonds or local authorities have been borrowing elsewhere in the world, it usually tends to come with tax incentives. And when you have your pension fund, your local pension fund, which is not tax exempt, it introduces another constraint, because guess what? What is going to happen when I'm pricing for the yield that I want to lend to a local authority, I'll kind of build the tax effect into my yield. So it kind of constrains the ability for the local government to borrow cheaper than what it would have had if the tax regime was kind of attractive. So from what I see, there are two, from my end, there are two main bottlenecks. One, in the Local Government Act itself. The second one is in the Income Tax Act. But then, having said that, of course, when we are looking at financing to local governments, most of the time it's going to be through debts, and we'll basically have to assess all the credit risk of the different local governments. Now, the problem there is that you're unlikely, even if you went and got a rating agency to rate the respective local government, it is unlikely that you're going to find a local authority which is rated higher than the sovereign. Now, you are all aware that Uganda's rating is B, and it was actually recently downgraded. So it is unlikely that these local governments are likely to get a good rating, and that means that it's not going to get financing cheaply because of the rating, right? But there are a couple of innovations that are available within the market space, and I'm glad Paul is here. I saw on the program, even Keith was supposed to be here. What some countries have done is to come up with revenue bonds. You know, there are two types of bonds that usually local governments issue. There are general purpose bonds and revenue bonds. The revenue bonds, basically the financing of that bond is pegged to the cash flows of the project. Now, it can be a constraint if the project which is being financed does not have sufficient cash flows. Yep. I think I'll stop for now, but I'm happy to share more.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think it would be good for you to also, tell us a little bit about how we can make these local governments attractive. For example, you have said they are unlikely to attract an investor or unlikely to access bonds. But how can we prepare them to be ready to have that environment that will make them likely to attract an investor or likely to attract NSSF to work with them?
Okay, thank you. Given the kind of bottlenecks that I've said, that I've mentioned in my earlier remark, you're likely then to be left with revenue bonds, where basically you're looking at the project cash flows to finance it, to basically pay back investors into the project. Now, that one comes with the requirement of project preparation, because we as NSSF, and it's going to be the same for so many investors, they do not want to participate in project preparation. So what the local governments then need to do is to do their homework, either source for grants to basically prepare and package these projects such that they are bankable to a range of investors, including NSSF. But then also, they need to lobby. They need to lobby for the legal framework to be attractive for investors like ourselves, because it is a big constraint. Today, you find that the sovereign is borrowing at 16%. Yeah, it is unlikely that a local government will try and get money from NSSF at a cheaper rate than what government is borrowing at.
Yeah. Okay, sorry to come back to you, but just to follow up on the issue of project preparation. do you think it's possible for NSSF, for example, if you're interested in working with the local governments and financing the local economic development infrastructure at that level, you know, the public infrastructure, do you think NSSF can structure an innovative financing mechanism where you have one window looking at provision of technical assistance for project preparation, and the other window is, of course, the lending window. And also probably looking at a reimbursable loan, which goes probably towards the technical assistance and can be recouped through a commission. Is that something that you can think about?
Okay, again, Section 68 of the UBRA Act, which is the act which basically regulates the retirement industry, does not permit pension funds or retirement schemes to lend directly or indirectly.
Okay.
In fact, the Kakira bond which I mentioned about, initially the discussion was around direct lending to Kakira, but then they came, by the time they were ready to come for financing, the legal regime had changed because the UBRA Act came in 2011 and they came in 2012. So we basically took them to CMA and we worked together with the stock exchange to ensure that they issued a bond and we bought the bond. So the issue is that we have even another legal challenge as retirement funds because we cannot lend directly or indirectly. The only way in which we are supposed to lend, according to that act, is through a bond which is traded on the stock exchange. But then back to the question of the kind of structures that we can put in place. I know there's a lot of money from agencies like the ADB. You're not likely to find a pension fund involved in structuring of instruments. But the good thing is that on the panel, you also have Stanbic, because when we worked with Kakira at the time, they actually hired Stanbic as an advisor, and they were able to structure a bond for them, which we bought almost 100%.
Thank you very much for those highlights, and I hope colleagues will picked something from NSSF, and we look forward to following up those discussions. We will come back to you later. Let me turn to our next panelist, Mr. Paul Wiso. He's the CEO of Uganda Securities Exchange. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yes. You know, we know municipalities across the world have raised trillions of money through securities, exchange. We would like to hear from you because we know Africa, we are struggling. I think it's mainly South Africa, Cameroon, Senegal that are having a breakthrough in this area. But for Uganda, we still have challenges. Like colleagues have already mentioned, the local governments are not able to access the bonds. So in your opinion, what do you think are the biggest challenges to make this market vibrant and accessible to local governments?
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So I'll give you a little bit of background about the securities market and the exchange and where we are currently, but with major focus on the corporate bond space. The exchange has been in place for the last 21 years, and we are regulated by the Capital Markets Authority. Now, to date, the companies on the exchange have raised 2.2 trillion. Of that, 280 billion is through corporate bonds. Looking at the corporate bonds specifically, there have been 14 entities that have raised capital, and I think 80% of those entities have been banks. You're looking at banks such as African Development Bank, East African Development Bank, PTA, Stanbic Bank, Housing Finance. The organizations that have the capacity have been Kakira, as Gerard mentioned, and MTN and UTL. These also borrowed through the bond market in the early 2000s. Now, the market per se has specific regulations and rules that are followed, and a lot has been touched on by Gerard and Stanbic. We are a market where, or a platform which brings investors together with the parties that need capital. And in this case, this would be the municipals or cities. You're looking at pension money. This pension money requires a return. Unlike the banking system, the protection for investors is through the regulations, because an investor is giving money to this organization, and within that is the protection between the exchange and the capital markets. Whereas the bank, on the other hand, for bankable projects, they'll get depositors' money, and with those deposits, they have a credit committee that will be able to look at this project, evaluate it, and based on that, are able to lend to an entity. Now, challenges include, from the macro level, there are a lot of things investors look at. Where are we in terms of the political aspects? Where are we in terms of the economy? I think it's estimated that we are going to grow between 0.4 to 1.7% compared to 5.9 last year of GDP. That has an impact on whether investors are willing to put money into an entity. Is this entity well governed? Is it able to report? Whereas many people look at well-run companies as the key, but this also follows through, because in the terms of the prospectus requirements, in terms of the information memorandum, investors want to know that they are putting money in a credible organization or institute, and that what has been laid out, in other words, the use of funds, the strategic objectives, the direction this entity is taking is key. And we've seen that there are hardly openings away from that. But are municipals able to raise money through the exchange? I think yes, they can. There have been some limitations. I think speaking to Patrick from KCCA, previously they had a limitation of about 10% on how much they could borrow based on revenues. And I think the last time we had spoken, their total revenues were about 100 billion, which meant they could only raise about 10 billion. But I'm told that was lifted. But again, in the legal framework, does that constrain with the Local Government Act of 25% cap? And how does that work with the Public Finance Management Act? Is there room for them to actually borrow as an organization? So there are legal aspects and legal constraints that generally affect the ability for local governments or municipals to raise money on the bond. The legal framework on our part at the exchange is there. Government from 2004, when the bond market was put in place, our estimates show that they've issued over 300 bonds and raised over 40 trillion. That is over the last 16 years. Now, I think if you look at I'll give an example, the African Development Bank bond that was issued, I think in 2012, a 125 billion bond. This bond was, this was a medium-term note. In other words, they come to the market when they need money for specific projects. They've so far only raised 2 tranches of 12.5 billion each. So out of the 125 billion, they've been able to raise 25 billion for local projects in Uganda. That means they've only been able to find projects worth 25 billion in the last 6 years locally. So what does that mean? The medium-term note and working with such agencies, they have the capacity to prepare organizations. They have their balance sheets to stand by, and they're able to bring in the agencies to rate, and they're able to also, I would say, assess the projects. So what you had asked, Gerard, those organizations that might be able to put their balance sheet to ensure that a good project is done, but also on the side of costs, they're able to issue one bond at one point in time and be able to onward lend to the different municipals. But they also have their internal requirements on what the standards are. So I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those highlights, Paul. We appreciate. We shall come back to you with some questions. I'm sure the audience will also ask you a few questions. But let me now turn to our next panelist, Mr. Majid Batambuze, who is the chairperson of Uganda Urban Authorities Association. And you know, you have listened to the discussions and you've seen that the main concerns are around our local governments being creditworthy and being transparent, having the cash flows, being accountable, consistent, you know, to be able to attract any investments from the private sector or from, you know, like NSSF or any other partner. So what in your opinion, do you think we need to improve in the local governments to bring them to that point?
Thank you very much, Jennifer. And I would like to thank all the panelists and the presenters that have made the wonderful presentations. First of all, when we talk about local governments, who exactly are we talking about? That's absolutely important for people to know. In Uganda, yes, we do have local governments. What are these local governments? We have the districts, we have the cities, and we have the municipalities. And these are legal entities, okay, in their own right. They can sue and be sued. So now, if you're talking about the funding of these local governments, what are their sources of funding? One of the previous presenters talked about local revenue, that they have their own source revenue. Two, central government grants, and these may be conditional or unconditional. Three is that they get funding also from the development partners. For example, the municipalities are getting a lot of money from the USMID, the World Bank project, in conjunction with the Bank of Uganda. And the bank loans that we're talking about, that banks can lend these entities money so that they can implement certain projects. And of course, the municipalities can issue municipal bonds, okay, so that they can finance their different projects. Now, if we're talking about financing local governments and them accessing money from private entities, let's disregard the districts. Okay, because we even have districts in Uganda which are not financially viable, which cannot even sustain their own budgets, which cannot even raise any revenue whatsoever. Okay, so we need to discount the districts, and that means the entities that we're talking about here are the cities and the municipalities. Now, talking about the cities, again, you need to take Kampala into a different bracket, because the previous administration of Kampala realized the bottlenecks and the difficulties and obstacles that were facing Kampala under the local government structure. They realized that there was no way they're going to transform Kampala from what it was to a much better, sustainable city with requisite infrastructure and facilities and resources while it was still under the local government. That is why they had to take Kampala out of the local government and created an authority of its own, complete with a minister. Okay? That clearly tells you that there is something wrong with the local government structure as is in Uganda today. Otherwise, Jennifer Musisi would have been happy to work under the local government. But she wasn't. And she realized that there is no way she's going to deliver on her mandate with Kampala under the Ministry of Local Government. Now, can local governments borrow money? What we're talking about, the NSSF is here, they're talking about local governments going to the bank, borrowing money and implementing projects. Can they offer bonds and all that? Let me tell you something, and this is from experience. Can local governments borrow money from a bank? If we're talking about Ugandan municipalities and the new cities that have been created, no. In theory, yes, they can borrow money. In reality, no. It is absolutely important that we talk reality here, not conjecture. Can Jinja City go to Stanbic Bank, go to NSSF, or go to Barclays Bank or ABSA or whoever and borrow money today? It's impossible. They're going to send you parking. You cannot borrow money. Okay? That needs to be known.
So if we're talking about financing local governments, there is going to need to be new key reforms, policy reforms, legal reforms, and also institutional reforms if we are going to empower these municipalities and cities to be able to go out there and raise capital. If the situation remains as is, we are lying to ourselves because it's not going to happen. Is there any city in Uganda, with the exception of Kampala, or municipality in Uganda that has actually been able to go to a commercial bank and borrow money? No. The most that the commercial banks will do, Stanbic here, the lady from Stanbic will tell you that the most that they do is to lend the councillors and the technical staff salary loans. That is all they do, nothing to do with physical development projects or anything like that. Now, what exactly is the problem then? Why is it that these municipalities, the local governments that we're talking about, why can they not go to the banks and lend money? First of all, he's talked about financial credibility of these institutions. That is a big problem. Most of these municipalities and cities, the newly created cities, do not have reliable statistical data to allow for an actual situation analysis and even make viable future projections of their income. It's not possible. Okay? We are not able, they are not able to capture the relevant data so that they can know for certain, for sure, this is what we can raise, this is what we're going to raise in the next 5 years, and therefore, if we borrow this amount of money, we are going to be able to pay back. Okay? That is not there. So this is why I'm talking about that there's going to be policy reforms, institutional reforms, and also legal framework. Now, talking about the legal framework, we have a new act called the Public Finance Management Act. I don't know if you've heard about it. It's relatively new, but it's a nightmare for these local governments. And it's made their work absolutely impossible to do. I'm going to tell you what exactly happens with this thing. And yesterday I was talking about it, and I was saying that it's a monstrosity. Okay? A really huge obstacle in the operations of these local governments. And this is what happens. That local governments, everybody knows that they raise their own revenue. They go out there and collect money. Street parking, markets, property rates, ground rent, and so on and so forth. Now, in theory, with the decentralization policy, you're supposed to collect that money, of course, assuming that you've already budgeted, you made a budget, you collected, and then you spend according to your priorities. With the new Public Finance Management Act, when they collect all this money, it is then remitted to the center, to the consolidated fund, all of it, including the money that they collect from the president's favorite people, the Gonja sellers. It also has to be collected and sent to the center. And now, having been sent to the center, the accounting officer of the local government then has to apply to the center, okay, to requisition from that money from the Ministry of Finance, okay, of course, giving reasons why he needs this money to go and do A, B, C, D, to do the expenditures. Now, what then also happens is that when they requisition the money does not come in promptly. That accounting officers will spend weeks and weeks in Kampala begging for their own money back so that they can spend it. And where they ask for about maybe 6, 7, or 8 million shillings, they will probably be given half because they will be told that we have competing interests elsewhere, that there are competing priorities. Now, for me, this is self-defeating, okay? You collect the money that you're supposed to use to provide services that are required in your locality, but you have to remit it to the center. And then you have to requisition for it from the center. And the people you're requisitioning it from, first of all, do not know the challenges that you're facing on the ground. But they're also telling you that we have competing interests. We need to spend money here, there, and so many different places, and no one understand them. Okay? Yes, okay. This is the reality of this new monstrosity called Public Finance Management Act. Now, the town clerk, who is the accounting officer, is faced on the ground with a problem to collect garbage. But the service providers need to be paid, sometimes on a weekly basis, some of them on a monthly basis, and he also has to make day-to-day expenses, but he cannot make those expenses. because the money is stuck in the Ministry of Finance. And the Ministry of Finance is telling them that we have other interests, other competing priorities, so we're not going to give you all the money, we'll only give you half the money that you need. So if we're going to make these local governments viable, we need to go back to the thinking of the 1990s, which informed the creation of the policy of decentralization. The purpose of the policy of decentralization was to empower the local government so that they can have a little bit of autonomy to make their own decisions and deliver services to the people. And in that spirit, we felt that the local governments can then collect money, okay, and put that money to where it's most needed. It is not happening. Actually, what we are witnessing today is a reversal of the decentralization policy where everything is being managed at the center. Now, we're talking about going to the bank to borrow money. You are an entity, you are a legal entity, you have revenue, and of course the bank might want some securities. But again, under the Public Management Finance Act, you cannot mortgage any of your securities without approval, one, from the Minister of Finance, without approval from the Parliament of Uganda. So these approvals are going to take a long, long time for these entities to even be able to go to the bank and borrow any money out there. Now, what are we then proposing if this is going to work? We need to make sure that we empower these municipalities with the ability to collect reliable statistical data, okay, to allow for actual situation analysis and make future projections. Obviously, as we've already said, we need to expand the local revenue. But even that, the local revenue, which will be the source of the funds to repay the loans that we're talking about, has been decreasing. The space, the net, has been narrowing. We all know that local governments used to collect a lot of money from the tax operators, the bus operators, the transporters, until government stepped in and said, no, URA should collect this, the money should go to the consolidated fund, and we can give you a little bit of what we feel you need. I'll give you an example that the city of Jinja used to collect 1 billion shillings per annum from the transport operators. Today, they're not collecting anything because we decided as a government that all this money should be corrected by URA, brought to the center, and then maybe 10% of it can be sent back. That's something that needs to be looked at. Then, if we're going to make these entities viable, we need to look at the productivity of these areas. I'm going to give you a very good example of the city of Jinja that I know so well. That 6 of Uganda's biggest taxpayers are based in Jinja, and I'm going to mention a few of them. You have Madivani Group of companies, you know that. They pay just over $100 million to the consolidated fund in taxes. You have Bidco. Bidco pays about just over $60 million. You can cross-check. You have ESCOM. You can guess what they are paying. They are the power generators. We have Bujagali Energy. They're also paying a lot of money. You got Nile Breweries, amongst the top 10 taxpayers in this country. There's also a company called One Petroleum, which you probably have never heard of. But One Petroleum are the managers of Uganda's oil reserves. That is why when Kenya had a problem recently after post-election, we never had any fuel deficits because of that company. They're doing a great job. Now, those are 6 of Uganda's top taxpayers, and they are based in Jinja. What do they need from Uganda? From me, for the mayor of Jinja, they want infrastructure. They want passable roads. They want street lighting. Is the city of Jinja able to even repair or maintain their roads? Absolutely not. Now, you're going to ask yourself, why can the city of Jinja be able to maintain these roads when a lot of money is being generated from Jinja? It is because all the money that is being collected from Jinja, that is being paid by way of corporate tax, is sent to the center, is sent to the consolidated fund. And what does Jinja get in return? Probably less than 0.05% of that. And I'm going to give you an example. The road where Bidco is located hosts about 30 different factories. And they're all contributing in excess, together combined, in excess of $100 million to the state coffers. I'm about to finish. Now, that road is 7.8 kilometers, and it's impassable. The MD of Bidco and so many other MDs of Sunbelt, so many companies that are based there have been complaining that why are our roads not being worked on? yet we're paying a lot of money. But they are not being worked on because 7.8 kilometers is going to cost you about $7 million to do it up to the World Bank standard, the new roads that are being done under the USMID. Now, what does Ginger get in return from central government? Out of all the hundreds of millions that are being sent to the center, they're getting 1.2 billion shillings, about $300,000 for road maintenance. Now, do you see the travesty of the local governments? That we're going to need a new way of thinking. We need to empower these local governments with sufficient resources, especially the new cities, if they're going to have the requisite infrastructure, facilities, and resources to build what the lady talked about, SDG number 11, okay? To build the SDG number 11. If we're going to build resilient, sustainable, livable, well-planned cities, you're going to have to empower them with the money. And it is good that we're looking at the possible solutions, NSSF, municipal development bonds, and all that. But at the moment, with the current setting, with the fact that everything is tilted towards the center, they are simply unviable, and they will not be able to borrow any money. Do not lie to yourself. You're not going to be able to borrow any money. So what we need to do, we need those key policy reforms. And you know, we've said, what can we do in the time being? We need to get this data. We need to amend the PFMA Act. We need to automate the revenue collection and adoption of new technologies. We need to come up with innovative ways in which we can raise money for these entities. But one beautiful thing that we've been thinking about as far as these municipalities is concerned is what they call the Municipal Development Fund. We, as Urban Authorities Association of Uganda, are proposing that we create a municipal development fund, a fund of some sort, maybe housed under one of the commercial banks, maybe Uganda Development Bank, or even the Bank of Uganda, so that these entities can borrow money directly from this municipal development fund, implement their projects, and pay over a long period of time. Otherwise, most of the solutions that we're talking about are unimplementable because of the way the local governments are structured right now. And the other thing, finally, it is we need to enhance local capacity to collect and manage revenue. We need to recruit staff with the requisite capacity to basically do what we need them to do. And you know that this is also a big challenge. Local governments have been losing staff to the private enterprise. What did KCCA do? They had to get out of the ambit of local government so that they can pay living wages, sufficient good wages, in order to maintain this staff. So all these things need to be looked at. If you're going to do municipal bonds, if you're going to borrow them money, if you're going to lend them money, then you're going to need staff that can adequately manage that money and pay back. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Majid. He has really given us an elaborate discussion and presentation of the key issues that are facing the local governments, our municipalities, the new cities, and a way forward on how we can address some of the issues. And I like the idea of a municipal development fund. So probably we can take this forward and discuss where it can be housed and what windows this municipal development fund can have, including, for example, the technical assistance facility, probably for preparation of the projects. Now, we have just a few minutes left to allow the audience to ask some questions. We do have one question online, and this is to Paul. The question is, did you say CMA has already developed regulations on municipal bonds? Are these available online? Can you say something on this?
So CMA has, there's the Capital Markets Act that defines the different asset classes that can be issued through the market, both private and public. And then also the USC has got its corporate bond regulations that are derived out of the Capital Markets Act and the bond regulations issued by CMA. So yes, the regulations are there and they speak about municipal bonds, government bonds, corporate bonds, and it's really about structuring your issuance or your bond based on the different requirements. So yes, they are there.
Participants who are joining online, please text or type in your questions and chat, and we will be able to pick them. To the audience, if you have any questions, this is the time for us to ask, or if you need any clarity, or you want to contribute, this is the time for you to do so. Do we have some hands up? Okay.
Thank you. Aloysius Gonza is my name. I wanted to ask the panel and probably the entire discussion room, given the elaborate discussion by the Mayor of Jinja, to what extent is Ministry of Finance willing to do some, how do I call it, some concessions towards municipal revenue? And if there is somebody from Ministry of Finance or the entire room, we can have a discussion probably to inform, should we actually look at decentralization as the fiscal autonomy of the local government is actually reducing? That's my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that question. Do we have Minister of Finance in the house? Oh yes, please. Should we take some more questions before we respond, or you want to respond to this one immediately?
Thank you so much, the session chair. The Commissioner, Minister of Finance is around, and he's supposed to be in the next the next panel. I think those are some of the things he's going to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, over to you.
Thank you. Justine Audrin from FMDB. Just one quick question. We talked about different types of bonds, municipal bonds, but we didn't talk about pooled mechanisms. And I think it's an important question, especially if we look at the challenges facing municipalities looking at their project. So on a project perspective, the challenge that project developers are facing locally is really looking at accessing capital market and finance, generally speaking, is to reach the necessary ticket size. So I would like to know on your side, what would be the appetite for these aggregation mechanisms, and looking at pooled mechanisms, especially pooled bonds, for instance. And I know that this is something also that we are exploring as a possibility for municipality to pool project together to access finance. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. Any member of the panel who would like to answer that? But I can also request Lars Anderson, who is online, if you would like to speak about the pooled financing mechanism, sharing your experiences. Okay. So Lars, you go first. Yes, we hear you. Thank you, Lars. You want to compliment?
Just briefly, but I think he's covered most of it. But what I wanted to mention is that we've been in discussions with the Ministry of Finance, the Central Bank, in coming up with a different, what we call an infrastructure bond. These are project purpose bonds, and the timelines are a little longer. So this is a similar avenue that could be used for particular municipalities or cities to come up with specific projects and try to get those projects within that framework. I think the Ministry of Finance will comment on that further, but the intention is that starting the next financial year, there will be at least 1 or 2 issuances. There's been discussion on what specific projects should be targeted and allocated. So it's still at discussion level, but we've progressed these discussions over the last probably one year. So there's opportunity around there for the municipalities and the cities to get funding through that, and that would be through the central government, but it's project targeted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are actually running out of time. We have to wind up. I will allow only one question from the last table, behind table. Just one question and then we wrap up.
Thank you, Chair. I would want to observe that there are 2 things. One, financing for local governments and financing in the local governments. And I want to take the latter one because initially, yesterday, we dealt with the big partnership vis-a-vis the small partnerships. That there are also small partnerships we can undertake. I'm taking a case in Wakiso. We are now building a market in Wakiso Town Council. But the money is not by the local government. It's the vendors who are putting in under their association a request to borrow. It took us time to convince the bank, but Centenary Bank came in handy. We are building a 3 billion market, but through the bank financing of the vendors and the vendors paying back, then the local government standing security to its people. So there are a number of engagements we could have, but what I would want is, are the banks ready to work with us on such a modalities? Because for us, once the vendors are empowered, then as a local government, we are also empowered in return. So the banks, can we have packages that will help us work with you for the empowerment of our people through the local governments? Although as of now, as we have seen, we have constraints for the local government to directly have that facility. Having seen from yesterday also that local governments may not seek financing if they have no hold on land. Land is held by the individuals. So we work into partnership to make money reach the populace, and the populace becomes productive, and in the end, the local governments are empowered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry we have to come to a conclusion because we've run out of time. I just want to... Oh, okay. So someone from Stanbic Bank, you would like to respond to that, then we wrap up? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Elizabeth Kasede. I look after public sector, the Stanbic Bank. Thank you for the opportunity to respond to that question. The banks are ready and willing. In fact, as it was raised that Centenary came up with a structure in partnership with the vendors. Because of the rules of credit risk criteria and the challenges of the Public Finance Management Act, there are some limitations on what can cover the banks as security, and the fact that from the Ministry of Finance point of view, they want to limit how much debt can be put on the government's book. So we have to create a way that the risk can be shared So I'm happy to hear that the EU are here as well, the representatives who bring in some sort of risk sharing that can come in to cover the area that is perceived as the gap. But because we are here, we will be part of the partners that work to develop a structure that is a win-win for all parties. I think that's the best I can submit.
Okay, thank you very much, Stanbic Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we have learned a lot from this session. It's very clear that the appetite for the local government finance instruments is there, and there are also a number of instruments on the market that we can access. But of course, there are a number of challenges that were highlighted that make our local governments unattractive to some of the instruments. We have highlighted the issues of policy and regulatory reforms, including the PFMA Act, which was recently revised, and now we need to revise again. You know, I was wondering, we just passed it, and now we want to redo again. So, yeah. And then we have also highlighted the issue of, trying out mechanisms like pooled financing, the Municipal Development Fund. We've also talked about exploring PPPs, but with caution that this could be expensive. And the last point, which was very key, is the issue of risk sharing. And I think we can structure this in some of the mechanisms that were mentioned. For example, if we take on the pooled mechanism or the Municipal Development Fund, we can have a window that is looking at how we reduce the risk, we de-risk the projects or de-risk the local governments, probably through offering credit guarantees or, the project preparation facility. So there are a number of options that have come up, and we can explore these further into bilateral discussions. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jennifer, there for giving us, for ably chairing that session. And you deserve an even bigger round of applause for doing that. Thank you very much. And thank you to the panelists. Kindly, panelists, please come at the front here to have a group photo before you leave the stage. A group photo for the panelists and the session chair as we prepare for our next session. As ably put by the panel that just left the stage, the banks are saying they're ready. You heard from the CEO of the Uganda Securities Exchange. Municipalities can actually raise money through the USE. The question that remains is, if all these, strict regulations and cumbersome procedures of local government borrowing are done away with, if the lack of credit worthiness and the inability to develop bankable projects are all addressed, how ready are the local governments? The banks have assured you they have that huge appetite to actually fund these projects. They have a huge appetite to lend you the money. But how ready, just how ready are the local governments? And this is the focus of our next session, which is going to be chaired by none other than Mr. Samuel Mabala. He is the country lead, Cities Alliance. But just like we've done with the previous session, to set the stage, I'd like to welcome Mr. Yusuf Chiwala to make a keynote presentation. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. May I welcome Mr. Samuel Mabala to the center table. As he makes his way, may I kindly request Mr. Yusuf Chiwala. Oh, he's here. He's going to make a keynote presentation. I beg your pardon, he is Dr. Yusuf Chuala. Thank you so much for coming. And I'd like also to make the work of Mr. Mabala easy by inviting his panelists. One of them is John Gendawala. He is the Director of Local Government Inspection at the Ministry of Local Government. Commissioner Henry Mbaguta, I saw him around. Okay, he joins the panel. He is the Acting Commissioner of Financial Services at the Ministry of Finance Planning and Economic Development. And of course, we do welcome Mr. Patrick Musoke to join the panel. He is the Deputy Director, Strategy and Business Development at KCCA. Commissioner, you're welcome to join the panel, please. And online, we shall be joined by Komotso Letati. She is the Chief Officer of the South African Local Government Association, which is the equivalent of the Uganda Local Government Association that we have here, and also the Urban Authorities Association. So please welcome with me Dr. Yusuf Chuala to make the keynote presentation to lead us into this discussion.
Thank you, moderator. Have a slide. Once again, my name is Yusuf Chuala, and the question we're trying to answer here is, are local governments ready? How ready are they? Do we have the data or statistics to show whether they are ready? Because the banks and other private sectors say, we are ready for you. Now, we have a project funded by City Alliance and UNCDF to check on the preparedness of local government. And I want to run through very fast to see what did we find as far as preparation is concerned for local government. This project was in cities. Can you repeat it? Was done in two cities, Gulu and Mbale. And the previous keynote speaker, last, mentioned about the fiscal space. What determines the fiscal space? Revenue side, expenditure, borrowing capacity, that's what we're talking about here, and also the willingness from banks and private sector, external factors saying we are ready. And this is a question we are trying to answer here. If they are ready, what have local governments done about their revenue? What are they doing about expenditure? And what's their capacity? The big question to borrow. What's the LEAP model and what we are doing to pick this data? Likely, LEAP model looked at three aspects. One, the tactical. How does the house look like in local government, and what can they do to change around the tables and see whether they can access finance? The other aspect of the program, and that's the tactical bit, getting the grip. What are the revenue drivers in each of these local governments? What are the expenditure drivers? And what's the baseline? How's the picture at the moment? What's the picture? So we did a bit of data collection to inform us about this. The second bit was the creditworthiness assessment. Now, this is a shadow creditworthiness assessment that was done for Guru and Mbale. Shadow meaning to say it's an in-house, in preparation for an international credit rating done by those accredited firms. So how do you walk them the journey towards the other international rating? And that's what we're trying to do as LEAP. But the other aspect is the debate here. Once we discover what is in this local government, what can we talk about it? And here we see banks, private sector, and other players speaking about this. And that is the model for LEAP. Nice model. Now, what did we look at in the shadow assessment of the creditworthiness of these local governments? Their numbers and statistics. Financial profile. Since yesterday, people are talking about revenue potential, the GDP. We have numbers about each district GDP today, which can tell us whether we can be able to raise money from there or not. Talks about the potential. We looked at issues of liquidity. We rated them on issues of operating balance. That's the difference between revenue and expenditure. Do they keep something to service loans? We looked at the debt profile, how they manage their debts. One of the speakers said they cannot borrow. But indeed, they do short-term what? We need to qualify it. Long-term borrowing for investment. That's where they have difficulty. But at the moment, they're borrowing, okay, from banks. And the institutional aspects. We looked at issues of governance and fiscal flexibility. They have expenditure autonomy. We looked at issues of budgeting and management performance in terms of increasing revenue. We looked at, under other indicators, audit strength, regional political environment, and then transparency issues. And I know these are the metrics commercial lenders are looking for. And where do these local governments sit? Now, I give a comparison of Gulu and Mbale. But the comparison is not to say how fast the other one is running. Why? When you look at these financial indicators, one indicator can derail you and push you behind. One single indicator that you miss. So there's a connectivity in these indicators we are looking at. You can, one indicator do very bad and pushes you down. But the issue is that we are walking a journey towards 100. Are we somewhere? That's a big question. In regard to liquidity, Gulu was doing better in the walking towards having money to service short-term debts. In regard to debt profile, management of short-term debts, we found challenges, a bit of challenges in Mbale, but that can be fixed. You see, liquidity is connected to your ability to manage, to pay debt, service debts. So if you do very bad on liquidity, then you'll not be able to service this. We checked data on operating balance, and of course when somebody failed to pay liquidity, to retain liquidity, then they can't service the debts, and also you don't expect them to have a gear towards what they leave behind. So, but what I'm trying to send as a message is that these things can be worked on. These things can be worked on. We have used data for the last 3 years to look at them. And they have reasons why you see this negative, and it can change, okay? And the other is the regional economy. Now, interestingly, between Gulu and Mbale, Gulu has a higher GDP and potential to raise money from taxes compared to Gulu. Rather, Mbale has a higher compared to what? To Gulu. Because of the trade and the positioning and the wealth along that channel. You know, Mbale cross to southern side, you see all that development. So in terms of regional strength, Mbale has a better capacity to raise money more than what? Gulu. Now, a key message here is that these local governments and cities are endowed differently. We cannot have a single source, another formula that cuts across all of them, because each of them has an advantage somewhere, as we shall see going forward. In terms of revenue, what drives revenue in each of these? Interestingly, what drives revenue in Gulu at the moment is properties. Collection from what? Properties. Now, what drives revenue in Mbale is collection from trade. So strategy-wise, these two must look at different things to raise fast revenue. That tells us that if we go and look at revenue potential, can we have something? If we must have something, should we follow the same step Kampala has followed? If yes, where do we touch first? These municipalities and cities need to work with somebody, need to work with statistics to know where to touch first. Because even when you create a municipal bond, rather a fund, where they go and a question will come, are they creditworthy? But you cannot be creditworthy if your revenues are not doing very well. You can never, if you can't control your expenditures. But walking the journey, parameters are different in each of these. But if the point here is that there's something we can base on to assess. It's not true that there are no statistics that feed into what private lenders want to see in this. We need only to work with them and push it out. And this is behavioral finance. How do you have somebody creditworthy? Somebody shall look at me. Now, I know Gulu and Bala are here, and they are able to assess and say, can't I do better than the other on this indicator? Can't I do better than? No? So, it's a debate. Do we go and form clubs and say creditworthiness clubs as cities? And then in those clubs, we start to look at each other and say, banks, come and look at us, all of us. Who is doing better than the other? These are things which can be fixed easily, and tomorrow you are up, and the bank shall jump with you. Okay? So institutional aspects, issues of transparency. Now, the rating you see on issues of transparency are in relation to delay to release audited financial reports. Indeed, they have them audited, but you could find one sub-county that is holding the entire municipality, rather one division. Only that one affects the rest. When the rest are actually doing well, it's not true that they are not transparent per se, but the indicators are not transparency. One sub-county, rather one division, can cause the challenge. And you see a picture like that. Okay? But also, when you speak to the people in the municipality that manage finances, you want to see whether they are easy to tell you certain things, to comment about certain things. You want to see that. Okay? Issues of political environment. Now, this had a bit of challenge indicating the differences. Okay? So, and that's a challenge. Issues of budget management and management performance. Largely several indicators down there, but also the biggest indicator there was ability to raise revenue. Okay? But also issues of audit. Whether you have a qualified audit report, whether you have, and several other indicators around that. But I'm happy that while we look at these guys are moving a journey towards 100. Okay? They are not in 20s, they are not in 11, they are not in zeros, they are not in negative. They are somewhere. They just need to work with somebody to push them to where the private sector needs them. Issues of governance and fiscal flexibility. Still you see this indicator tied. If somebody cannot be able to spend fiscal, rather expenditure autonomy, then they are constrained. You don't expect them to perform better on fiscal flexibility. But you remember the challenge started with the issue of managing liquidity. And once they fix that, you'll see them work faster. Okay? So, issues of complementary assessment, whether, I think these things don't happen at the moment in Uganda, whether you have a central government come to rescue you. Okay? We have not had that experience. Okay? But we had to look at that if it happens. Now, what do we pick out of this? In this entire journey, we pick up areas and strengths we find in these municipal cities and what should be fixed. A number of issues. Because each of them is working a journey, so they cannot be on the same what? On the same lane. And the issues are very specific. Very what? And the beauty with finance is that you fix one small number, translates into a bigger, before you know. You had yesterday the story of Kalangala. Just the registers of tax what? Payer changes billions. So these things look small here, but fix one. Fix one and you see the miracles. Okay? That's the beauty about what? Finance. Okay? So there are a number of issues here, which in the interest of time, but the issues of management of debt, okay? There are issues of asset management. If you are saying you want to go, how do you manage your collateral? If you want to go private sector to give you, how do you manage your assets? Do we have a policy at this level to guide management of assets in local governments? How do they manage when you talk about register of assets and valuation, are they valued? It's expensive, like we had yesterday, to do valuation of assets, which means this local government needs support and assistance to walk them towards where they are going. There are issues of management of data. When you look at the story of Kampala, one of the things Kampala fixed immediately was the data's register. What keeps data around? Some could be bad data, okay? And then you keep it and say, we're expecting money, okay? Some could be for other reasons, okay? But you need to clear and say, this is the only data, and you follow up. Go corporate. Corporates know how to manage their data, okay? So that tells you a bit of skills, issues of revenue management. I'm not repeating these things because yesterday they were talked about. But what the key message here is that the picture looks different. And if we must walk Guru, we shall walk on a different lane. If we must walk Mbale to the journey, we shall walk in a different what? Lane to fix things. Okay? What am I thinking in terms of policy recommendations? One was talked about. I am thinking because of that constraint, because we're talking about investment, capital investment. And we know, everybody here has said the center retains this money. Okay? There's a difference between local government, right? So why not have a specialized fund for local government for investment? Because when you look at expenditure drivers, capital investment is expected to be the driver. But did you say anything, capital investment? It is salaries. It is what? What drives expenditure is staff costs in local government. Now, if you compare one capital investment and staff salary, one capital investment will be the driver. But now the picture is different, so how do we save ourselves from that? Let's think in this direction. Issues of revenue administration, I'm not going to repeat this, we're very well emphasized. Issues of regulation on city borrowing. Now, this is a serious bottleneck, but the question is, if we are looking at the short-term gains, do we wait for the laws to change, or do we fix our revenue? Do we improve our efficiency, or do we wait for the law what? The law to change? Yes, the law has to change, but it takes what? That's a transformation. That's the debate I was talking about. It comes with what? Time. Let's start with the tactical, what it can be replicated in the short run, then wait for some of this to happen with time. God willing. Yes, there are issues of capital market instruments. I think these have been discussed here. I wouldn't want to go there, okay? By the experts. Capacity to support businesses. Now, this has not come out since yesterday. The issue of capacity, because who do you tax? Now, Mbale has to tax business people because that's their leverage. But what does Mbale do to make sure those businesses shine? These are serious issues which should be taken with. Then the issue of preparing projects. Now, private sector says, do you have bankable what? Project? Minister of Finance, is that unit only for the center or the local government must benefit? Issues of capitalization, of course, of developing this project development facility, okay? I think this is where we need to start to think about. Let's not say it's a no-go area, okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yusuf. Colleagues, you are very welcome to session 5. The presentation has been very clear. There is a huge potential to enhance local government revenues, as we've seen from the study. While the question of local government readiness and management capacities is often addressed, there should also be a discussion on the new opportunities for policy reforms, as we have already alluded to, and review of the risk perception within a more cohesive and collaborative institutional environment of local government financing. In a nutshell, therefore, a collective effort is needed to break away from the path dependency and explore new opportunities. Yesterday, we had discussions and stakeholders have unpacked many of these opportunities. It included, among others, the PPP, the land-based financing, infrastructure bonds, municipal green bonds, stock markets, as we have already seen, subnational pooled financing mechanisms, corporate foundations and social responsibility programs, contributions by the local communities, alternative revenue sources beyond the scope currently available. Moreover, the previous panel, as we've listened, has shown the interest of the private sector in working with the cities and the local governments and the opportunity to design and adapt financing instruments. This session, session 5, is tasked with providing critical evidence that local governments are ready to access new market-based financing instruments, that they can continue the learning by doing. The rating, as you saw, Mbale seemed to be more high risk than Gulu. Gulu was moderate, but it is a journey, as Yusuf said. And it was against this background that Cities Alliance identified the need to support the study to assess the readiness of the cities to access the capital markets. So therefore, the recommendations have been made, and I would like, therefore, to welcome the panelists. I'm not going to introduce them because I think most of the information is in the agenda that has been provided. But with us during this session 5 is Patrick Musoke, who is the Deputy Director of Strategy and Business Development, Kampala Capital City Authority. Now, Patrick, you've been listening to the presentation that has been made, and would like you to share with us what are the opportunities, the primary opportunities in applying alternative financing for cities and local governments. You could just share with us your own experience in terms of opportunities that exist, and probably what role do city leaders play in creating opportunities and enhancing partnerships with the private sector. Because of the time constraint, I want you to address both. Thanks.
Hello? Okay. Thanks, Chair. Looking at the topic today, I think for me, I wanted to start from where Mr. Casato, yes. He left a very interesting question when he said the private capital or pension funds is very hungry for investments. And municipalities and cities are yearning for that money. The question I think that is core to this engagement today is, can we bridge that gap? How can we move towards the center? What is it that municipalities and cities need to do to be creditworthy? But on the other side also, what is it that the financial institutions, private sector capital, the pension funds, need to actually move towards the center to be the next financiers of the municipal infrastructure deficit? Okay, to respond to that, I want to give a perspective of KCCA. We started on this journey in 2014. I will try to be a bit brief because of time. And in 2014, when we developed the first strategic plan, it was like 1.2 billion, something like the USD. And when we looked through the cash inflows from central government, we realized that even if the government adjusted 20 times folds, we'll never be able to finance all the critical infrastructure that we had prioritized for investment. So we then looked through how can we, as a new institution, improve the effectiveness of own source revenue mobilization. And for me, that is very key. That's the starting point towards creditworthiness. Any financial institution look at what are your streams of revenues and how are you managing those streams of revenues. So under a 2080 principle, we decided to look through the various revenue streams and picked out the major revenue streams that we needed to re-engineer. And what we found, which wasn't a bad idea, and I think these are some of the issues we need maybe to look at. The concept of outsourcing some of the critical activities at municipal level, whether revenue could be one of those things that need to be outsourced. And if it is, how should we manage that outsourced function? Because what we found is that even property rates had been outsourced, collection of taxi fees had been outsourced to Itoda. Quite all the major revenue streams had actually been outsourced. And now the challenge was that in the way they had been outsourced, there were a lot of redundancies that destroyed their capacity to mobilize revenue. So when we came on board, one, building the institutional fabric. So we created the Department of Revenue Mobilization that went in and said, all the services that had been outsourced, we cancel the contracts. Then internally, people were identified to manage the function. Let me give you an example. In 2014, UTODA was collecting 390, something like that, monthly. When we came on board, we collected 1.4 billion. Look what changed. They were the same vehicles, the same fees, but what changed was the administrative efficiency. So as municipal and cities, one key important thing we need to look at, how do we build the critical institution fabric that can be able to guide the mobilization of on-source revenue? The other issue that we looked at was also, someone talked about debt, that we deliberately moved debtors. For me, it was tied to how are we managing the revenue functionality. That's where we are able to, once we reduced that, we're able to manage our revenue collection sources, then debt reduced automatically. Secondly, we looked at a time when the private sector was coming to KCCA. Many people wanted to invest, but we did not have a mechanism we can be able to engage these people for long term. So we engaged the World Bank to do an executive assessment. Now that's what gave birth to what we call credit risk, credit assessment. So the World Bank, through the support of PF, helped us, and we had an assessment of our capacity. And when that was assessed, we found that actually they gave us A1 on local borrowing, which means where investment worthy. Now, this is another aspect which I needed to bring on board, that as we are talking as subnationals, we need to be able to look at nationally. The national rating has got its own challenges. If you are looking at credit attraction from the international scene, but how can we, as a country that is struggling with this huge infrastructure deficit, realign the credit worthiness to speak to our domestic market attraction? For me, that could be the key point in here. So when we engage the bank, the key point of trying to develop was, can we be able to move towards subnational credit worthiness? That we can look at a city as KCCA without looking at how the national is going to boil them down, and then look at it in eyes of the financial institution. If you grade KCCA against all the other opportunities for investment, is it an institution you can lend? Then once you develop the national parameters that can guide the private sector, then you're going to find that what we are struggling as issues that are locking our capacity can actually be unlocked at the local scene. So that was done. I don't know how much time I have. Okay, thank you. So the other key issue that was a limitation are the regulations. When we moved toward this journey, we found that the law was limiting us to borrow up 10% of our local revenue. Now, 10% means that we were supposed to borrow 1 month's revenue collection, which wasn't making sense. Because the cost of administration, the cost of paying for the transactions advisory services, whether you are borrowing for 1 month's value or you are borrowing for 150 years value, is the same. So that was one of the major limitations. Thank God we moved ahead and that limitation was removed. Now, the challenge we are looking at is that the law for KCCA is different and the law for other local government is different. So harmonization of these laws for me should be one of the major takeaway out of this conference. So that when you are talking about movement to the market, you've got a common standard. You've got a common legal regime. Now that has been one of the biggest challenges. The other challenge that I tried to talk about it in the beginning is skills and innovation. Capacity is number one. Once you've got, even if today you've got the Lila as a city, as long as the requisite resource base and capacities are lacking, it's not going to be different from the Lila that was a town, the Lila that was a municipality. So as we are moving towards the cities of the future, we need to strategically look at building the necessary requisite capacities. That speaks to the way these cities can be able to identify projects for financing, can be able to improve revenue, improve their treasury's functionality, improve their IT. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in a digital era. We can no longer sit back and wait for things to be done manually. That generation is over. How are our cities and local governments embracing the technology divide? And associated with that is the capacity for debt management. Once those 4 critical areas are addressed, then we shall be going to the lion or the elephant in the home. I remember when Kasato's boss approached me in 2016 and said, yes, we've heard you want to borrow money. Where are the projects? I told him we are thinking about this. He told me straight in my face that, Patrick, we are not here to finance your dreams. We want to see the numbers. Where is the feasibility studies? What do the numbers speak? I was thinking we want to modernize our parks. The projects in the eyes of everyone sees are viable.
Thank you very much, Moses.
Patrick.
Oh, Patrick, thank you so much for that articulate presentation. There are clear takeaway messages that we can pick from this and recommendations, learning from KCCA what they did, and they were able to turn things around. Financial Services Department in the Ministry of Finance, who is standing in for Kagwa Moses, who is the director. Now, local governments in Uganda are making critical improvements, as we have seen, to access market, to finance their development programs. The findings presented today provide an interesting hypothesis in terms of adapting to existing financing instruments to align domestic capital markets objectives and local government realities. I would like you to share with us, of course, even building from the previous panel, there were issues came up in respect of the PFM. From a national debt perspective, what do you think is the appetite at the national level to facilitate this dynamic?
Thank you, Chairman.
And then maybe basing on the presentation that Patrick has made and looking at the performance of KCCA and the greater Kampala metropolitan area of the new cities, how could the government of Uganda enhance regulations to allow local governments to improve their debt strategies and access more flexible financing options? If we still have time, I will come back to you, but you can share with us those 2 concerns.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to start off with statements. One, it is said that financing city development takes skill and acumen. Number 2, there is need for capacity and political will to implement reforms. And number 3, I entirely agree that central government should grant local governments financial autonomy. Now, I listened to His Worship, the Mayor of Jinja, and I think I belong to his school. I like practicality. There are things that we are going to discuss in this hall and leave them as white elephants. But I think Mr. Idwatamze tried to bring in the practical part of it. Now, and he touched two things. One is the challenges posed by the policy of decentralization, and of course the challenges posed by the Financial Management Act. And one, the policy of decentralization is a local government law. So why should we leave this animal hampering our performance? Let's remove the veil and address it. Same with the Financial Management Act. Let's raise these things. I know probably in budget conferences they are raised, but let's have a clear way to escalate them, and we address those handicaps. Now, Chair, I will respond, because I was given guidance by three leading questions. One was on the debt, the appetite. The second one was on the regulatory framework, and the third one was on alternative sources of funding. Now, the debt of Uganda is it's about 40%, 40.9% of GDP. We expect it to peak to about 49.5% by 2023-24. Now, we should also bear in mind that there is an agreed position for the ESC compliance, which is at capping the borrowing at 50%. So, based on that, yes, the figures may look high, but we are still within. We can still borrow, but cautiously. But specifically, the borrowing that the country is looking at is to do with infrastructure projects, and I believe most of the cities and urban authorities and local governments, at least there is relief that those areas are still considered. But we know, of course, borrowing has, apart from the cap, the ESC cap, there are challenges to do with COVID-19 that are affecting repayments and, of course, growth. If your country is growing, you can borrow. There is no problem with that. But COVID puts pressure on tax collection, expenditure, exchange rate reserves, and we need to be extremely cautious. Now, so yes, the appetite is there, but we must appetize cautiously. On the legal framework, the PFMA is a key act that is guiding our relationship with other agencies in terms of borrowing. We know, of course, the PMA also poses a few challenges, especially for local governments and cities. We have issues to do with the golden rule. You borrow for development purposes, expenditure, you match borrowing with revenue, limitations on repayment, sanctions. This must be sanctioned by the minister, and of course we need approval of Parliament. So, but what has been going through is the capacity of cities and local governments to borrow, and of course they are creditworthiness, and a lot has been talked about that. But there are also alternative legislations, the PPP Act. We have also guidelines for unguaranteed liabilities. These are all options that can be looked at. But government has tried to undertake reforms, especially not only on these specific legislations, but on the financial sector, which is an angle where I'm coming from. And in the financial sector, we have addressed most of the legislations for the capital market, for banking, for insurance, and we believe that should drive the sector to address, it should boost, should spur the financial sector, the role of the financial sector in development. Now, what I notice probably, maybe I'm not sure about that, when this legislation, for example, in the financial sector, we have a financial sector development strategy, we have a financial literacy, we have a financial inclusion strategy, we have microfinance policies, we have everything. I don't know whether this really trickle down, because the local governments, the cities, must be able to take advantage of these pieces of legislation or pieces of policies, and of course, at the center we expect feedback if they are not really working out. A lot has been said about the financing options in bonds. Of course, you can do equity. There was a case of a municipal fund. I think that's a very brilliant idea. We should, and with the fund, you are able to get partners, you are able to get synergies into this fund. So the earlier you do it, the better. But there are also municipal banks. Why can't you set up a bank? You can set up a bank. Why should you be? Anyway, there isn't a lot of time to discuss this. But other issues that I want to touch, one is you need to build a brand as cities. Now, this is really about cities. I know there is an oil state, there is a tourism city. Mr. Keiwa is the fittest land of Africa. We must have a brand. Where is the sports city of this country? We need something that will attract, but we also need local governments to get involved. You want a healthy and wealthy population. If your people are starving and poor, how are you going to think about ever being sustainable and borrowed? So we need local governments to get involved in financial inclusion, help your people to open up. Be pro-people, get into these people. You have not a way of special economic zones in these districts, local governments. Of course, we need to change mindset. We need the ED yesterday, EDKCC talked about engagement with the communities being expensive, but you need the communities. So you must engage them. We have staff in local governments. I always think about a district commercial officer. I am not sure that we are really using these officers to their maximum to create a new thinking in our communities, in our districts, in our local governments, in our cities. There is tourism. We've been talking about tourism. Just 1 minute. Tourism. I don't know how my friend here is taking advantage of the tourism, for example, in Kampala city. Production and productivity are very important. But the bottom line is that local governments, cities, we need to keep engaging the center. It's not about throwing a complaint and leave it to hang around the railway area here without getting to those center authorities where it should be discussed and tabled and recommendations or applications obtained from that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Henry. I think what is coming out clearly is that how can we make use of the worst case scenario. With all these kind of challenges that we have, how can we make a way out of it? Secondly, how can we do things differently? We've been discussing these things at forums, we've been hearing, all of these are coming up. Where should we now target our recommendations, our advocacy? Where solutions will be taken? Do we escalate it to parliamentary committees? Do we escalate it to the president? Who is the best suited officer who can help us to change the PFM? Because this song has been sung for long. Next, I would like to welcome Homotso Letsatsi, the South African Local Government Association Chief Officer, Municipal Finance, Fiscal Policy, and Economic Growth. Homotso, you are very welcome. Glad to be with you online. Would like you to share with us the experience of the South African Local Government Association in designing innovative financing instruments, and how are the local governments gearing up their strategies. Secondly, we would also like you to address how the new intermediary vehicles and financing instruments enabling local governments to improve their debt strategies are performing in the South African region. Very welcome.
Thank you very much. And I guess it's still morning. Good morning to all the organizers and the participants. So I guess I'm wearing a SALCA hat at this point in time as the chief officer, but I also have the luxury of having been a group treasurer in City of Johannesburg for over 10 years, where I've had a practical experience basically of issuing municipal bonds and green bonds and retail bonds and exploring the possibility around pool financing, basically in the South African context, and especially for the lower tier municipalities. And I think in terms of the initial presentation around setting the scene, and some of the most critical success factors to actually tap into alternative sources of financing, if you like, that if you talk about on-balance sheet funding, where municipality basically goes and raise funding in the bond market, that definitely the devolution of powers in terms of raising taxes becomes very important to local government. The ability to generate own revenue and basically build a balance sheet over time, even from a capital point of view, capital investment point of view. And that subsequently then would increase or improve the credit rating of a municipality, which is something that investors will definitely demand upfront, so that they can assess then the ability of that municipality over time in terms of repaying back the monies that the municipality would then have borrowed basically in financial market. And there's no doubt that an enabling legislation in favor of local government as well goes a long way in building the credibility and confidence on behalf of investors, because then they get the comfort that their investment will then be protected and contracts will basically be enforceable. And the probabilities of default by local government will then be managed in terms of that particular context. Of course, I have joined SALCA, and among the many things that I do at SALCA is also still looking into this issue around alternative sources of financing based on the work that I would have undertaken in the most of you would know the former president of CLG, President Paxton, who I was very close with in Johannesburg in terms of taking in some of those solutions. So there's practical examples that we can share from a South African perspective, and there's definitely lessons learned and there's challenges. And in certain areas, we basically moving. And I think in a South African context, what you would have metropolitan municipalities with a very strong revenue base, with most companies and big companies that are even listed on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, for instance, in Johannesburg, having operating in that particular municipality, and as a result, impacting positively on the balance sheet of that particular municipality, and it ends up having an investment grade credit rating that enables it to go to the market and raise funding from investors, and investors get confidence in that particular regard. But even with the work that I would have done with FMDB and USDF, that in certain African countries, it becomes almost difficult based on the fiscal arrangement of the various spheres of government to enable local government to basically tap into domestic debt capital market, because by virtue of the fact that revenue generation is almost centralized. So in that instance, basically the option is not there for local government in that kind of an arrangement to basically on their own and go to the bond market and start raising the bond. So the fiscal framework arrangement will definitely need to change and devolve certain powers to local government, so that the local government then is able to actually invest and plan, given that in most countries there happens to be a municipality of sorts. So it can only be in a country's interest to give as much powers as possible to local government to generate taxes, so that then those taxes can then be invested in the infrastructure and local government. So what that leaves us with, in the absence of that, is basically your alternatives, that you look at either your public-private partnerships, but there will be certain conditions basically that will then be required. Even if you went and you opened a state bank, the fact that you open a state bank does not mean that the lending criteria have to be relaxed. You will then be still subjected to the same credit assessment if you have gone to a commercial bank or a development finance institution or even bond market. And I think that's the benefit of having lending markets, in the sense that it instills market discipline over time, improves governance of local government over time, because if you then have to go out and basically borrow money, then you've got a responsibility to account to your investors, whether the investors are public or private investors. You have a responsibility to make sure that you put together your financial statements are in order. It's basically a going concern, and basically you then also illustrate your liquidity position over time, and basically the ability to basically repay whatever that the investors should basically have to local government. In a South African context, and the other experience that I would also like to share is that in terms of what we call the Municipal Finance Management Act, what the government has basically done, it made sure that it limited borrowing only for capital infrastructure. So local government is not allowed to pass deficit budget and basically can't go to the market and raise funding to balance its cash flow constraints for operational reasons. So the only time they are allowed to go to the market to raise funding from private investors or even public investors is only towards economic infrastructure that can then help the municipality to generate additional revenue in that particular space. Is that what we found is that investors always have appetite for projects. But even in a South African context, we found that the capacity to put together a pipeline of bankable projects becomes a bit of a challenge for local government. Very few municipalities also keep that capacity and basically tend to be outsourced. But as a result, it creates a disalignment in terms of from a planning point of view. And that's why we end up with Evans Falls and what we see leverage of its position of around infrastructure investment and building a pipeline of bankable projects where in private sector investors could then be crowded in. And then you don't have government putting money into economic infrastructure that could be revenue generating, that could be funded basically by the private sector. Then the public sector's money basically goes into social infrastructure. So there's definitely a benefit in terms of looking at building the capacity in local government from a planning point of view, where you have your urban planners actually working very closely with the financial colleagues within local government, so that when townships are established or infrastructure investment are actually put together, the issues around financial sustainability also take precedence in terms of which infrastructure investments to basically prioritize. That will definitely go a long way. And then on the pooling side, which is a program that we're pushing intensively in South Africa, with the appreciation that you've got cities that are very well developed, world-class infrastructure, but you've got lower-tier municipalities that are almost entirely dependent on national transfers in terms of grants and can never be able to go to market and basically raise funding on the back of the strength of the balance sheet or even the project. I mean, let alone them being able to build up bankable project. So what we're going to be doing with that particular mechanism is that we put projects together, but also the capacity. We put it together because some municipalities will never even afford to even pay for that capacity if you left it on lower tier municipalities to actually do it on their own. So that then you don't have this instance where some municipalities are completely underdeveloped. The infrastructure is basically falling apart because, I mean, in terms of the constitution and the municipal legislation, they're still required to provide services to their communities the same way where metropolitan municipalities are also required to provide services to communities. But unfortunately, things are not balanced in terms of the budgets as well, that both different types of municipalities will basically enjoy. So there is no doubt that the alternative then becomes an area to be exploited for those municipalities that are not able to generate their own revenue, and they've got capacity in terms of from a planning point of view, even from engineers, even from financial aspects, that can actually model some of these infrastructure projects and basically package them and then basically take them to market. So that would be my submission basically in a nutshell and what our focus is as SALGA. And I'm happy that, I mean, I see Lars is actually on the panel as well, that in my previous life, we pushed very hard in South Africa together with Lars and FMDB to get buy-in from our national treasury. That initially there was this huge pushback around financing and how it would basically just risk the whole municipal sector and even those municipalities that have got a very good credit profile and the bad ones just damage the old ones. But I'm happy to say that we made a lot of progress in the South African context, where in our national treasury we went and reviewed the borrowing framework to basically include pool financing as a mechanism that South African local government could actually tap into. Issues around the tax incremental financing as well. They also review the policy around development charges, which is another area that could actually land-based financing mechanism that could also be leveraged for infrastructure investment, basically in local government. So the pace has been very slow, but definitely we're moving, and we're at a point where at this point now we're looking at implementation and identifying projects, and hopefully in the near future, in a South African context, with the work that SALGA is doing together with the department, the national department that's basically been led by Deputy Minister Paxton, responsible for local government, will then have our first pool financing, almost kind of a pilot. We don't want to make it a pilot because we want to go as big as we can in terms of it, but we are at a point where we're trying to put the projects together and we can test it with definitely work in the South African context. Thank you very much. So that would be my submission.
Thank you very much. Homotso Letsatsi, it's a pleasure to have such a rich experience. We don't need to reinvent a wheel. I think the lessons are very clear. They have gone that far because they have done the right thing at the right time in the right place. I think our colleague from Ministry of Finance, we don't need to continue hammering this point home. We need to strengthen the local governments to have the fiscal autonomy. You know, without that, we should forget about the whole agenda of accessing private sector financing. I would like to go to our next presenter. In case there's any question, Homotso, I think we shall come back to you before we end the session. I would like to introduce another panelist, John Genda Walala. When I saw his name at first, I thought was saying, you go elsewhere. But I'm glad he's here with us. He's the Director of Local Government in the Local Government Inspection, the Ministry of Local Government. And I would like him to address a number of issues. The diversity of opinions all point towards the desire to raise capital for infrastructure and service delivery to complement what is provided from the center. Now, a number of impediments have been brought up, both from the presentation of Dr. Yusuf, as well as the panelists who have made submission before. I would like you to address yourself. What is the Ministry of Local Government doing to address these issues?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now, allow me, Chair, we are the local governments, among other laws, we are governed from 95 up to around 98. It empowers ministries, departments, and agencies outside the Ministry of Local Government to have a direct say in the form of supporting, in form of inspecting, in form of mentoring, in form of coaching local governments to be able to deliver their mandate. Failings on the Ministry of Local Government. And we forget that there is a law that empowers us to intervene and provide that guidance and or provide solutions and resolve those challenges that we are facing. In my role as a director, I want to agree that most of them are valid, and actually we try as much as possible to work on them. But I want to address some of those concerns by asking some questions, very strategic questions. When I go to these local governments, and they're talking about little funding, little on revenue, little money from the center, but it's what I asked. And asked, if town clerk, I gave you all the money that you want, all the money, can you guarantee me that 10 years or 15 years later, this local government will be transformed? The answer is no. So why? If the answer is no. So it brings up some other strategic questions that we have to ask and then answer. And the one big one that sort of covers everything is it about raising the required resources? Is it about money? About investing in local governments? Is it about all the other issues that we need to look at? So I have about 5 questions that I want us to look at, and maybe to be hoped to get even solutions. 1, do we have the minimum hygiene factors that we require in these local governments to be able to do business and transform them? Question number 1 is, are we embracing good governance? And do we support controls that we put in place in local governments? And this is a question to all of us, in the Ministry of Local Government, in the local governments, in the MDAs and all the other stakeholders. I'll just support that question by giving 1 or 2 cases. I think, Chair, you remember, you might have been still in government then. We got money for upgrading Namuwongo into one of the best urban settlements many years ago. How is it looking right now? It was a World Bank funded project. All the money was there. All the experts were there. What went wrong? Yesterday, I was in one of the local governments, and I was presented with a challenge where a local government has land in the city, about more than 10 acres. Okay, the value is over 2 billion. But they're exchanging it for land in a rural area which is worth 600 million. So is that proper governance? What are the issues here? And when I try to inquire, it's like everybody except a few guys is in for the idea. And then tomorrow, we shall be saying this local government does not have the money. You don't have the money, but you are trading your own property at less than a third the market value. I need to be told, and I'll get to these managers and find out, maybe those are new management skills that I've not yet acquired. But also in terms of appealing to the external funders, the banks and the like, do we produce accurate, prompt, reliable accountability? We have scenarios where you have political leaders and even some technocrats ganging up to stop revenue collection by technocrats. Now, the other question that I want to ask, which is very, very key, do you have the competencies, skills, and the capacity in the local governments to use the money that we are advocating for? And I can't blame the local governments, because when you look at the traditional role of an accounting office of a local government is actually to receive money, spend, account, and you're home and dry, and you've done your job. Now, at the center, the ministries, how are we helping local governments to acquire the required skills? I don't know whether we have any requirement for having investment skills, public financial management skills in local governments. The few times that I've been interfacing with the candidates at the Public Service Commission, that will be an added advantage. And even if you have it, there is no guarantee that you will be taken compared to someone who does not have it. Yet these are key skills that are required for us to utilize these resources. Then how do you expect me to look at your feasibility study? When you bring internal rate of return, payback period, it's like, Greek. So we've been working with the Ministry of Public Service, and we are saying these are required competencies. When we introduce this objective of lead, up to now it's still a challenge in some of the local governments, because you want someone who can be able to walk the talk. Talk about lead when you are living lead. Not saying, do what I say, not what I do. Yeah? The third question that I would want to ask to look at is, who are we trying to serve in all these efforts of raising capital and investing in local governments? I imagine the 68% of the Ugandans who are living outside the money economy are very, very key. So, how are their views? I would say I'm speaking for local governments, but I'm not part of the 68%. Are my views really reflecting what they think? When we invest, and this is now the challenge of operating in silos, when we invest as the Minister of Energy and we put power lines up to the sub-county, do we ensure that the producer who requires that money, that power, to process their produce has power close to his production area? Yes, the power might be there at the sub-county, the road might reach at the sub-county, but still you might find that the producer in the villages is selling their produce at less than 10% of the market price. So whom are we helping there? Strategic thinking and planning. How are we looking at it seriously in local governments? And how are we helping the local government managers? Yes, we assume you're supposed to have those skills, but deliberate efforts to impact those skills in the managers is a must. We have one case that is interesting, waste management, even at KCCA. And I've spoken to quite a number of people. And when they talk about, they say we are going to get the proposals, evaluate them, and I'm saying, if in my state someone came and told me, I have a proposal to collect your garbage at no cost to you, I would sign just off. I say, go ahead. Then when I discover that you're making money after 3-4 years, then we can talk about the revenue. Because right now, I'm actually suffering pollution, manpower collecting the garbage, labor, or the vehicles, fuel, everything. So all that has to be answered for us to be able to. Finally, how are we helping these local governments to manage their entities like businesses? Because in some of, and still it's our duty to help the people that have been there or that are there to think of these entities as the business entities, as people who are responsible for us having the jobs, or you look at them as inconveniences. I think your experience is as good as mine. How do we help so that that mindset change translates into service delivery? That's what I can say in the meantime, but if there are another, I can always get back and make some more clarifications. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John. John has raised a number of questions, but I believe he also alluded to what should be done. But I think the ministry, as the unit of government which is responsible, should be the one to give us the solutions. And still we expect the ministry to take the lead, especially when we get voices that there is this law which is undermining the capacity of the cities and local governments to effectively and efficiently function. We expect the minister in charge of the sector to take it forward, take it to cabinet, take it to parliament, and let the solution be found. A number of issues, especially regarding the fiscal devolution or autonomy, I think we need to do that. We have had lessons from our colleague in South Africa, and I think this is a challenge to us. Probably out of this meeting, we should come up with a clear way forward in terms of what are the best practices that we can apply. We don't have to reinvent a wheel. Let's learn from what others have done and also do likewise, and the results will be different. You tickled me about the issue of investment culture, I think we need to look at this more broadly, even at individual level, that we should not be more consumers. At one time I was challenging the cities whether at any one single time they had thought of investing on their budget line. Do they have a budget line for investment? Or it is all the time just spend, 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 spend. So I think these are issues that we need to address. What is coming out clearly is review of the laws takes a long time. We can talk about reviewing these laws and it will take a long time. The land value capture is a very potential source. But again, as it is, we have been talking about these things and it is taking so long. So what can we do? Ideally, what is happening with land is that the cities are providing infrastructure and the value of the land appreciates, and at the end of the day, the landowner reaps from where he has not sown. It's broad daylight robbery. I think we need a law, to ensure that that appreciated value should be shared between the landowner and the city, and that should be the financing to help the cities to access the bond market. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have listened. We have been given an extra 5 minutes. Our time is already up, but I would like, if the audience has 1 or 2 questions to the panelists, if you can raise it up, put up your hand, and we shall give you the opportunity to. Our colleague from South Africa is still online. You can ask a question to her and she'll answer. Yes. Introduce yourself and then you can make your question.
Fungi. I'm from a company called Dero Capital. My question is for the lady from South Africa. So I guess at the beginning when the conversation was about Johannesburg, I was a little bit concerned because the GDP of Joburg is about $76 billion. that scale. It's a financial center that does not quite reflect a reality on the ground. And it was pleasing that she shifted the discussion towards the pooled mechanism, which reflects the balance sheet reality of many of the local government entities here. And I think some of the arguments that will be made later, I have some remarks to make after lunch, are about consolidation balance sheets, pooling our own local government so that the scale, the benefits of scale can be presented to the institutional investors who are looking for that large size ticket. My question to her is, how do they manage the aspect of risk or de-risking those projects? And I think there's two ways of doing it. On one side, you can effectively get a partial credit guarantee by transferring that risk to an institution's balance sheet. Sometimes it's a bank or it's a development partner. I think the EU has had some discussions on that front. Or on the other hand, it's tagging with a private party that has operational and financial competencies to execute the project, such that the smaller LGs that don't quite have the capacity can leverage off some other parties' competencies. So I just want to know from their perspective, how are they de-risking these projects for the smaller municipalities? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do we have any other question? Yes, His Worship Mayor of Jinja. The short one. A comment. Then why don't we receive from Homoso first? Homoso, you must have had the question. Please try to respond and give us your experience. Thanks. Sorry, we cannot hear you. I don't know whether you're on mute.
Oh, can you hear me now, Check? Am I audible now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay, so I understood the question of the de-risking of the project, and maybe just as a start, what we be looking at in the South African context as well, and as I've clearly indicated from the beginning, that there is a challenge around capacity in local government and for lower tier municipalities in terms of putting bankable projects together. And I hope I'm audible because my internet says it's unstable, but I'll try and be quick. So one of the partnerships that we're putting in place is with the Development Bank of South Africa through their project preparation team with the capacity in the bank that will then work with local government in terms of identifying and putting this project together. And I think for us, that's a very key success rate in terms of doing it right from the word go. And also the selection of projects also becomes very important. And we have deliberated on different approaches. So the approach that we're likely to take is not the consolidation of balance sheets. But if we're going to do it at a group financing level, we'll probably be at a project level that will probably integrate different municipalities in a particular area. So in South Africa, we have what we call province, where Johannesburg is basically the Gauteng provinces. So even in Gauteng, there are municipalities that are basically struggling. So the de-risking is in terms of the financing aspect of it. We'll definitely have to take out credit enhancement instrument in the market, as the speaker has indicated, and hence that's why it's important that we then have DFIs that can actually subordinate some of their exposure in projects in favor of private investors. And definitely there is no doubt that to test a new instrument, I think investors will basically become very aggressive around risk itself and how that risk is basically managed so that their interest is basically protected. So the involvement of development finance institutions will definitely be key from a credit enhancement point of view, but the project selection criteria as well becomes very important in the process, and the preparation aspect of it then becomes very important in terms of the identification of the revenue streams that will then go towards repaying the investment and how those revenue streams become incumbent And so I think that's how we basically looking at it from a South African context. And eventually who's responsible for the control and the concessions in place in managing some of these risk factors, so that then we reduce the probability of default in terms of the repayment to the investors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Homoso. There is nothing I can add on that. It is very clear that most of our secondary cities really, in terms of scale, they are very small. They are very small. You cannot pull out a project which can attract private sector financing. So I think they need to pool, they need to plan for pool financing is very critical. The organization with which I work, we have identified a gap in terms of assisting cities to prepare bankable projects that can attract private sector financing. We are going to pilot that. I can't say for now how far we have gone, but this is something that we are planning to do, and we believe that once that bottleneck is unplugged, then we should be in position for cities also to begin participating in the capital market. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the panelists. Each of them made specific recommendations. Patrick shared with us the experience of KCCA, where they had to re-engineer the administrative system, and the results were visible. The need for legislation reform is very critical. Harmonization of the laws between that is governing the cities is very critical. The issue of capacities, don't have to re-emphasize it. It's very, very important that we need to build the capacities of these cities. PPP law is in place, and even there's a project preparation or project development facilitation fund in that law. Whether that law is only for the national or for cities, or if it's for public agencies, then I think this is an opportunity that we need to exploit. Rebranding of cities, the challenge goes to the cities themselves. The lessons from South Africa, let's borrow those lessons and try to apply them. UAAU, we have the president here. I believe that UAAU can now begin networking with SALGA and bring home some of those lessons, and we try to see how best we can build the capacity at that level. The challenges notwithstanding, the Ministry of Local Government should take the driving seat to support these cities. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to join me to thank the panelists with a round of applause. Thank you very much. Back to the convener.
Thank you very much. Thank you again, and I want us to give you an even bigger round of applause for that. That is Mr. Samuel Mabala. You've ably chaired that session, and I would like to request you and the panel members to come forward for a group photo.
Okay.
And thank you, participants in the room. Thank you to our online audience. You've heard right from the beginning of this session this morning, we had from the pension sector, the views from the pension sector. We had from the other experts on how big the appetite for financing local government is, and which are the local government finance instruments in place. And now we have also heard from the very latest panel the readiness, about how ready local governments actually are to take up these opportunities for financing. And when we get back after the lunch break, we are going to, the picture will be taken right there. I don't want to fluke the picture. Please don't catch me in there. We shall hear from, we shall have all these things. We've had proposals made. We've had issues raised that need to be addressed. And these have to be addressed at policy level. So in the room in the afternoon, we shall have another expert panel to lead a high-level policy discussion on how do we move the issues that have been raised here, on how do we move the suggestions made here into policy and get them to make them actionable and have action taken by the policy makers. So once again, I'd like to thank our online audience for being with us. I'd like to thank you all for being with us here today, since yesterday. I also want to warmly, heartily thank our sponsors, and these include FMDV, Stanbic Bank, UNCDF, KCCA, NSSF, City Alliance, European Union. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And I'm wondering why this panel did not have a lady. Why didn't you ask me to join the panel? I would have spiced it up. Ladies make better finance managers. I'd like to invite us for lunch. By now, I hope everybody has a lunch coupon. If you don't, kindly let the usher next to you know. Lunch is served at Amber Restaurant. For those of you who were not here yesterday, Amber Restaurant is to the left. You go out, and there are stairs to the left. There will be ushers there as well to lead you to where the lunch is served. And I would like to remind us that lunch is 1 hour. So we should be here after 1 hour to wrap up this two-day event, which is the Mkutano Economic Forum. And the hashtag is Mkutano 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, bon appetit.
This is going to be an ultra-modern market designed to the best standards.
We will definitely not let you down, and we will give you a top quality work within the time period. The time period given to us is 12 months. We will even try to finish it before time. We will not give you any kind of shortcut or any shoddy work, which the great opportunity you gave us, we will make sure that we give you value for money, and we give you a quality work which makes proud to KCCA and the stakeholders in Kitintale.
Ndi musanyufu nnyo olwa ttiimu okuva mu KCCA olwa kino kizza okutuggulirawo oba okutema evvuunike okuba nti akatale akapya kagenda kuzimbibwa. Tubadde n'obuzibu bunene nnyo nga mbutuufu tuli ku dduka buli kaseera nannyini ttaka atugoba ate tuba tuli awo nga batuukya omuliro, naye kati kye tumanyi nti tekijja kuddamu kubaawo kubanga tuba tufunye ewaffe. Era n'abantu ababadde ku makubo abasinga ababadde batundirako obunyaanya batundirako biki bagenda kuddawa, bagenda kufunawo we batuula. Bwe tuba tufunye ewaffe kiina enjawulo nnene kye gikola.
So neebaza nnyo ekitongole kya KCCA okuvaayo ne kirumirirwa abantu abali mu kukaaba abakolera ku makubo nekisalawo okujja okubazimbira akatale ak'omulembe era tusuubira nti akatale kaffe tujja keyagaliramu ffe ng'abantu abawansi
tugendagenda mu maaso kubanga twali twagirindirira obwedda nga tweyiye mu kuba ebbanga lyonna nga tugisaba bwe baba batwanukudde olwaleero twebaza Katonda.
We are going to employ the people locally, so our first preference will always be to get the people from Kitindale. Only some few special skilled people, if we don't get it, then we will have to bring it from outside. Otherwise, we will try 80% of the employment will happen locally. We will even try to buy the local material which is available here, the aggregates and blocks, and any material which is not available, then only we will bring it from outside. This is the first phase, there is no finishing, so all the material is available in Uganda and we are very happy to use the material which is locally available. It is cheaper for us and we are supporting the community. Community has supported us. We are also Ugandans, so our brothers and sisters, we are very much together with you and we will work on the project throughout together.
Upon completion, we shall be able to provide space for over 1,200 people in Uganda, especially in this area.
One of the production systems that we are promoting is micro-gardening. Micro-gardening, in this sense, involves a sack, and we are actually growing vegetables from the sides through holes and also on top of the garden. In this demonstration here, we have spinach, we've got tomatoes, we've got sukuma wiki, and then we also got kale, the Russian red type. We are saying to the farmers that even if you have just a corner of your garden, or about 2 square meters, you can have 2 bags of these. And can you believe it? You can actually support about 20 plants on each of these sacks. And for a family of about 4, this would mean that you don't have to go to the market to buy vegetables whenever they're in production. You'd have enough vegetable for your table. And you might want to grow more of it for your neighbors to sell.
With numerous empowerment programs like Climate Smart Agriculture, Kampala Capital City Authority is now making it possible for communities to access urban farming skills and technical support to sustainably increase their agricultural productivity and strengthen their livelihoods.
KCCA sought to set up this facility to support its programs in urban farming. We take urban farming as one of the engines to improve the household incomes in Kampala. But there was a gap when we started doing the work in Kampala. We discovered that there was no center where farmers would learn how to farm in the city. There was no demonstration sites for them to copy when they go back to their homes. And also, very importantly, seed. Farmers had a problem in getting seed that could germinate, and also seed in form of livestock.
It's a place where communities are becoming equipped with life skills in urban farming technologies, livestock, and so much more.
It is where I belong. I know I won't wait long for my favorite song. I can tell by the way the sun's coming up from the clouds, and I hear the sound from the mouth of trumpets and laughter. Yes, tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Tomorrow be a better day. Tomorrow it's gonna be a better day.
For us, improving lives is why we do what we do.
going to be an ultra-modern market designed to the best standards.
We will definitely not let you down, and we will give you a top quality work within the time period. The time period given to us is 12 months. We will even try to finish it before time. We will not give you any kind of shortcut or any shoddy work, which the great opportunity you gave us, we will make sure that we give you value for money and we give you a quality work which makes proud to KCCA and the stakeholders in Kitintale.
Ndi musanyufu nnyo olwa ttiimu okuva mu KCCA olwa kino kizza okukola otuggulirawo oba okutema evvuunike okuba nti akatale akapya kagenda kuzimbibwa. Tubadde n'obuzibu bunene nnyo nga mbutuufu tuli kudduka buli kaseera nannyini ttaka atugoba ate tuba tuli awo nga batwokya omuliro, naye kati kye tumanyi nti tekijja kuddamu kubaawo kubanga tuba tufunye ewaffe era n'abantu ababadde ku makubo abasinga ababadde batundirako obunyaanya batundirako biki bagenda kuddawa bagenda kufunawo we batuula. Bwe tuba tufunye ewaffe kiina enjawulo nnene kye gikola.
So neebaza nnyo ekitongole kya KCCA okuvaayo ne kirumirirwa abantu abali mu kukaaba abakolera ku makubo ne kisalawo okujja okubazimbira akatale ak'omulembe, era tusuubira nti akatale kaffe tujja keyagaliramu ffe ng'abantu abawansi.
Tugendagenda mu maaso kubanga twali twagirindirira obwedda nga tweyiye mu kuba ebbanga lyonna nga tugisaba bwe baba batwanukudde olwaleero twebaza Katonda.
We are going to employ the people locally, so our first preference will always be to get the people from Kitintale. Only some few special skilled people, if we don't get it, then we will have to bring it from outside. Otherwise, we will try 80% of the employment will happen locally. We will even try to buy the local material which is available here, the aggregates and blocks, and any material which is not available, then only we will bring it from outside. This is the first phase, there is no finishing, so all the material is available in Uganda and we are very happy to use the material which is locally available. It is cheaper for us and we are supporting the community. Community has supported us. We are also Ugandans, so our brothers and sisters, we are very much together with you and we will work on the project throughout together.
Upon completion, we shall be able to provide space for over 1,200 people in Uganda. Especially in this area.
One of the production systems that we are promoting is micro-gardening. Micro-gardening, in this sense, involves a sack, and we are actually growing vegetables from the sides through holes and also on top of the garden. In this demonstration here, we have spinach, we've got tomatoes, we've got sukuma wiki, and then we also got kale, the Russian red type. We are saying to the farmers that even if you have just a corner of your garden, or about 2 square meters, you can have 2 bags of these. And can you believe it? You can actually support about 20 plants on each of these sacks. And for a family of about 4, this would mean that you don't have to go to the market to buy vegetables whenever they're in production. You'd have enough vegetable for your table. And you might want to grow more of it for your neighbors to sell.
With numerous empowerment programs like Climate Smart Agriculture, Kampala Capital City Authority is now making it possible for communities to access urban farming skills and technical support.
Facility to support up when we started doing the work in Kampala. We discovered that there was no center where farmers would learn how to farm in the city. There was no seed that could germinate, and also seed in form of livestock.
It's a place where communities are becoming equipped with life skills in urban farming technologies, livestock, and so much more.
It is where I belong. I know I won't wait long for my favorite song. I can tell by the way the sun's coming up from the clouds, and I hear the sound from the mouth of trumpets and laughter. Yes, tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Tomorrow's gonna be a better day.
For us, improving lives is why we do what we do.
going to be an ultra-modern market designed to the best standards.
We will definitely not let you down, and we will give you a top quality work within the time period. The time period given to us is 12 months. We will even try to finish it before time. We will not give you any kind of shortcut or any shoddy work, which the great opportunity you gave us, we will make sure that we give you value for money and we give you a quality work which makes proud to KCCA and the stakeholders in Kitintale.
Ndi musanyufu nnyo olwa ttiimu okuva mu KCCA olwa kino kizzokola otuggulirawo oba okutema evvuunike okuba nti akatale akapya kagenda kuzimbibwa. Tubadde n'obuzibu bunene nnyo nga mbutuufu tuli kudduka buli kaseera nannyini ttaka atugoba ate tuba tuli awo nga batuukya omuliro, naye kati kye tumanyi nti tekijja kuddamu kubaawo kubanga tuba tufunye ewaffe era n'abantu ababadde ku makubo abasinga ababadde batundirako obunyaanya batundirako biki bagenda kuddawa bagenda kufunawo we batuula. Bwe tuba tufunye ewaffe kiina enjawulo nnene kye gikola.
So neebaza nnyo ekitongole kya KCCA okuvaayo ne kirumirirwa abantu abali mu kukaaba abakolera ku makubo ne kisalawo okujja okubazimbira akatale ak'omulembe, era tusuubira nti akatale kaffe tujja keyagaliramu ffe ng'abantu abawansi.
Tugendagenda mu maaso kubanga twali twagirindirira obwedda nga tweyiye mu kuba ebbanga lyonna nga tugisaba bwe baba batwanukudde olwaleero twebaza Katonda.
We are going to employ the people locally, so our first preference will always be to get the people from Kitintale. Only some few special skilled people, if we don't get it, then we will have to bring it from outside. Otherwise, we will try 80% of the employment will happen locally. We will even try to buy the local material which is available here, the aggregates and blocks, and any material which is not available, then only we will bring it from outside. This is a first phase. There is no community has supported us. We are also Ugandans, so our brothers and sisters, we are very much.
Upon completion, we shall be able to provide space for over 1,200 people in Uganda, especially in this area.
One of the production systems that we are promoting is micro-gardening. Micro-gardening, in this sense, involves a sack, and we are actually growing vegetables from this demonstration here. We have, and then we also got kale, the Russian red type. We are saying to the farmers that even if you have just a corner of your garden, or about 2 square meters, you can have 2 bags of these. And can you believe it? You can actually support about 20 plants on each of these sacks. And for a family of about 4, this want to grow more even for your neighbors to sell.
With numerous empowerment programs like Climate Smart Agriculture, Kampala Capital City Authority is now making it possible for communities to access urban farming skills and technical support to sustainably increase their agricultural productivity and strengthen their livelihoods.
KCCA sought to set up this facility to support its programs in urban farming. We take urban farming as one of the engines to improve the household incomes in Kampala. But there was a gap when we started doing the work in Kampala. We discovered that there was no center where farmers would learn how to farm in the city. There was no demonstration sites for them to copy when they go back to their homes. And also, very importantly, seed. Farmers had a problem on getting seed that could germinate, and also seed in form of livestock.
It's a place where communities are becoming equipped with life skills in urban farming technologies, livestock, and so much more.
It is where I belong. I know I won't wait long for my favorite song. I can tell by the way the sun's coming up from the clouds, and I hear the sound from the mouth of trumpets and laughter. Yes, tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Tomorrow, it's gonna be a better day. Tomorrow, it's gonna be a better day.
For us, improving lives is why we do what we do.
going to be an ultra-modern market designed to the best standards.
We will definitely not let you down, and we will give you a top quality work within the time period. The time period given to us is 12 months. We will even try to finish it before time. We will not give you any kind of shortcut or any shoddy work, which the great opportunity you gave us, we will make sure that we give you value for money and we give you a quality work which makes proud to KCCA and the stakeholders in Kitintale.
Ndi musanyufu nnyo olwa ttiimu okuva mu KCCA olwa kino kizza okukola otuggulirawo oba okutema evvuunike okuba nti akatale akapya kagenda kuzimbibwa. Tubadde n'obuzibu bunene nnyo nga mbutuufu tuli ku dduka buli kaseera nannyini ttaka atugoba ate tuba tuli awo nga batuukya omuliro, naye kati kye tumanyi nti tekijja kuddamu kubaawo kubanga tuba tufunye ewaffe. Era n'abantu ababadde ku makubo abasinga ababadde batundirako obunyaanya batundirako biki bagenda kuddawa bagenda kufunawo we batuula. Bwe tuba tufunye ewaffe kiina enjawulo nnene kye gikola.
So neebaza nnyo ekitongole kya KCCA okuvaayo ne kirumirirwa abantu abali mu kukaaba abakolera ku makubo ne kisalawo okujja okubazimbira akatale ak'omulembe. Era tusuubira nti akatale kaffe tujja keyagaliramu ffe ng'abantu abawansi.
Tugendagenda mu maaso kubanga twali twagirindirira obwedda nga tweyiye mu kuba ebbanga lyonna nga tugisaba. Bwe baba batwanukudde olwaleero twebaza Katonda.
We are going to employ the people locally, so our first preference will always be to get the people from Kitintale. Only some few special skilled people, if we don't get it, then we will have to bring it from outside. Otherwise, we will try 80% of the employment will happen locally. We will even try to buy the local material which is available here, the aggregates and blocks, and any material which is not available, then only we will bring it from outside. This is a first phase, there is no finishing, so all the material is available in Uganda and we are very happy to use the material which is locally available. It is cheaper for us and we are supporting the community. Community has supported us. We are also Ugandans, so our brothers and sisters, we are very much together with you and we will work on the project throughout together.
Upon completion, we shall be able to provide space for over 1,200 people in Uganda. Especially in this area.
One of the production systems that we are promoting is micro-gardening. Micro-gardening, in this sense, involves a sack, and we are actually growing vegetables from the sides through holes and also on top of the garden. In this demonstration here, we have spinach, we've got tomatoes, we've got sukuma wiki, and then we also got kale, the Russian red type. We are saying to the farmers that even if you have just a corner of your garden, or about 2 square meters, you can have 2 bags of these. And can you believe it? You can actually support about 20 plants on each of these sacks. And for a family of about 4, this would mean that you don't have to go to the market to buy vegetables whenever they're in production. You'd have enough vegetable for your table. And you might want to grow more than for your neighbors to sell.
With numerous empowerment programs like Climate Smart Agriculture, Kampala Capital City Authority is now making it possible for communities to access urban farming skills and technical support to sustainably increase their agricultural productivity and strengthen their livelihoods.
KCCA sought to set up this facility to support its programs in urban farming. We take urban farming as one of the engines to improve the household incomes in Kampala. But there was a gap when we started doing the work in Kampala. We discovered that there was no center where farmers would learn how to farm in the city. There was no demonstration sites for them to copy when they go back to their homes. And also, very importantly, seed. Farmers had a problem in getting seed that could germinate, and also seed in form of livestock.
It's a place where communities are becoming equipped with life skills in urban farming technologies, livestock, and so much more.
It is where I belong. I know I won't wait long for my favorite song. I can tell by the way the sun's coming up from the clouds, and I hear the gonna be a better day. Tomorrow, it's gonna be a better day.
For us, improving lives is why we do what we do.
This is going to be an ultra-modern market designed to the best standards.
We will definitely not let you down, and we will give you a top quality work within the time period. The time period given to us is 12 months. We will even try to finish it before time. We will not give you any kind of shortcut or any shoddy work, which the great opportunity you gave us, we will make sure that we give you value for money, and we give you a quality work which makes proud to KCCA and the stakeholders in Kitintale.
Ndi musanyufu nnyo olwa ttiimu okuva mu KCCA olwa kino kizzokola otuggulirawo oba okutema evvuunike okuba nti akatale akapya kagenda kuzimbibwa. Tubadde n'obuzibu bunene nnyo nga mutuufu tuli kudduka buli kaseera nannyini ttaka atugoba ate tuba tuli awo nga batuukya omuliro, naye kati kye tumanyi nti tekijja kuddamu kubaawo kubanga tuba tufunye ewaffe. Era n'abantu ababadde ku makubo abasinga ababadde batundirako obunyaanya batundirako biki bagenda kuddawa, bagenda kufunawo we batuula. Bwe tuba tufunye ewaffe kiina enjawulo nnene kye gikola.
So neebaza nnyo ekitongole kya KCCA okuvaayo ne kirumirirwa abantu abali mu kukaaba abakolera ku makubo ne kisalawo okujja okubazimbira akatale ak'omulembe. Era tusuubira nti akatale kaffe tujja keyagaliramu ffe ng'abantu abawansi.
Tugendagenda mu maaso kubanga twali twagirindirira obwedda nga tweyiye mu kuba ebbanga lyonna nga tugisaba bwe baba batwanukudde olwaleero twebaza Katonda.
We are going to employ the people locally, so our first preference will always be to get the people from Kitindale. Only some few special skilled people, if we don't get it, then we will have to bring it from outside. Otherwise, we will try 80% of the employment will happen locally. We will even try to buy the local material which is available here, the aggregates and blocks, and any material which is not available, then only we will bring it from outside. This is the first phase, there is no finishing, so all the material is available in Uganda, and we are very happy to use the material which is locally available. It is cheaper for us, and we are supporting the community. Community has supported us. We are also Ugandans, so our brothers and sisters, we are very much together with you, and we will work on the project throughout together.
Upon completion, we shall be able to provide space for over 1,200 people in Uganda, especially in this area.
One of the production systems that we are promoting is micro-gardening. Micro-gardening, in this sense, involves a sack, and we are actually growing vegetables from the sides through holes and also on top of the garden. In this demonstration here, we have spinach, we've got tomatoes, we've got sukuma wiki, and then we also got kale, the Russian red type. We are saying to the farmers that even if you have just a corner of your garden, or about 2 square meters, you can have 2 bags of these. And can you believe it? You can actually support about 20 plants on each of these sacks. And for a family of about 4, this would mean that you don't have to go to the market to buy vegetables whenever they're in production. You'd have enough vegetable for your table. And you might want to grow more of it for your neighbors to sell.
With numerous empowerment programs like Climate Smart Agriculture, Kampala Capital City Authority is now making it possible for communities to access urban farming skills and technical support to sustainably increase their agricultural productivity and strengthen their livelihoods.
KCCA sought to set up this facility to support its programs in urban farming. We take urban farming as one of the engines to improve the household incomes in Kampala. But there was a gap when we started doing the work in Kampala. We discovered that there was no center where farmers would learn how to farm in the city. There was no demonstration sites for them to copy when they go back to their homes. And also, very importantly, seed. Farmers had a problem in getting seed that could germinate, and also seed in form of livestock.
It's a place where communities are becoming equipped with life skills in urban farming technologies, livestock, and so much more.
It is where I belong. I know I won't wait long for my favorite song. I can tell by the way the sun's coming up from the clouds, and I hear the sound from the mouth of drumbeats and laughter. Yes, tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Tomorrow, it's gonna be a better day. Tomorrow, it's gonna be a better day.
For us, improving lives is why we do what we do.
This is going to be an ultra-modern market designed to the best standards.
We will definitely not let you down, and we will give you a top quality work within the time period. The time period given to us is 12 months. We will even try to finish it before time. We will not give you any kind of shortcut or any shoddy work, which the great opportunity you gave us, we will make sure that we give you value for money and we give you a quality work which makes proud to KCCA and the stakeholders in Kitintale.
Ndi musanyufu nnyo olwa ttiimu okuva mu KCCA olwa kino kizzokola otuggulirawo oba okutema evvuunike okuba nti akatale akapya kagenda kuzimbibwa. Tubadde n'obuzibu bunene nnyo nga mbutuufu tuli ku dduka buli kaseera nannyini ttaka atugoba ate tuba tuli awo nga batuukya omuliro, naye kati kye tumanyi nti tekijja kuddamu kubaawo kubanga tuba tufunye ewaffe. Era n'abantu ababadde ku makubo abasinga ababadde batundirako obunyaanya batundirako biki bagenda kuddawa bagenda kufunawo we batuula. Bwe tuba tufunye ewaffe kiina enjawulo nnene kye gikola.
So neebaza nnyo ekitongole kya KCCA okuvaayo ne kirumirirwa abantu abali mu kukaaba abakolera ku makubo ne kisalawo okujja okubazimbira akatale ak'omulembe. Era tusuubira nti akatale kaffe tujja keyagaliramu ffe ng'abantu abawansi.
Tugendagenda mu maaso kubanga twali twagirindirira obwedda nga tweyiye mu kuba ebbanga lyonna nga tugisaba. Bwe baba batwanukudde olwaleero twebaza Katonda.
We are going to employ the people locally, so our first preference. If we don't get it, then we will have to bring it from outside. Otherwise, we will try 80% of the employment will happen locally. We will even try to buy the local material which is available here, the aggregates and blocks, and any material which is not available, then only we will bring it from outside. This is a first phase, there is no finishing, so all the material is available in Uganda and we are very happy to use the material which is locally available. It is cheaper for us and we are supporting them.
Upon completion, we shall be able in this area.
One of the production systems that we are promoting is micro-gardening. Micro-gardening, in this sense, involves a sack, and we are actually growing vegetables from the sides through holes and also on top of the garden. In this demonstration here, we have spinach, we've got tomatoes, we've got sukuma wiki, and then we also got kale, the Russian red type. We are saying to the farmers that even if you have just a corner of your garden, or about 2 square meters, you can have 2 bags of these. And can you believe it? You can actually support about 20 plants on each of these sacks. And for a family of about 4, this would mean that you don't have to go to the market to buy vegetables whenever they're in production. You'd have enough vegetable for your table. And you might want to grow more of it for your neighbors to sell.
With numerous empowerment programs like Climate Smart Agriculture, Kampala Capital City Authority is now making it possible for communities to access urban farming skills and technical support to sustainably increase their agricultural productivity and strengthen their livelihoods.
KCCA sought to set up this facility to support its programs in urban farming. We take urban farming as one of the engines to improve the household incomes in Kampala. But there was a gap when we started doing the work in Kampala. We discovered that there was no center where farmers would learn how to farm in the city. There was no demonstration sites for them to copy when they go back to their homes. And also, very importantly, seed. Farmers had a problem on getting seed that could germinate, and also seed in form of livestock.
It's a place where communities are becoming equipped with life skills in urban farming technologies, livestock, and so much more.
It is where I belong. I know I won't wait long for my favorite song. I can tell by the way the sun's coming up from the clouds, and I hear the sound from the mouth of drumbeats and laughter. Yes, tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Tomorrow, it's gonna be a better day. Tomorrow, it's gonna be a better day.
For us, improving lives is why we do what we do.
This is going to be an ultra-modern market designed to the best standards.
We will definitely not let you down, and we will give you a top quality work within the time period. The time period given to us is 12 months. We will even try to finish it before time. We will not give you any kind of shortcut or any shoddy work, which the great opportunity you gave us, we will make sure that we give you value for money, and we give you a quality work which makes proud to KCCA and the stakeholders in Kitintale.
Ndi musanyufu nnyo olwa ttiimu okuva mu KCCA olwakino kizza okukola otugulirawo oba okutema evvuunike okuba nti akatale akapya kagenda kuzimbibwa. Tubadde n'obuzibu bunene nnyo nga mbutuufu tuli ku dduka buli kaseera nannyini ttaka atugoba ate tuba tuli awo nga batuukya omuliro, naye kati kye tumanyi nti tekijja kuddamu kubaawo kubanga tuba tufunye ewaffe. Era n'abantu ababadde ku makubo abasinga ababadde batundirako obunyaanya batundirako biki bagende ne kyegikola.
So neebaza nnyo ekitongole kya KCCA okuvaayo ne kirumirirwa abantu abali mu kukaaba abakolera ku makubo ne kisalawo okujja okubazimbira akatale ak'omulembe. Era tusuubira nti akatale kaffe tujja keyagaliramu ffe ng'abantu abawansi.
Tugendagenda mu maaso kubanga twali twagirindirira obwedda nga tweyiye mu kuba ebbanga lyonna nga tugisaba bwe baba batwanukudde olwaleero twebaza Katonda.
We are going to employ the people locally, so our first preference will always be to get the people from Kitintale. Only some few special skilled people, if we don't get it, then we will have to bring it from outside. Otherwise, we will try 80% of the employment will happen locally. We will even try to buy the local material which is available here, the aggregates and blocks, and any material which is not available, then only we will bring it from outside. This is the first phase, there is no finishing, so all the material is available in Uganda and we are very happy to use the material which is locally available. It is cheaper for us and we are supporting the community. Community has supported us. We are also Ugandans, so our brothers and sisters, we are very much together with you and we will work on the project throughout together.
Upon completion, we shall be able to provide space for over 1,200 people in Uganda. Especially in this area.
A sack, and we are actually growing vegetables from the sides through holes and also on top of the garden. In this demonstration here, we have spinach, we've got tomatoes, we've got sukuma wiki, and then we also got kale, the Russian red type. We are saying to the farmers that even if you have just a corner of your garden, or about 2 square meters, you can have 2 bags of these. And can you believe it? You can actually support about 20 plants on each of these sacks. And for a family of about 4, this would mean that you don't have to go to the market to buy vegetables whenever they're in production. You'd have enough vegetable for your table. And you might want to grow more of it for your neighbors to sell.
With numerous empowerment programs like Climate Smart Agriculture, Kampala Capital City Authority is now making it possible for communities to access urban farming skills and technical support to sustainably increase their agricultural productivity and strengthen their livelihoods.
KCCA sought to set up this facility to support its programs in urban farming. We take urban farming as one of the engines to improve the household incomes in Kampala. But there was a gap when we started doing the work in Kampala. We discovered that there was no center where farmers would learn how to farm in the city. There was no demonstration sites for them to copy when they go back to their homes. And also very importantly, seed. Farmers had a problem in getting seed that could germinate and also seed in form of livestock.
It's a place where communities are becoming equipped with life skills in urban farming technologies, livestock and so much more.
It is where I belong. I know I won't wait long for my favorite song. I can tell by the way the sun's coming up from the clouds, and I hear the sound from the mouth of trumpets and laughter. Yes, tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Tomorrow, it's gonna be a better day. Tomorrow, it's gonna be a better day.
For us, improving lives is why we do what we do.
This is going to be an ultra-modern market designed to the best standards.
We will definitely not let you down, and we will give you a top quality work within the time period. The time period given to us is 12 months. We will even try to finish it before time. We will not give you any kind of shortcut or any shoddy work, which the great opportunity you gave us, we will make sure that we give you value for money, and we give you a quality work which makes proud to KCCA and the stakeholders in Kitintale.
Ndi musanyufu nnyo olwa ttiimu okuva mu KCCA olwa kino kizza okukola otuggulirawo oba okutema evvuunike okuba nti akatale akapya kagenda kuzimbibwa. Tubadde n'obuzibu bunene nnyo nga mbutuufu tuli ku dduka buli kaseera nannyini ttaka atugoba ate tuba tuli awo nga batuwokya omuliro, naye kati kye tumanyi nti tekijja kuddamu kubaawo kubanga tuba tufunye ewaffe. Era n'abantu ababadde ku makubo abasinga ababadde batundirako obunyaanya batundirako biki bagenda kuddawa, bagenda kufunawo we batuula. Bwe tuba tufunye ewaffe kiina enjawulo nnene kye gikola.
So neebaza nnyo ekitongole kya KCCA okuvaayo ne kirumirirwa abantu abali mu kukaaba abakolera ku makubo ne kisalawo okujja okubazimbira akatale ak'omulembe. Era tusuubira nti akatale kaffe tujja keyagaliramu ffe ng'abantu abawansi.
Tugendagenda mu maaso kubanga twali twagirindirira obwedda nga tweyiye mu kuba ebbanga lyonna nga tugisaba. Bwe baba batwanukudde olwaleero twebaza Katonda.
We are going to employ the people locally, so our first preference will always be to get the people from Kitintale. Only some few special skilled people, if we don't get it, then we will have to bring it from outside. Otherwise, we will try 80% of the employment will happen locally. We will even try to buy the local material which is available here, the aggregates and blocks, and any material which is not available, then only we will bring it from outside. This is the first phase, there is no finishing, so all the material community has supported us. We are also Ugandans, so our brothers and sisters, we are very much together with you, and we will work on the project throughout together.
Upon completion, we shall be able to provide space for over 1,200 people in Uganda.
One of the production systems that we are promoting is micro-gardening. Micro-gardening, in this sense, involves a sack, and we are actually growing vegetables from the sides through holes and also on top of the garden. In this demonstration here, we have spinach, we've got tomatoes, we've got sukuma wiki, and then we also got kale, the Russian red type. We are saying to the farmers that even if you have just a corner of your garden, or about 2 square meters, you can have 2 bags of these. And can you believe it? You can actually support about 20 plants on each of these sacks. And for a family of about 4, this would mean that you don't have to go to the market to buy vegetables whenever they want to grow more than for your neighbors to sell.
With numerous empowerment programs like Climate Smart Agriculture, Kampala Capital City Authority is now making it possible for communities to access urban farming skills and technical support to sustainably increase their agricultural productivity and strengthen their livelihoods.
KCCA sought to set up this facility to support its programs in urban farming. We take urban farming as one of the engines to improve the household incomes in Kampala. But there was a gap when we started doing the work in Kampala. We discovered that there was no center where farmers would learn how to farm in the city. There was no demonstration sites for them to copy when they go back, seed that could germinate, and also seed in form of livestock.
It's a place where communities are becoming equipped with life skills in urban farming technologies, livestock, and so much more.
Funding for local government-led projects continues to be a challenge in the region, but could capital markets offer?
Looking at local government way of increasing that component of own source revenue, because ultimately the supply side of finance would want to appraise the credit worthiness of any issuer. So I think the reason why the Mkutano
is putting both the demand side and the supply side of capital together is to effectively understand that there are certain parameters with which the capital markets work in order to provide capital. I think the appraisal of risk is something that is not going to be concessional. There is no charity money. Investors do require their returns on capital. So I think the conversation is perhaps putting both sides in the room. And then obviously, as is the case across the world, there's trillions and trillions of dollars that are provided to subnationals. We can replicate in our market here in Uganda and across East Africa. Certain things have to be put in place from a regulatory perspective. There have to be some intermediaries in the market that understand how to structure these transactions. And then critically, the demand side, the LGs, need to know what the checklist is like, because ultimately that is what it goes into the pricing of risk for subnationals.
David, there's an issue that one needs to bridge, and that's the issue of trust. Trust between potential funders and LGs in terms of how this money could be used. What you've talked about legislation and regulation. How can that help or be tightened to ensure that this money is allocated to the right projects that it has been gotten for?
That's a very good question. I think one of the benefits that we have in the current environment legislatively is that there are acts that govern the allocation of any capital that a subnational or municipality can raise. So just to give you an example, in the Local Governments Act in Uganda, you cannot allocate funds raising to recurring expenditure. It can't go towards wages or buying that new vehicle. These are specific for infrastructure, for projects that have service delivery implications in the long term, and in some cases, return on revenue, should it be a utility for which perhaps in some cases is a PPP structured. So there is provisions within the Act that are ring fence the capital so that you don't have the money bleeding elsewhere. Also, the market is effectively trusts intermediaries, licensed fund managers, and advisors to put the parameters around as they are advising an issuer. So I think that aspect is not going to be a challenge. It's just educating the LGs, putting some corrections, some anomalies in the Act in place. And in some cases also, development partners can come and provide some partial credit guarantees. Credit ratings would be critical in also other aspects. So I think the infrastructure is in place. I think we just need to take them through the motions of what needs to be done.
Is there a thirst from the investor perspective for such opportunities?
There is a lot of liquidity in the particularly institutional investor segment, the likes of the NSSF, who are our partners. Stanbic Bank also does do some fund management. They are looking for a return where there's effectively predictable cash flow. So, as you know, in the East African market, in the broad context, the go-to asset is government debt. And second to that should be, from a risk perspective, subnational. So the pension funds are willing, but obviously some parameters have to be put in place I think the key thing is for the LGs to up their own source revenue. In Uganda, we need some amendments in the Act because the restriction for LGs to be able to borrow only limited to their previous year's own source revenue is not a structure that is commensurate with predictable future cash flows. So we are trying to implement some changes in there. But there is surplus liquidity in our capital markets, and sub-sovereigns, if structured well, will be taken up by the institutions that are operating in the region.
How do you bring on FDIs to also tap into such an opportunity?
A number of the people gathered at this year's Mkutano are from that segment. So what happens is there is an onboarding of expertise and experiences, but obviously need to be localized from other jurisdictions where these things have been done before. One of our speakers tomorrow is the crafters of the very successful pooled municipal fund structure in Sweden. There's experts that have global experience that we can onboard. So certainly there are aspects where there needs to be some skills enhancement within the local fraternity, and we are partnering with this balanced ecosystem, which is in the spirit of the Mkutano, of putting different segments together to tackle something that's critical for the country's development agenda.
Various projects across Africa falter due to financing gaps, which are estimated at more than $100 billion. Yeah, now that's according to statistics from the African Development Bank. So how can this gap?
We need to look at is some non-traditional alternative forms of financing local infrastructure. One of those is debt finance and the application of debt finance on a much larger scale than now. But of course, as we've just discussed during the economic conference on local government finance, any debt needs to be repaid. So before you can embark on debt finance and debt finance at scale, you would need to have your house in order, your house in terms of financial management. The second approach that can significantly help in financing infrastructure is engagement with the private sector. And we're not just talking about classic PPPs, but also about all kinds of engagement, joint ventures, other forms of partnerships that would help bring private capital into infrastructure that can serve urban populations.
Good that you bring up that, but when you look at policy and regulatory measures, hoping to get that private sector involved, the PPPs to enable those partnerships also take place. Is the current regulatory framework enticing?
Well, you probably know the answer yourself. No, it is not. Because otherwise, of course, we would have had many PPPs operational. What we have in reality is that there are just a few PPPs existing. And there are a number of reasons for that. One is lack of capacity on the part of the public sector to be able to identify bankable partnerships with the private sector. The other factor is the weakness of the private sector itself to understand how they can engage with the public sector and what would be the de-risking role of the private sector. The third one is lack of an enabling and investment-friendly environment, including availability of investor information about the investment opportunities, relevant infrastructure, as well as the financial incentives that would help the private sector to get engaged in this kind of partnership. And those financial incentives may come in very different forms. It may be some forms of seed capital in form of grants. It may be various de-risking measures, such as guarantees, for example. It may be all kinds of performance measures to create incentives for the private sector. But the existing regulation is, in most cases, silent about it. Even where we have laws, the high-level organic laws, like, for example, in Uganda, we have the law on very recent act on PPPs that was promulgated in 2015. The underlying regulation is not there, and neither the public sector entities nor private partners can meaningfully engage in such partnerships.
Okay, just before we let you go, what do you think is the role of infrastructure in regional integration, especially with the AFCFTA coming in place?
Well, of course, in the context of AFCFTA, we are thinking about big, or people normally think about big infrastructure. And this is an area where I have concerns, or, well, the development partners, but probably not as much concern. primarily because there are quite a few financial institutions with interest in financing that big infrastructure. And in a paradoxical way, financing big infrastructure is easier and more attractive for investors. Where, in my opinion, the real challenge is, that is financing local productive infrastructure. Because think about free trade area and...
Hello, and good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We have just about half a minute to start the next session. So I'd like to kindly request ladies and gentlemen that are still outside to please make your way inside the hall so we can get started and hear from the last panel and close the day. Kindly please make your way into the hall so we can get started for the final session of this meeting. Thank you.
This is going to be an ultra-modern market designed to the best.
Welcome once again. Good afternoon and welcome once again to the 2020 Economic Mkutano. My name is Catherine Ageno, and I'd like to welcome back our audiences, diverse audiences, both physical and online audience. Thank you for joining the Mkutano. You can also join the conversation online. If you just joined us, the hashtag is #Mkutano20, and we'll hear your voice, or you can make your voice heard through that hashtag. Now, over the 2 days that we've been here, a lot of issues have been raised, suggestions have been made, and all these issues, most of them are policy issues. And this afternoon, we're happy to have a panel that is going to help lead us into a high-level policy discussion in how best we can make all these issues that were raised here, the ideas raised over the past 2 days, into actionable policy issues, and how we can help the policymakers take action on this. And now, to open up this session, we'd like to hear from, we'll have a presentation, and this is going to be made by none other than Mr. David Ofunji, to kind of set the stage for the discussion that is going to wrap up this session this afternoon. And we are also expecting amidst us this afternoon the Honorable Minister for Local Government, and that is Honorable Raphael Majezi, to close this meeting. Right now, though, ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome Mr. David Ofunji for the presentation. And before he takes to the stage, may I also welcome the next session chair, Mr. Dmitry, Dr. Dmitry. Apologies. He is going to chair the final session of this meeting, the session of the high-level policy discussion. Kindly take your seat at the center table. And also to join him is Mr. Patrick Besije. Kindly take your seat at the table if you're in the room. Mr. Patrick Besije, he could be outside. As he makes his way, he is the Vice President of ULGA, the Uganda Local Government Association, and he is also the District Chairperson, Kabale. We also have Mr. David Chasanku. He is the Town Clerk, Lira City. Mr. David Chasanku. Okay, as he makes his way, I'll call upon Godfrey Kuruhira. Godfrey. And last but not least, Mr. Yasin Sendaula. He is the Assistant Commissioner, Urban Inspection. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I need to adjust this. I have the unenviable role of taking you through the graveyard shift on day 2 after lunch. So I'll try and keep my content light. Before I get into the content, I will start by mistakes we made on day 1. I was introduced yesterday as the brain to do this. And if you allow me, Catherine, I will introduce members of the team after my presentation. And then secondly, I've had the benefit of following a number of deliberations, both online and here, that have essentially informed my content. So there'll be a lot that I talk about that you will have heard before. So I'll give credit where credit's due. The first thing, can we get me off the screen, please? The first thing you need to know that your presenter does not know much about local government. It's been a deep immersion and understanding all the descriptions, the acronyms, there's UAAU, LGFC, everything else. It's a complex animal that has been broken down adequately by the presenters who preceded me. And just to recap, we, over the past 2 days, have seen key talking areas that I think will inform some of the discussions going forward. First of all, the vertical and horizontal systems of government often clash. The apex, there's been an addressal of the issues around the Public Finance Management Act, the Local Government Act, and some deficits within the regulations of the CMA. The PPP Act, of course, is relatively new. We're yet to post a project in that sense, but there's many different laws that speak to that. And then, as Dimitri said yesterday, there's an issue of funding lagging behind the allocation of function. So many of the people, the town clerks and mayors, are aware of that particular challenge. Political risk is high. I need not lament on that. And LGs do deliver a lot of services to the population. I think 70% is a statistic I got from the local government ministry. We also know that there is a desire, there's a lot of innovation within the local government fraternity to improve own source revenue. Collaboration across political boundaries is manifesting, but still bound by weak strands. But obviously GKMA is leading in that respect, but there's different pockets of collaboration. Partnerships with the private sector desirable. There was a reference to what's happening in Lwengo district, I believe, and today there was examples of Centenary Bank partnering with another district. The central government is unlikely to allocate more funds to local governments. Jim Mugunga said as much yesterday. And the population growth, which is really informing the formation of cities, is fast, and services need to catch up with the population. We also learned through Astrid yesterday that as many people commute into Kampala as London. 2 million people. And this is what they have in London. The tube network, railway stations, buses, bikes. But I'll tell you what, there's some good news for us, because at least in Kampala, we get to talk to the driver, as you can see. That's a positive. Your presenter knows a thing about what Emma and Gerald want. So I come from the finance space, the capital markets, and I sit on the PPP board. And there are two fundamental things that the funders would want from you. And principally, the first one is risk management in compliance with the laws that govern them. The Financial Institutions Act that effectively tells Stanbic Bank what they can or can't do. Uganda, the UBRA Act, which governs pensions, and the CMA Act, which is effectively on top of some of the regulations that would govern the issuance of bonds. That is key. As Gerald Kasata said in the morning, if the law is not in place, the fund, the NSSF cannot do anything. And then the subject of whether this is a charitable endeavor, the risk management against a set of reward metrics that are essentially fueled by your ability to pay back. You have to demonstrate that as a borrower, like any other borrower would. So we have a number of charts that speak to the trajectory of own source revenue by division. Sorry, I'll just go back. Of districts, municipalities, and town councils, right? trends are looking upward. Some are distorted on account of some districts being larger than others, but generally the on-source revenue levels are low. And then OSR relative to total budget is also, particularly at different district level, quite low itself, which gives us a bit of a problem, because yesterday Dimitri threw or showed us a spanner in the works, and this is what he said. He said that most of that OSR is generated by land sales, or effectively activities that are off the remit of the LGs. So I'll tell you what the banks and the funds look for when they're appraising a potential borrower. And Dr. Yusuf talked about creditworthiness. So any funder will look at your operating revenues. What are you raising? How much are you raising? This will be on the checklist. And Stanbic is still in the room. If I'm wrong, they can nod their head or shake. Your total revenues relative to operating surplus. They will look at your tax coverage rate, how much of your constituents are covered from the taxes you can collect. They look at the efficiency of that tax collection. They will also look at your cost recovery rate of fee-based services. So of the people who you think should be paying fees, how many are you covering, and what are the relative costs of chasing down that money? They will look at growth and the volatility of your revenues. Banks, funders like some consistent strands that speak to the ability of your team to collect on time. Any spikes that are unexplained tend to send jitters. The CapEx as a percentage of total expenditure, I think we're talking about infrastructure. Your recurring expenses as a place of what happens, who you're speaking to, you're going to go through this due diligence test. And that's fine. We have learned that there's a number of agencies that do quite well in that regard. So your presenter knows a thing or two about what Keith Kaligira said on the panel and Jim Mugunga wants, because it is effectively the offer, the buffet that is offered to you by the PPP Act and the capital markets, and I think we labored this extensively on the previous sessions. So we know, as Gerald said, the NSSF has plenty of liquidity in the market. The market allows for pooling of funds. We know that transaction costs can be high, particularly for the smaller LGs. It requires scale. To pay the fees of many of these consultants, you need a sizable chunk on offer. Laws on money bonds restrictive or not restrictive, but we are needing regulations in that respect. I think Paul Buiso addressed that quite comfortably this morning. And then the PPPs, beg your pardon, they speak to institutional funding. Most of these structures under the Capital Markets Act or the PPT Act require institutions, not retail investors. The operating piece, the operating risk moves to the private P in PPPs. So the financial and operating risk is taken by the private party typically. It has to be structured within an SPV. And Dimitri and I have debated whether it is permissible, the structure of an SPV. And in the PPP section, it's not very often retrospective. Project merits based on robust feasibility that forecasts cash flow. So, while the banks would want to look at your history, typically, you can, with the benefit of a private party, execute a PPP project with a forward-looking agenda, which requires value for money. It allows for pooling, and as far as I know, and I should, there's no constraints in the current laws. So all the preceding does not matter, because for every allowance there is for you to borrow, we still have a cap in the law that restricts how much you can get. And here's the analogy. Imagine you get a salary of 10 million shillings a year. You go to Stanbic to get a mortgage, and they tell you that you can only get a mortgage to the value of 25% of what you earned the previous year. Yet, as we all know, Stanbic will appraise your ability to pay over a 20, 25-year period and give you the money. So you can't move forward unless we address that issue in the Act, as NSSF raised as well. This is a proposal that I think we ran a simulation for the new cities from, I think it was July 1st, which looked at the total revenue, the own source revenue, and how much you can potentially borrow from under the current legal structure. So Gulu was on heavy rotation earlier. So if you look, and these numbers were from the Ministry of Finance, if you look at Gulu, I think it's 30.4 billion. And if you look at OSR, it's 6.2. And you know, the amount you can raise is very limited. I think 1.5 billion shillings only. I believe Gulu has an investment plan of in excess of 100 billion shillings. How are they going to fund it? So if you put an allowance where you focus primarily on the projections of the project and you effectively do not work with the cap, you can raise a little bit more money, I think fourfold, which we simulated, to the extent that the funders are satisfied that Gulu has the ability to pay. So this is principally an example of how you can adjust the retrospective look in terms of the cap and forecast and raise more money from the markets or the PPPs. Effectively, Jim talked about jerrycans. I think it's important to patch the leaking in the jerrycans, but when institutional funds are, what they really want is a water tank. The Stanbics and the funds want a sizable chunk of money. And as we had on the previous panel from South Africa, the smaller districts, the smaller LGs tend to have smaller balance sheets which would not attract institutional funds, however bankable their projects are. Which brings us to the subject of pooled Muni finance, which effectively allows for the consolidation of resources to provide the scale that attracts institutional funders. As I said, it applies more so to the smaller LGs. It speaks to the development of infrastructure that cuts across boundaries. So as we were talking about yesterday, if your rubbish is going to be taken to Wakiso, you live in Kampala, there are systems that require a pooling of infrastructure between political boundaries. It puts in place an intermediary entity that provides technical assistance to potential issuers. We had, again, from South Africa, that they have that in place. Yassin knows the unit on which he's on a board as well has a project development fund that should be able to allocate some resources to assist in project development. And it also assists in certain jurisdictions with credit ratings where an intermediary in itself can be rateable. It is acceptable to both the capital markets and the PPP Act. So it cuts across those funding structures. And I thought as we talk acronyms across the local government landscape, a pooled municipal finance development program is something that I think is worth exploring given the structure of our local government. And a few things to think about as I wrap up on my last slide. We should really align priorities within the fiscal and horizontal dimensions of the LG fiscal framework, or the LG framework, sorry, which means the discussion we've had between the communication between center and the LGs has to be fluid, candid, as we saw yesterday. It leverages off the LGPA. The LGPA is the local government peer assessment, which is quite robust, that requires LGs to effectively report on accountability across a set of metrics, which is not too different from what the banks do. The banks look at that criteria. And then with partners like Makerere University, development partners, the EU, UNCDF, there is a propensity to provide more technical assistance in LG in terms of development of bankable projects that fit within the criteria of alternative finance. They attract participation and possible credit enhancements through development partners and global municipal finance funds. I think UNCDF does have such a facility that I'll leave it to the UNCDF people to expand on that. They engage with regulatory authorities on the finance side. Now, part of day 2 is for you to hear what the funders are wanting to provide, what they expect from you, and we cannot leave them out of the discussion if this is to progress. And basically, it would help fashion and communicate the message to a broader pool of stakeholders, those who are not in the room but require to provide sanction. And then they document progress to demonstrate success and the inevitable challenges that accrue from such endeavors, like was often labored during the discussion. Creating new laws, addressing challenges in the law take time. We need to document that. And then we can effectively put a working group together. The semantics of that is something that I'll leave to you guys from government to put color into the mechanics of the program so that Dimitri's spanner from yesterday can be put to good use. So that's, I guess, the summary of some of the work we've done in terms of alternative finance, which is a word I don't like to use because it should be mainstream finance, should you have the laws and the credit worthiness in place. So I'd like to hand over back to Catherine and hand over to the chair. Oh, I did say, Dimitri, if I may, I think this is my last time on the podium, to recognize a few people that have been helping. Is that fine? Is that fine? Thank you. So there's a few people clearly who have been working behind the scenes and to put this together from KCCA and the ministries. So I don't know where Luke is. Is he here? Is he not here? Vanessa from KCCA? They're not in the room?
Vanessa should be outside.
Joan, Jennifer 1N, Jennifer 2Ns from UNCDF, Florence, Assumpta, Jeanette, Joel, Dimitri, obviously Stanbic Bank, NSSF, FMDV, the ministries. Have I forgotten anyone? I'll hand over to you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With your permission, Mr. Chair, thank you for that presentation. I'd like to invite just one more panelist, the Deputy Director, Strategy and Business Development, Mr. Patrick Musoke. Are you in now? Yes. Kindly join the panel. Yes, now we have them in the room. We had counter accusations in the morning, right from yesterday. They don't allow us to borrow. The banks are saying, no, we have the money. They don't have bankable projects. The others are saying the policies are not good. We need to change the law. We need to amend the law. So we have the people who are going to take these voices, our voices, to those that can make things happen. I hand over to you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for this overview, David. David promised us a light talk after lunch. I'm not sure if you have found his talk very light, but it was definitely enlightening, if not exactly light. But this gives us the broad brush picture of the issues and the challenges that we are facing. But where do we want to be at the end of this journey? I'm requesting colleagues to show one diagram on the screen. Yes, and this is the diagram that we have been discussing with many colleagues, not only here in Uganda, but also across many other countries in the world. On the left side, you have the current structure of local government finance. It's a cities over there, but of course it is also applicable to any local governments. So at the bottom of this pyramid, signifying the biggest share of local government budgets, is intergovernmental transfers. Next comes own source revenues, and next, if at all, comes external financing. What we want to have at the end of this journey is a top-down structure, where at the bottom of the pyramid, we have the biggest share in the form of own source revenues, consisting of land value finance, local assets, public entities, and other approaches that we have been discussing for the past 2 days. The next one, the next biggest source of finance for local development should be external financing. And here we are talking about quite a few issues, including creditworthiness, green bonds, access to green and climate finance, and we would like to congratulate KCCA on its progress towards accreditation at the Green Climate Fund. Its social impact mechanisms in the form of social impact bonds, which again can be quite a promising approach. And lastly comes intergovernment transfers. But an important remark about intergovernmental transfers is that their structure and their quality should change. We have heard many times from our colleagues that the existing structure of intergovernmental transfers leaves very little flexibility to local governments, if at all, because of the predominance of conditional grants. Now, in situations like this one, in situations of pandemics, in situations of some other emergencies, when local governments need to take quick decisions about reallocation of their funds, they cannot do so because those funds are tied up. So increasing the share of discretionary grants, discretionary funding in intergovernmental fiscal transfers is another topical task. And related to this, of course, is the issue of fiscal and budget autonomy of local governments. We have heard at the session this morning from the mayor of Jinja, and we heard similar views yesterday about the environment rules, about the treasury environment rules that do not encourage revenue collection at the local level and that impede speedy decisions about reallocation of funds in urgent cases at the local government level. So this is where we are moving together, and these are the changes that we are aiming at. But how to get to those changes? How we can implement them? So I'm inviting my fellow panelists to discuss it. We have a very representative panel, and let me just remind you who is here around the table. So opposite me is Patrick Musoke, Deputy Director of KCCA. Then, of course, you remember Mr. Yasin Sandabula. He has been on the previous panels, and he represents the Ministry of Local Government. Next, on my immediate left is Patrick Besigye, who is Vice President of ULGA, the Uganda Local Government Association. And last but not least is our colleague from Masaka City, Mr. John Behangana, who is the town clerk of Masaka City. So here we have the perspectives of the cities, well, two cities, big and small. We have the perspective of the local government association, and of course we have the perspective of the central government. What we would like to get as a result of this discussion is a more specific set of actions that we should pursue to get where we want to be. And as has been emphasized several times, the key issue is policy. But it's not just policy as policy. Uganda has many wonderful policies, many. It's not like we are lacking policies. You know, you talk to Ugandans and whatever issue you mention, there is always a policy for that. housing, a policy, urban development, a policy, climate change, a policy, or at least a strategy, yes. So at the policy and strategy level, you know, if I can make a slightly risky political joke, they say that all good policies are invented in Uganda and then implemented in Rwanda. So it's not policies as policies, but we are dealing with challenges on three levels. One is policy, but this is probably the least important one. The second is the level of legal frameworks, the laws. And we heard yesterday that some laws are not really working, some laws may be obsolete, but then again, you know, at the level of laws, Uganda is quite advanced. The PPP Act of 2015 has been criticized this morning. But you know, in and by itself, it's a very, very strong and solid document. It embodies the best international experiences. The problem is not really with the act as such. The problem is it is not regulated. As a local government, as a city, how do you approach this act? Yes, there are many wonderful words in the document, but what in practice, what do you do about it? So these three levels, policy, laws, regulations. In addition to that, I believe we should be able to look at this journey and what we need to do holistically. And we should be able to identify interdependencies and sequences between different actions. There are some prerequisites and preconditions to move to higher levels. As we know, for example, and it has been mentioned here, to be able to access debt finance, you first of all need to have a financially healthy local government with all systems in place. We should also consider the necessary actions from the point of demand and supply. And last, we should also look at short, medium, and long-term interventions, whereas certainly particularly legal development may take long times, as we know from our experiences. We should be aiming at low-hanging fruits, at regulations that can be updated or amended quite quickly, and probably even some ad hoc solutions on a pilot basis that would allow us on an exceptional basis to test some approaches and to introduce some innovations for some local governments or for some aspects of local government finance. With this, I feel I have been talking too much. Let me now move to our distinguished panelists. So, first, I would like to move to Patrick. Now, after these 2 days of discussions, and having in mind, of course, Kampala, but also the other 15 emerging cities in Uganda, for the larger cities, for places that can generate substantive revenue, and where the sources of revenue are potentially big. What can be done to move from the current structure of local development finance to the future structure? Over to you.
I switched on. Hello? Oh, God, thank you. Thanks, Dimitri. Moving from where we are to the future. In simple terms, can we invert the triangle? Because the triangle had the biggest source of financing being intergovernment transfer, and the future is that how can we change the financing mechanisms to ensure that intergovernment transfers contribute the least. That has, without losing, this is very key, without losing the quality of services urban governments need to offer to its people. I think for me, I need to start from, there's something where I think we lost it. And that's where, if you allow me, I would want to start from there. The issue of the lost town planning. And I want to connect it to infrastructure development and suboptimal value we are generating from the urban land. Because cities, the current and the future cities, take them 30 years ago, 35 years ago, what do you see? You have purely administrative units. Some of them were at sub-county level, others were at county level. They moved from purely local administrative units and moved to trading centers because of the facilitation of the once of subsistence that was realized of agriculture. Now, when you take that path, as people started moving towards the trading centers, they grew into towns. Over time, grew into municipalities, and today we are talking about cities. Now, what do we see? A disorganized chaos of the urban space. Because people came and stayed in cities without any form of guidance, without any form of urban planning. And that is where I think for me we lost it. If we are going to invert the triangle, the starting point should be, can we take back the urban course on a planned course of development? Can we connect settlement with urban planning? Then there we shall be able to influence and say, this space shall serve as a domiciliary, this place shall serve as an industrial, using physical features. When you reach a mango tree, you turn to the left, you're going to find an anthill. That isn't how modern cities that have built capacity for also be vehicle number one. Has come when we need to change. Do not sell on the streets. Do not construct in the wetland. But what alternative have we provided for the people? We are the narrative away from legislators to enablers of growth and development. Then we shall be opening our doors for the private sector people. Now that is key. And I think we are not doing enough there. So I think preparing the city infrastructure development. Now that's a function of the long-term strategic planning and also redefining and understanding our city competitiveness. Now, if we can be able to define and say, for this greater Kampala, I'm using it as an example, for this greater Kampala to enhance its competitiveness for investment, who are the major municipalities in it? How do we plan Entebbe for the city? And then how do we create the chillers around it to be the domiciliary that can be able to feed into that? Now, once you're able to define the future journey, then you can be able to develop the quick short-term wins towards that journey. People need to know investors want stability and investors want focus. If they don't see that, it's going to be very, very difficult for them to come and put their money because they don't know the future. So tapping investors to be connected to the future is going to be a very, very key priority. And that we can do, really. Developing strategic plans and outlining maybe 30-year vision for our cities and using that as the vehicle for marketability and competitiveness is key. The other is harmonization of the authorizing environment. We removed the 10% borrowing, but the municipalities within the Greater Kampala, they are still operating under the Local Government Act, still held back by the 25% borrowing limitations. So however much you want to pull funds, as long as you are in different laws, that will not be so to speak. And lastly, you talked about financial health. That's going to be key. Maybe before I come to that, the critical point here, to look at different agencies that can be able to help us. That comes with project preparation. money has never been the... Now, the good thing is that there are quite very many instruments that have been developed. The UNSDF here, they have got fund for project preparation. But how do we approach them without telling them where we want to take the cities? So that comes back to the point of strategic planning, harmonization of the laws, which is very, very possible, and also developing a proof of concept. If we are talking about poverty financing, okay, we have 15 local governments in Greater Kampala. Can we pull for the 3 first and do a proof of concept? Because that journey then is going to open up to other people. I want to open it up to other people, to my colleagues to contribute.
Thank you so much, Patrick, for these very relevant ideas. I would like to comment on your last one, which concerns existence of infrastructure investment strategies, capital investment plans, and proper development of projects. You know, when I was listening to Majid talking this morning, when he quite rightly stated that at the moment local governments cannot really tap into capital markets. We can talk about this as much as we want and, you know, encourage them, but in practical terms they cannot do that. But even if tomorrow by some miracle we have a facilities borrow for, and will that borrowing be economically justified? Can they come up with economically justified projects? This is the biggest issue, and of course we should have it in mind. And I also liked very much something a colleague said yesterday. If you remember, he was talking about the kind of knee-jerk response that cities, including Kampala, have to traffic. Like whenever there is a lot of traffic, then the decision is a flyover. But a flyover for what? Why there is so much traffic? All these people, they are going where? For what purpose? You know, we need to look beyond just simple facts on the ground like traffic and be able to identify the underlying causes and to address them. Now moving to Masaka. You're also a city. So what Kampala is experiencing and what it suggests in terms of laws, regulations, is it also relevant at your level? Or do you have some specific issues that need to be addressed in a special way?
Thank you very much, Dimitri. And good evening, everybody. I want to share just a few thoughts in addition to what my colleague from Kampala Capital City Authority has shared. And in financing local governments, I want to share first of all that we need to do house cleaning. Cleaning the local governments, cleaning the cities, and therefore they become attractive to investments. I want to look at 2 basic services which I think the cities should manage by themselves, using their locally raised revenue. And one is provision of public health. Cities should be able to manage solid waste, they should be able to manage liquid waste, and they should be able to manage stormwater. Not using transfers, not using external financing, they should be liberated to manage that service initially. The current situation is constrained. It's very, very entangled. The current integrated financial management system has constrained the cities, and we cannot manage this. So in preparation for investment...
But supposing in legal terms, yes. Tomorrow all sewage and water supply networks in your city are handed over from the national sewage and water corporations to you. So how will you manage it?
Maybe that would not be the best arrangement, because it is Masaka City that knows the nitty-gritty of its sewage demands. So my thinking is Masaka City should be liberated to manage primary servicing, not an outside agency.
Well, this is what I'm saying. Suppose it is handed over from the National Sewage Corporation to you tomorrow. How will you manage it in the absence of adequate finance?
Well, I don't imagine it will be handed over tomorrow. It could be handed over gradually, and maybe by the time it is totally handed over, we would have in place a mechanism for managing it. The second service, primary service, which I think we should be able to manage on our own, is the opening and maintenance of roads, because a city needs to transit goods, it needs to transit services. But this service is not in our control. And the moment this is the case, then we remain constrained. So in preparation for local government financing, viable local government financing, I look at cities as patients presented at the dispensary, and the attendants are advised to go back and do the general cleaning of the sick person. Go and wash the feet, go and clean the mouth. And we should be able to clean ourselves, not using resources from outside.
But if I can ask you, in terms of regulations or laws, what should be changed to enable this situation?
That's the point I'm coming to. We need to be liberated to correct locally raised revenue, especially the lucrative sources of revenue, and this includes revenue from transport, revenue from taxis, revenue from buses, revenue from lorries. That's lucrative. And if we collect the data and manage it outside the current policy arrangement of IFMIS, we can be able to respond to current demands. Then secondly, we can also manage other sources of revenue, like revenue from markets. We can manage this, and I think this also generates good money.
But you're supposed to manage it.
We are supposed to manage.
Yes.
Local markets. We currently have limitations and constraints on this. And of course, I didn't want to mention COVID.
Yes. For policy, legal, regulatory development. So what specifically needs, because the objective, as you all know, at the end of this event, we will prepare an aid memoir, which we will share with the relevant authorities for their action. So we need to be specific. What is our ask? Yes, of course, we all know what local governments should do. What prevents local governments from doing it? This is what is important.
Let's get our decentralization laws out of the freezer. I can say our decentralization law has been put in the freezer, and many sections of our law are not being implemented. There are revenue sources which are earmarked for local governments, and there are those which are earmarked for central government. But many of the revenue sources earmarked for local governments have been frozen. So that's the point I'm running to. Let's activate our provisions of decentralization in the law. And then we have local governments collect the revenues earmarked for them and manage them as provided. And then they can be able to meet the basic services, the basic public services over the urban space. And then the urban space should be attractive enough for investments. I believe we should have investments in cities which are serviced primarily, where the basic services exist. Some minimum coverage of roads is there, so that even the investors can transit within the urban space. But some towns are not communicable in terms of roads. They don't have the necessary resources with which to open roads. And yet, this can be done. So,
how can it be done if you want to be specific? What we need to ask from the government? More money for roads?
We need to ask government to execute decentralization as initially provided for in 1992.
Which elements of this, in your opinion, are not sufficiently implemented at the moment? Which elements we need to get out of the freezer, as you put it?
Chapter 11 of our Constitution provides for mandates which can be handed over. And then it also provides that adequate financing shall be provided for those mandates. So again, these are provisions in our Constitution which can be reactivated, and adequate financing is provided for mandates handed over to local governments. Okay.
Okay. Yes. Yes.
Just another small point is there has been a number of policy reforms, especially in the financial management, as said before, and I think these to be rethought and recasted, not to constrain the local governments, so that local governments can respond in some reasonable way to challenges and situations that manifest in the day-to-day management of those cities. In my own town in Masaka City, around the evening time, there is one evening market from Nyendo. Unfortunately, I don't know whether I don't know Nyendo, and it runs from Nyendo up to Masaka. The whole of that evening market has got to be managed, especially in provision of health. We have to clean it, we have to provide for sanitation for the market dwellers, and this is a service which I think we should be able to provide for ourselves before we think of resources for investing. And that's my point. So my thought is we should be able to liberate these local governments, the cities, enable them, reactivate the law, and enable them to manage the basic services in urban servicing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So the message is that we need to unfreeze the key provisions of the decentralization law. Of course, which provisions and how is a different issue, and this is something that we should discuss. Let us now move to Uganda Local Government Association. You've heard our colleague from Masaka City complaining about the current status of the implementation of the decentralization framework. So what is the feedback from your membership? Where they see, generally speaking, where they see differences? Which areas, in their opinion, should be unfrozen? Which areas should be activated? And how we can do it?
Thank you so much, the session chair. Once again, my name is Patrick Besijekeiwa. I am the district chairperson for Kabalis Law Government and the vice president in charge of local authorities of Western Uganda. The cardinal point here is that we need to rejuvenate the autonomy of local governments. And the only answer is going back to the decentralization policy, which gave a lot of authority to local governments, local councils. First of all, to plan for the available resources, execute their own budgets. But with the trend of re-centralization now at work, local governments are now left to struggle to execute their own mandate. It all goes back to the funding gaps. We used as local government to enjoy collection of our own taxes through the local revenue, which was very sound. But with the growing of many administrative units now in Uganda, also the national coffers got constrained. I don't know how many, I may not be exact tell you how many districts now we have, because others are
134, I believe.
So now with the budget, the national coffers being constrained by the number of administrative units increasing, we are also partly to blame. Who are asking for these local governments? Who are asking for these cities? Who are asking for these districts? I want to say that is a collective responsibility. So if we can go back to the decentralization policy, where local governments used to have the autonomy, the authority to use within the available means, then we could be able to handle. Now, I want to give you an example of Kabale, where I'm presently running a budget of 44 billion. But out of the 44 billion, 21 is salaries. You can imagine, 44 billion. Out of 44, 21 is salary and wages. Now, the locally raised revenue of Coalition local government is only 450 million. The money that I get from the donor funding is 780 million. Now, the non-wage stands at 14 billion. What is the money left for development? Only 4 billion. Now, what do you expect of local leaders whose mandate is cardinally to provide deliver of services have to do with the 4 billion? So we are operating in a situation that is not all that much zero. But the only way forward is one. If we can think of what other people have been alluding to, of having either the municipal development programs, of having special funding the subvention to local governments, of having increased the funding from the center, because local governments are actually grappling with only a percentage of 9% of the national budget. So once you...
It's 14, but anyway.
9?
No, it's in the previous year's budget it was 14. But anyway.
So you can see what we are going through in terms of providing services. So we need to have these laws, as he mentioned. First thing is do the proper planning. If you have to do the planning for how we need to manage the resources, and then have a lot of wide consultation of the stakeholders to own and know how to, from day one, manage the little resources to be able to come up with all these tangible infrastructure development, then I think local governments can be on its peak once again.
Yeah, thank you for this point of view. I believe Yasin will talk to this, but it is unrealistic to expect that there will be any substantive increase in allocations to local governments. Mm-hmm. Because, and we heard it from Engineer Kasule yesterday, I hope he's still around, that the pie is only so big. And by changing how the pie is divided, you don't increase it. Mm-hmm. The size is still the same. So, whereas there can probably be recommendations to the government to do some reprioritization and consider the interests of local governments to a greater extent. I believe a more realistic way is probably to advocate for less conditional grants as the share of the intergovernmental fiscal transfers. This is probably more realistic. We heard numbers yesterday about DDG, which is a very flexible instrument, but the problem is that I believe the number we heard yesterday was about 3% of the transfers. So this is definitely not enough. We probably should talk to the government about untying and making IGFT more flexible and more usable by local governments. So, Yasin, talking from your experience, what is the position of the Ministry of Local Government? Of course, you are the key ministry, you are the mother and father of all local governments. So what do you think about your children? About your children. They are hungry, they're complaining. I mean local governments. You are the father and mother of local governments. So your children, they're complaining, they're hungry, malnourished. So what is your course of action and your strategy?
Thank you, Demetri. In your open statement, you said that you should look at the strategies which are short-term and medium-term, and I was at loss because those are, it's relative. What is short-term and what is medium-term? We are the midwifery for KCCA, even for the local governments, and what do we have for them? We've been feeding these babies and with so many freebies. But at times as a parent also you get disappointed with your very own children, especially when they grow. And this morning there was a proposal that we want to invest in bankable projects. And one of the bankable projects we thought out as a ministry was for the development of markets. And everybody said markets were going to, including myself, they were going to do miracles for local governments in terms of revenue. All the financial figures, return on investment, they were positive, payback period within a period of 5 years. They were very convincing to the bankers. And this is the African Development Bank. We did the markets, but now if I talk to my chief executive here, we did the market in Wandegea. The other day they were crying, they were saying, you know, the market you gave us, even the administration cost is higher than the revenue we are getting. We did a market in Nyendo. He's here on the table. He's saying, I cannot even collect a single coin from Nyendo. So to me, that one boils even at times on management. Are we really doing the right things as managers? Yes, we are saying we want autonomy to manage these cities and towns. We have given you autonomy to manage these markets, but we are not managing them to our expectations. Again, I put the challenge to the officers here before this table as what's wrong. On the side of so now the people who are talking about the bankable projects, you also need to think critically about the management aspects. We even have some other local governments who have restaurants and hotels and lodgings, chivalry, but they have run them down. But you see the ones for the private sector, they are doing well. The others are coming up. The one of the district is going down. They had it, they sold it. Even when you talk of income generating infrastructure, we seem not to be able to manage them. So what's wrong? We need to think deeply there. Then the other aspect we have given... But
do you think this management issue, is it because of inadequate regulations? Is it because of lack of capacities? What do we need to do? You know, we are very good at identifying the problems, but we need to identify the solutions as well. It's not just enough to say that the market is not properly managed. What can we do to achieve proper management of it?
Personally, I think it has to do with the attitude and mindset, and then the skills. The attitude to think as a business or manage local government infrastructure as a business.
Okay.
Okay, we'll come back.
Sorry.
To manage these local governments as a business, it's not yet there. And as the administrators of these cities and local governments, we need to think deeply about this. The other aspect we are giving to our children is we give them autonomy on land administration. They've been talking about lamentation about physical planning, how poor it is done. The management of land, especially in urban, used to be leased. And the purpose of leasing urban land was twofold. One, to control physical planning. I'm giving you land with a condition. You don't develop it, I take it away. Two, was that we give land in urban on lease so that you get ground rent. We give you land, you lease it so that you get lease fees, ground rent. But what are we seeing today? The very managers are converting lease land into freehold, denying themselves the ground rent. You see, that's why I'm saying we should be inward looking. Nobody is telling you to change that land from lease to freehold. It's an administrative arrangement. Nobody is whipping you to say, but at the back of your mind as a manager who is making a decision, you should be knowing that I'm losing money from the ground rent. The premium you are getting is a one-off, but you are not looking at the future. So this one again is within our means. It's a short term, but we seem we are not doing it appropriately. I would say those are management lapses. Yesterday I talked about legislation, and Dimitri, I want to emphasize on this. We need to, as a ministry, will continue supporting this local government to legislate. I think KCC has been at the most receiving end. They've been getting money from telecoms and the pharmaceuticals and law firms. Now there was a ruling that they shouldn't get out of the trading license. They've been getting money from advertising boards, these advertisement boards you see around the town. I think you lost a case in the recent past. You went back to court. Then okay, you'll make a comment on it. But it was a very big income to them. We lost it. They had came up with an initiative to charge commercial road user fees. They also went to court and they lost it. So you really feel that we need to support these local governments to come up with the proper ordinances and to come up with the proper bylaws. And where it is for the entire country, probably we should come up with a statutory instrument service where they are getting money from taxis and buses, and it's going to be applies to the entire country. They would have started, but because of COVID and this public transport were not moving, we said they would start collecting in January. So the mother is cooking for the baby. The project development fund, but that fund is not at the moment active. The purpose of that fund is to help local governments and any other government agency to do feasibility studies, to develop bankable projects, because these local governments and cities cannot afford to hire financial analysts or transaction advisors. Even the little KCC has been able to do, it's because they have the support from IFC. So the purpose of that fund is that to put a fund there, when a local government comes up with a proposal, then we are able to hire a transaction advisor to come up with a bankable project that can be put out on the market, especially to the financial institutions for financing. Okay, we'll come back. I was talking about the Project Development Fund under the PP. Now, what do we need to do here, and what I also want this policy dialogue to help me, that we should make a recommendation out of this, that Parliament should provide for this fund. The legislation is still there. It cannot be a voice for Honorable Minister of Local Government. The custodian of the law, who is Minister of Finance, they are quiet about it. But together, with our development partners who are here and the local governments, we can make a case to Parliament or to whoever, say put some little money in this fund so that local government can hire some specialists who will come up with the bankable projects that will attract private financing. Of course, also as a ministry, we've been at the forefront of spearheading institutional collaboration. We spearheaded a program which is called the TREP, that is Taxpayers Registration Expansion Program. We had the feeling that URA, KCCA, and local government, especially the municipalities, were basically all of us targeting the same taxpayer. And we are asking the same information about this taxpayer. We're asking about the address, the income, the location. And this information is already there. We're actually tiring the taxpayer, and the taxpayer is looking at us as one government. They don't look at KCCA. They don't look at Wakiso. The taxpayer doesn't look at URA differently. They just see them as government. So, administratively, we came together and we first said that let's first have a room where officers can sit so that one person can go there. And wholeheartedly, all the municipalities gave us actually office space. They said, URA come here, URSB come here, put your desk, and we are going to allow registration of business to start here. Then later we can take this one for automation, because it's a shame that you go to register for a trading license in the KCCA and they ask you about the TIN, they ask you about the name. If I give them my name or my NIN, National Identification Number, all the rest of the information should by default come out. I shouldn't be asking me about my age and everything and where I reside. That information, government already has it. So those are some of the conversations we are having with the KCCA and URA, but they are still baby steps. But so far, where those who have done it properly, the footprints are clear in the KCCA. They have told you their revenue has shot up. It's because of some of those small administrative efforts. In some municipal cities now like Jinja, they also embraced the TREP and were able to raise their revenue. But in some municipalities, the program was rejected. They said, these things are for URA, for us we don't want to tax our people. But we keep on doing change management training and mindset and telling them that this is to the best of their interests.
Thank you for this. Thank you for this perspective from the point of view of the Ministry of Local Government. We've heard some complaints about municipalities and other local governments losing access to own source revenues because of the requirement to remit all revenues to the consolidated fund. And of course, the existence of the consolidated fund and the single treasury account actually follows the best international practices. So from your point of view or from the point of view of the ministry, how can we reconcile it? How we follow the best international practices in the form of the single treasury account and the consolidated fund, but at the same time ensure that local governments receive in full their revenues as they need it? What can be done in that respect? Is it a legal matter? Is it a regulation matter?
My view on the, and also the ministry's view on the matter, because we have put this one officially in writing, is that local government and the KCCA should have total access of their finances at any one time, as and when they need it. That's the official position of the ministry. And we don't feel that it's a legal issue. It's not a legal issue. This is an administrative matter. And also, I think it depends on how some offices look at some aspects. I know where the central government and Minister of Finance is coming from. They are saying even if money is in local government, it's public finance. And we have to control the fiscal policy of knowing where money is being spent in the economy. But that one does not mean that you should hold on my money. That one means that what you need is information. If you need information, doesn't mean that you should control my money. But I don't want to use this word, and I would say it would probably, trying to be diplomatic, kind of institutional arrogance. That's how I would call it. Because first of all, it's unconstitutional. We are saying local governments have the powers to levy and appropriate their own local revenue. So now, why, now again, in this very particular moment we are in, they have not received money for their quota, and they can't wait. And this is actually a very big incentive even to collection of local revenue.
But this, you've mentioned previously short-term, medium-term. This looks to me like a short-term, immediate action that can be taken. But what exactly can be done? Or we cannot do anything about it. We just have to go with it as it is.
I think this is a short-term issue. And with automation that is in the Ministry of Finance, the thing should be just by the touch of the button. There wouldn't be a need to hold on to the money on the account and somebody doesn't access it. We have had engagements with the Minister of Finance. I think one of the first successful one was, let's say, we advanced them all the money for their quota, even when they have not yet collected, they can have it. But again, also, on our side, in the House of the Local Government, we did not do as expected. Now we are supposed to reimburse that money that has been given to us in advance. It has not been reimbursed in time. So this I'm saying that I don't want to go into much details, but they are more of administrative issues that needs a round-table dialogue with the Office of the Accountant General, which is the office responsible for all the public finance and treasury, or how easily local government can access their resources.
Well, if it is a round-table discussion, then it also can be part of our action plan. Yeah. But we would need to have a clear idea about how we can approach different issues. And let me turn to Masaka again. We've heard from the ministry that while local governments are complaining about lack of competences, they don't always fully use the competences that they have. And the example of the market has been mentioned. So what is your reaction to this?
My reaction to this is, my immediate reaction to this is, we are dealing with a very high rate of urbanization in Uganda. Many people are coming to town. We have put investments for them, but we keep in mind these investments are not in tandem with the basic economy of these towns. What people are doing. We have investments in town in Masaka City. We have newly constructed buildings which are selling second-hand clothes, and a piece goes for 5,000, 10,000. That definitely does not generate the expected income by the investor. So we have a large proportion of our people that are surviving in town, not necessarily doing lucrative business, but they are doing survival activities, survival commercial activities. And these survival activities don't generate much. The market traders, they are using small capital. And this little capital they are using is not a firm basis for responding to high levels of rates of tenancy. So our economies in towns, in most of Ugandan towns, are not based on real investments. We have had a lot of migrants into town. Even from July up to the time we are now, we have very many people who have migrated into Masaka, and they are looking for survival. They are doing all sorts of small activities in order to survive. And these migrants necessarily may not afford the expected rent we are attaching to these new investments. So that should guide our next action, that not all our populations in towns can give effective demand for the necessary service.
Well, so essentially what you are saying is that the market project was poorly thought through?
Not necessarily, not necessarily.
Then what are you trying
We
to
have a mismatch in terms of rural-urban migration vis-a-vis the kind of investments we are putting. We have a very high rate of people moving into towns.
So is it an issue of allocative efficiency at the municipal level? Are you not taking the right decisions about your investments?
We are taking some good decisions, but we have a high rate of people coming to town. And these people somehow find themselves with us.
All right. So essentially nothing can be done about it, right?
I think something should be done, something can be done about it.
So how can we improve, going back to our discussion, how can we improve the policy, legal and regulatory frameworks to achieve positive changes? What should we suggest?
In the next set of investments, we can allow more detailed involvement and participation of a huge section of our cities so that we get their thinking.
Yeah, but this is within your power. You can have public consultations, you can invite as many people as you see necessary, so
Yes,
what,
yeah,
what
and
is the issue?
my argument is we should really do this more deeply than we had done it, so that we have people really to think about these investments and also get involved.
Is it probably lack of capacity in municipalities to be able to identify effective infrastructure investments? And we are going back probably to the issue of capital investment plans, which Patrick mentioned in the beginning, the investment strategies. Is there an area where we should increase support to local governments? Yes and oh.
This is an area that local governments in general, they need a lot of support. And for them to be able to come up with the investment profiles that are viable. From my experience at the center, I've seen, even with the institutions that are highly resourced in terms of human resource and in terms of finances, but still they are supported. And I will give a case in point. A case in point is UNRA, Uganda National Roads Authority. They have one of the best, maybe, brains in the country. I would say they are highly paid. But when it comes to restructuring projects that are viable, these road tolls you see they are constructing, the PG Busega Expressway, Kampala Jinja Expressway, the Entebbe Kampala Express, they have a full PPU unit. Actually, that PP unit is more resourced and financed than the PP unit in the Ministry of Finance. But amidst all that financing, we don't have any PP flagship project in this country to talk about. Now, when you see that at the center we are failing, and then you think that local governments will do miracles, will be asking for too much. They are under-resourced, and also they are understaffed. They don't have that level of expertise. They don't have financial analysts. They are, you have to assess the legal requirement for any viable project. They don't have lawyers in their staff structures. They don't have quantity surveyors on their structure. They don't have architects. They don't have actuaries. Actually, you don't expect them that they will come up with a viable project. And for you to have a viable project, you need somebody who settled on that. You don't need somebody who say, now I'm working on a project, then the next day I'm being summoned or invited to attend a Mkutano conference in Kampala, and then I leave it. You need somebody who's dedicated to take that project through from the beginning up to the end. So the question, yes, they need this support, and they needed it yesterday.
Yes, that's very clear, and we have discussed this. Now, going one last round, we have talked about the issues and we have suggested some solutions. Now I would like to hear some commitments from you. Like one big single commitment on behalf of your institution, whether it is the ministry or it is ULGA or it is Masaka City or KCCA, one biggest commitment. What will you do to improve local government finance? It doesn't have to be, you know, a new investment, for example, but it may be like you will draft a new regulation at the city level, or as ULGA, you will probably submit a proposal to the cabinet on something, or as the ministry, you will probably issue some kind of a guideline for local governments on a particular issue. So thinking about this one big commitment, what can you hopefully commit? And then I will also commit myself on behalf of the development community, because I think it would be unfair to ask only you to commit. We are all together on this business. So, who would like to start? Yes, please go ahead, Patrick.
Hello? Okay. Thanks, Dimitri. I think before I come to KCC, just allow me to make one step back. For me, one thing that we can go with from this workshop for all local governments here is that we can start by reorganizing our own source of revenue. That's very possible. And moving towards automation, because manual collection systems. So for me, if we commit to that, then we can be able to go back with a success story. Why am I talking about this? For in Greater Kampala, KCCA and Greater Kampala, we've now moved towards ensuring that all the local governments in Greater Kampala, at least by June, shall have an automated revenue collection system. That's the beginning. The moment town clerks can see additional funds at their table, then it creates excitement, it creates energies towards the investments that are done. And I was thinking here and I said, maybe the lead policy provides for local governments to be agents for economic development. But where does it put the role of municipal agents for investment and management of such income-generating activities? If yes, how do we then structure them to ensure that they can actually work? So that there's the municipal development corporations that can interface investors. Like, for instance, if we go to land that's very viable and all sense and reason points at being a viable investment, why don't you take it up like that? So for us in KCCA, we are committing to organizing an investors conference strategic plan and also taking it bigger to the Greater Kampala. We've started seeing how best can we effect that scenic agency. However much you work on the road connectivity within the city center, that's not going to unlock the connectivity within Greater Kampala. So addressing and building together to identify these as growth nodes and supporting them for investment is one of the things that we also thank you very much.
Thank you so much for these commitments. So an automated revenue management system by June next year in Kampala. Great commitments. Who would like to be next?
Thank you. Once again, this can be successfully done. Reorganizing, we can provide the basic urban services. And I want to mention this specifically. Basic public, so that whichever stakeholder works with us does not get urbanization, and therefore we should be able to regain confidence of our stakeholders that with the pace set the ground ready for investment. We deal with the primary issues, and then we should be ready for the real investment stories.
Thank you so much, John. So a commitment to improve cleanliness and therefore investment attractiveness of Masaka City by enhancing basic services. Thank you for this commitment. Well, you can commit on behalf of Olga, or you can commit on behalf of your district, or on behalf of both.
Thank you. On behalf of local governments, we need to make a commitment, because out of the triangle that we saw, we need to have our own resource revenue as a basis of carrying out our mandate. So we are going to have our staff, our local government staff, given targets towards local revenue enhancement, so that we're able to carry out our mandate without really looking at the waiting on government to remit whatever may not even come our way.
So you don't need anything from the central government, you will do it on your own?
It will be supplementary of what we generate, because as you rightly said, if you have to have a stable financial base, then you have to have the local revenue raised by yourselves to be able to build from there. And actually, even pointing on what Yasin was talking about, the Minister of Finance holding on to our local revenue generated and send the consolidated fund. I want to say, since the roundtable negotiations have actually failed, as local governments, we need to stand as a team and speak the same voice and seek the legal interpretation as to why the ministry is actually holding us back. And this is a very big setback to service delivery at local government level.
Okay, so the commitment is to join efforts with the Ministry of Local Government and get to the bottom of the issue
Exactly.
of revenue treatment by the Ministry of Finance and resolve it
Exactly.
once and for all, I hope. So, last but certainly not least, the Ministry of Local Government.
Yeah, thank you once again, Dimitri. The first commitment, I'll join hands with the KCCA. We have to digitalize. We have to automate the revenue processes. We have seen success stories. I can cite one in Jinja. There was a division which was collecting 400 million. When you digitalized, the money went to 2.1 billion. Even the administrators were saying, where has all this money been all along? They could not imagine it. That's the central division in Jinja. So digitalization is the way to go. It's expensive, but we have to do it. I always tell people that, and also sorry to use this language, it's like when you go to the place of convenience. For us in Africa, there is what we call a VIP, and then there's the normal, the waterborne toilet. The waterborne toilet is very expensive, but which one do you like? This one, the waterborne, or you want the VIP? If you want the VIP, you must be willing to spend more, and we are going to spend more to make sure that these local councils are digitalized. The beauty is that the digitalization is on revenue, so they should be able to do O&M from the proceeds. Then the second commitment, Chair, is as a ministry we commit, and the case has been to continue inspecting and monitoring and giving technical assistance to these cities so that they can improve on their management efficiencies. And where they are not doing well, action will be taken. And these days we are tougher. I think the town clerk Masaka knows. As by yesterday we had people lined up in anti-corruption court for mismanaging property rates. He knows the details. I'm not going into the details, but we said there is no kind words, and we are glad the town clerk who is here supported us. He said these people have been wondering where my local revenue is going, but those are some of the issues. Then the third commitment, I have 4, is legalize. We want to embark on legalizing there are so many laws that are not legalized, but we'll start with the operational permit.
Mr. Chair, allow me to interrupt your session. Ladies and gentlemen, may we all stand up to welcome the Honorable Minister for Local Government. You're warmly welcome, the Honorable Minister for Local Government, Raphael Majezi. Thank you for making time for this event. Kindly remain standing so we can play the national anthem before we get seated. Please continue with your wrap-up session so then we get to the next item on the agenda.
So, welcome, Honorable Minister of Local Government. It's a pleasure to have you here. We are wrapping up this panel, which is part of high-level policy dialogue that is concluding the 2 days of discussions. And what we are going through now is a round of commitments coming from the institutions present here, and at the table we have KCCA, we have Masaka City, we have ULGA, and your ministry is also represented here. So we have heard a series of commitments focusing on how we can improve and increase local government finance, and how we can change the structure by reducing the dependence of local governments on central government transfers, increasing own source revenues, and improving their access to capital markets to be able to finance their development infrastructure. And as I promised in the beginning, I would also like to make commitments on behalf of the development partners. So the points that you have raised are very relevant. As UNCDF, we will continue working with the local governments on their revenue enhancement action plans. We are now implementing them in 16 local governments around the countries. It comes with a grant that enables implementation of those plans. This was one of the issues raised here, that local governments have some good ideas about what they can do, but unfortunately don't have any financial means to implement those plans. So we will address this issue. We will continue supporting local governments through the Local Government Excellence Fund to design and implement infrastructure projects that specifically address the issues of women and young people, create employment, and also sources of revenue for local governments. We will hopefully engage with Kampala City, but also potentially other cities in Kampala, in Uganda, in the framework of the International Municipal Investment Fund, which is a new facility with the first closing of 350 million and with a technical assistance window, which is designed to assist local governments in developing their bankable projects. As part of the Urban Development Partners Group, we will continue on supporting the government of Uganda on operationalization of the new cities, including some elements of urban planning which have been mentioned here today during this session, together, of course, with all other partners, not only individually. The issues of local government fiscal space and the issues of local government finance are very close to our heart, and we will support the advocacy efforts to be undertaken by ULGA, by the Ministry of Local Government, by all other partners at the policy level in our interaction with other development partners as well as with the government of Uganda whenever we have an opportunity to engage with them. So these are, in short, the commitments, and we look forward to working with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dmitry, and thank you to the panel. As we have done with all the previous panels, kindly come to the podium here for a group photograph before you resume your seats. And then I'll also request Justine, PIFUD, to please come and join this table. Dr. Dmitry, after you take the picture, with the rest of the panelists, please find a seat next to the Honorable Minister. Please come for a picture, a group picture. Thank you, sir. Okay, as the Honorable Minister, I should have been part of this panel because it's really a lucky one. I wonder why. As the Honorable Minister takes the picture together with the panelists and the chair, Honorable Minister, I would like to tell you that, like you may already be aware, this event started yesterday, and we had quite a number of issues discussed over the course of the 2 days. And you will have an opportunity. Thank you, Honorable. And thank you, Doctor. Thank you, panelists. Thank you all. Yeah. Like I was saying, Honorable Minister, this has been a 2-day event, and we are coming to the very end, and we are glad you could make time to come and close this meeting. And over the past 2 days, I should say, a number of issues have been raised, a number of things have been discussed, and we are glad to have you in this room because we do not need a go-between to get our message to you. We are glad to have you here, so we know that action will be taken. Thank you so much. Now, I'm going to speak like my grandmother. She used to say that she loved to go to church, she loved to pray, she loved to serve the Lord, but every time she would come from church, I would ask her what the reverend said, and she would always say, the guy preached. He preached, that guy is a very good preacher. So you ask, but what did he say? Oh my goodness, he is a great preacher. So, Honorable Minister, unlike my grandmother, there are a few things that I would like to point today, especially from the discussions for today. We had a discussion on the appetite for local government finance instruments. We also had from the pension sector, picked views from the pension sector on this issue of financing for local governments. And then we also had from the local government players, the players in the local government sector themselves, on how ready they are to actually take up these opportunities for financing from the financial sector. And what has just been concluded as you walked in was a panel discussion, a high-level policy discussion, and they were kind of wrapping up all these aspects that came up. They emerged during these discussions and trying to put them into perspective, trying to lay them out as actionable policy issues. And we are glad to have you here because you will crown it all up for us. And I'm sure for all those issues that were raised that needed political answers, we have you here to answer them. And to break all these issues down for you in a more in a better way, I would like to invite Madame Gertrude Rose Gamoa, the Secretary General of the Uganda Local Government Association, to do a summary of summaries for you, to walk you through the 2 days that we have had here, for you to get a clear understanding of the aspects that were raised. Rose, you're welcome, please.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government, the representative of the head of delegation, EU, and head of office, UNCDF, ULGA Executive Committee members, the chairperson of UAAU, city and municipal mayors, the representative of the executive director of KCCA, our dear development partners, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm here for my singular duty, which is to present to you the summary in form of an aid memoir that presents the commitments of all of us in this room towards the outcomes and of our deliberations of the last 2 days. After which we hope they can be endorsed, and as the previous speakers have said, we trust that our Honorable Minister can lead us into carrying them forward. So, I'll beg to be excused for a minute. Thank you for your indulgence. So the aid memoir is anchored under the theme of our Mkutano, which is financing local government development plans to achieve the NDP3 and sustainable development goals. We do have a preamble which presents the opening statement that states that the delegates at this policy dialogue, which is held here at Mestil Hotel, and convened by the Ministry of Kampala and Metropolitan Affairs, as well as the Minister of Local Governments, curated under Economic Mkutano 2020, are committed to work jointly and in partnership. And in doing this, they are mindful of the need to hold a meaningful solution-oriented discussion amongst the stakeholders and key partners to explore and identify innovative solutions on financing local government development plans to achieve the NDP3 and sustainable development goals. The delegates provide their reaffirmation that local governments are one of the prime institutional movers of development in Uganda, and that the standard of living of any person, citizen of the country, migrant or refugee, either in rural or an urban area, are inevitably affected by local government activities through the provision or non-provision of basic services. And for that matter, local governments are strategic local economic development enablers for Uganda's transformation agenda and aspiration to become a lower middle income country by 2020. The next is a list of delegates. I will not go through it because you know who has been here, right from the Honorable Minister for Kampala and Metropolitan Areas, who flagged us off yesterday, to our Honorable Minister of Local Government, who has joined us today. I will move on to the next commitment, which is to engage with government on the strategic actions that will be needed to improve financing local government development plans, as per our theme, and that the prime enabling role of local governments is acknowledged in the Ugandan Constitution and most of the global agenda adopted since 2015, such as the Sustainable Development Goals, the Climate Agenda, and the Addis Ababa Action Agenda on Financing for Development. Honorable Minister, the delegates here recognize the need for local governments to harness fully fledged local revenue mobilization strategies as a prerequisite for their ultimate empowerment. and that this recognition is anchored and derived from the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, Chapter 11, which guarantees decentralization by devolution as a system of local governance. But we also recognize that it is well anchored in the manifesto for 2016-2021 of the NRM government, where it committed itself to strengthen decentralization as an anchor to achieve efficiency and effectiveness. So within this context, the discussions for the last 2 days have identified a series of gaps and bottlenecks, and the different panelists have indicated a few innovative efforts, opportunities, as well as recommendations. Out of these, Honorable Minister and delegates, we have the following proposed actionable commitments. They are 10 in number, but we know that we shall have a sharing of the full Mkutano report, where the detail of the engagements will be recorded and reported. So the first actionable commitment is the proposal around coordination between institutional units and departments working on domestic revenue mobilization, operationalizing local revenue mobilization strategies as part of the 5 years local development plans and annually approved budget cycles. The first note was the current approach to silo operations, and we're saying we need to change that and have all actors working together. The second actionable commitment area, Honorable Minister and delegates, is around the area of harmonization of policies, particularly reconciling the current public finance reforms, that is the PFMA 2015 as amended, with the local government discretionary powers and mandates as established in the Constitution and the Local Government Act. Honorable Minister, to use the words of one of the local government practitioners, the PFMA is a monstrosity that needs to be handled. The third area of commitment is about awareness raising on the opportunities of the current legal and regulatory frameworks. And this includes a review of the potential of the current sources of revenue, a review of the legal instruments such as the Public-Private Partnership Act and other regulatory acts where local government's discretion can be facilitated in the area of improving local revenues. The fourth actionable commitment area arising out of the discussions centers itself on institutional capacity strengthening for improved local government funding. And this discussion highlights the need to prioritize digitalization of local revenue management and land management systems, the need to conduct property valuation, the need to develop sound human resource policies, the need to create individual revenue collection units, amongst others. And the discussion for the last 2 days rooted for a discussion with the private sector, stressing the need to build capacity around capital investment plans. The fifth commitment addresses itself to institutional collaboration and joint investment to pool projects and capacities to achieve higher creditworthiness, capacities for bankability and sustainability, and also create the necessary conditions to de-risk the participation of private sector financing in local governments' investment plans and projects. And in this regard, there is a commitment towards creating intermediary instruments and functional local government intermunicipal bodies in the form of regional consortiums or alliances in order to enhance their powers of negotiation with investors and have a sounder management of investment risks. The discussion further highlighted the need to start the ground preparation to create enabling conditions for both metropolitan areas and intermediary cities to collaborate to create economies of scale for bankable projects, coordinate planning, and tap into market-based financial instruments such as the municipal bonds. The sixth identified area of commitment is to start preparatory work to create a project preparation facility accessible and tailored to the reality of local governments. The seventh is the creation of a shared and coherent framework or matrix for local governments to assess their creditworthiness at a national scale. The discussion highlighted that this includes the need for more ownership over fiscal and financial data. The eighth area of commitment draws on the need to critically review untapped sources of revenue that are already contemplated in the legal framework before exploring new sources of local revenue. And this includes aspects like land-based financing that is linked to the local economic development agenda and the potential of urbanization as it enables local governments to lever additional revenue on the basis of the land uses and the added value of the developed land. The strategies in themselves are necessary to enhance revenue mobilization, which should be measured against the principles of equitability and climate action as recommended by the new urban agenda. Honorable Minister and delegates, the ninth commitment area out of the discussions states that all these efforts are inspired by the innovative and successful experiences of local government in Uganda and sister cities in Africa. And therefore, peer-to-peer learning promoted by local government associations and network is a key driver of this transformational road. And lastly, we believe that the delegates here will leave this room committed to triggering a strategic mindset shift in financing local government development plans, and that this shift should move away from local government funding dependency to central government grants and lead instead towards strategies that are focused on capturing locally generated revenues through strengthened investments in local economic development, as acknowledged in the different lessons shared from the Wengo district, the beneficiaries of the local chairperson, UAAU, the UNCDF head of office, the deputy director of programs and program supervisor, PIFUD, FMDV. Of course, the curator will also be a witness, as well as the policy director, IGC, Uganda office, Cities That Work initiative, and the country lead for Uganda Cities Alliance. I submit.
As the mic gets sanitized, thank you very much, Madame Gertrude Gamor, for that very, very comprehensive wrap-up. Thank you. I think we need to clap for her because she was very attentive throughout the two-day session. Honorable Minister, I think I should not stand behind. After the 2 days, I now feel like an expert in local government issues. I'm wondering if there is space in your ministry, because I feel like I can work there now. Somebody can help bring my CV. May I now invite Engineer Paul Kasule Mkasa, who is representing the PS, Ministry for Local Government, who will then welcome please.
Thank you very much. Our Master Director of Ceremonies, the Honorable Minister of Local Government, distinguished delegates here present, I think all protocol observed. First of all, permit me to officially also welcome all of you, since we did not get the chance yesterday to welcome you, but we want to welcome you very, very warmly and thank you for participating so well in these last 2 days during this Mkutano 2020. Thank you very much, all of you, for coming and being such wonderful generators of ideas. To invite the Honorable Minister of Local Government, who is going to officially thank all of you, especially our development partners who have worked with us and the organizers, and also give us words of wisdom as we close this Mkutano 2020. Honorable Minister, you are humbly invited to come and make your remarks and officially close Mkutano 2020. Over to you, Honorable Minister. Thank you very much.
The head of office of UNCDF is also representing the EU head of delegation in Uganda. Our development partners here present, our sister from the Sister Association in France, the OLGA Executive Committee, the chairperson and members of the UAAU, the district chairpersons, the city and municipal mayors, the representative of the ED of Kampala, the personal assistant to the Minister of Kampala, our technical officers, the chief administrative officers, the town clerks, my colleagues from the Minister of Local Government, ladies and gentlemen, a good afternoon to all of you. It's a pleasure for me to be here with you. I thought I would make it yesterday, but I had some official duty to perform in the eastern Uganda. We are currently commissioning our new markets. You must have seen His Excellency the President commissioning the one of Soroti. So yesterday I had to tour those of Tororo, Busia, and Lugazi. They are all done, they are all ready. I would invite you to look at what we have done as a sector of local government. You'll be amazed. I'd like to bring the apology of the Minister of Kampala. She sent me her own note. Honorable Betty Amongi, she's not able to be with you here now, but she has been with you, and her full delegation is here from KCCA. I thank you. I thank the organizers. I thank the funders. I thank the participants. I thank the people who have organized this beautiful Mkutano. Mkutano is a Swahili word for meeting, dialogue. I'm told this is the third. I think this is more focused than all the others you must have heard before. The issue of local government financing is key to us in the local government sector, key to us in government. This morning, we had a discussion, actually a press conference, by the Right Honorable Prime Minister, which he invited me to attend, on the community engagement strategy to fight COVID. And at the heart of it is a clear understanding that we need the local government. We need these LOCs up to LOC 1. We've seen it in the fight against HIV/AIDS. We've seen it against the Ebola. We're now in COVID. We need the LOCs to be strong, vibrant, and delivering the service out there. For you to do that, you need local governments which are properly financed and resourced. So this is a matter at the heart of the success of decentralization. Devolution remains a key policy of government, and we are committed to it, and we must do all the best we can to drive it to its logical conclusion. I want to give you that commitment of government. Do not have any doubt or any fear or anybody scaring you regarding the commitment of government to decentralization by devolution. I had yesterday, we had a discussion, and one of the issues which came up was local government vehicles. That because of COVID, some people think these vehicles should be given out and used for security. And now that we are having these elections, we need strong security. I quickly said that won't happen. There is nobody who is going to take away a district chairperson's vehicle or a mayor's vehicle in the pretext that we need them for security and strengthening, the peace during the elections. We have enough transport for these police and so on. So anybody thinking in terms of watering down, weakening the powers and strength of the local government officials, you'll certainly find a problem with me, because I'm here specifically to make sure that decentralization succeeds. We're operating under COVID. It has been a challenge to us because your local revenues have really been hit. The estimation is a loss of about 200 billion shillings. So we must pull our efforts together, pull our ideas together, and see how to continue delivering services amidst this challenge of COVID-19. But as I've said, the realization now is that if we are going to succeed in fighting COVID, the local governments are at the center of this fight. This discussion is taking place at the time when we have just started the new cities. We have had Kampala as our only city for a long time, but time has come to have new cities. And this is because of the realization that urbanization in Uganda is at a high rate of 5.8% per annum, one of the highest in Africa, if not even in the world. You leave home, you leave a small trading center, just a few buildings, you go back after 6 months, and you find a growing rural growth center. With time, it becomes a town council, and you cannot stop it from asking to become a municipality. We need them to be properly planned, even before they become cities. Otherwise, we shall face slums for the future. The cities have come, they are here. They need infrastructure, they need financing, they need human resource. As I speak, we've at least overcome the issue of their vote in the budget, and Parliament has approved the budget for the new cities. We've now got a vote for each of the new cities, and I'm sure that they'll begin in the third quarter of this year. We've also received the human resource structure from the Ministry of Public Service, and we are trying to customize this structure, the needs of the various cities. In terms of the law, we had our own guidelines which were challenged, and the challenge of the guideline did not invalidate the city. They were simply saying, Mr. Minister, you need a statutory instrument instead of a mere guideline. We said, okay, you've asked for what we are going to do. So we are now processing that one. Of course, we know the problem. Some people wanted to become mayors, and they were denied, and they were not happy with that. But the cities come with their own challenges, and one of them is financing. They cannot be cities in name. They must cities in act. People want to see a transformation in their midst arising from this new situation of the cities. And so far, we have operationalized 10. There is another 5 on the way. And yesterday in Tororo, the people of Tororo are asking, why did you leave us out? You could see a big city in Tororo. On table, I have about 36 requests from town councils to be made municipalities. And it's serious business. Go to Luwero here. Look at that town of Luwero. How can you tell me it is a town council like my small one of Chamungu? Look at Liantonde. Big towns have come up. This is the context in which we are operating today and in which we are meeting in this Mkutano. We are operating in the time of elections and campaigns, and with the political leaders we'll make commitments to the population which have to be turned into reality after the elections. So I urge you to keep your ears on ground and know what the government is committing through its leaders, and make sure that we transmit this into reality after the swearing in. We are doing this at the time of NDP 3 and the time of the SDGs. The focus is on poverty alleviation. The focus is on urbanization. The focus is on safer cities and better localities. We have to live to this challenge. But right here in Uganda, the challenges are known, and you have articulated them in the aid memoir. The issue of local government financing is a challenge. Even the grants, the money in the national budget is inadequate. We continue now to dwindle around, is it 12% of the national budget? This vis-a-vis the mandate which was transferred to the local governments. There is a mismatch. We are aware of this, and the efforts continue in terms of dialogue, identifying the resources in each sector ministry, which should be and could be decentralized to the local governments. We are aware of the issue of politicization of the local government sources. You bring this revenue source, and somebody says, at this time, please leave it alone. Don't tamper with my people. Don't touch them. I think we have to embed within the law a requirement to make sure that we shield local government revenue sources from politicization. We are aware that some sources are not tapped. Just as you mentioned, there are some which are lawful and they are being implemented. Some are lawful but are not being implemented. Some are not lawful but are being implemented. My focus is on those lawful sources which are not being tapped. So time has come to look at them and see what can be done. The issue of lack of enforcement is a big one. We need to agree whether to have or to request government to reinstate the local government administrative police. It's an issue for discussion. It needs sober dialogue because it has a lot of implications. What happened at that time? We had these people. Why were they taken to the central police? So that one I cannot straight away say yes, but I think we need to look into strengthening the enforcement of local revenue. I know that in the law, the 5th schedule of the Local Government Act, you have some mechanism there. The assessment committee and the tribunal and the possibility for the local government to take you to court, but I would like to avoid those lengthy processes. That if you are supposed to pay hotel tax and you're not doing it, we need to find a stronger and easier way of enforcing that. So I am tasking ULG and UAU to study this a little more strongly, bring your proposals and we take them forward. The opportunities in the law are there. I've said the biggest opportunity is the fact that decentralization. But if you look at Article 191 of the Constitution, we have power as the local governments to levy and appropriate certain taxes. Let's look at this and see what are those powers that we have not exercised. There are the opportunities given under 192. The opportunity to raise money through agency fees. That is money you collect on behalf of central government. And you're supposed to retain a certain percentage of that, as well as money from royalties. As your minister, see that this second opportunity, the agency fees and royalties, we do go ahead and develop a legal framework for it. I say this because at the moment it appears we've left it to each ministry to do as they think is right. It's only the oil, the money from oil, which is under the PFMA. I think 6% going to royalties. But for the others, some is 10%, others is 15%, others. So we need to put this in the law. And I hope the director is paying keen attention to this one. I need a draft in terms of a legal framework for agency fees and royalties as provided for under Article 192 of the Constitution. Let's not continue to leave this at the mercy of the sector ministries. And of course, under 193, we have the government grants, which are supposed to go to each local government. I have observed that we've lost almost this grant called equalization grant. It's now been hidden under a DD something. And therefore, the local governments which are lagging behind in service delivery compared to others will not easily get their entitlement for uplifting. We need to go back to the basics as provided for in the law. I find a fourth opportunity now arising out of your discussion, and that is the PPP, enhancing, exploiting the opportunities of partnership between the local government and the private companies and sector. I'm glad that there are some people who have told you, you want to do infrastructure, you want to construct roads, you want to do these markets. We have the money, the resources are there. We only need to work together on a good agreement on how we can provide this fund and it is recovered. I would love to move more strongly on this, especially with the agencies who have been here, facilitated and supported by the UNCDF and the EU. I think this is a good area that if we want to put up a road, want to put up a market, want to improve our taxi park, and we are sure that in the taxi park we are collecting revenue anyway. We cannot actually enter into a partnership with NSSF so that they provide the resources, we do construct our park, and then we agree on how to repay. The other issues which have emerged out of your discussion, I've been listening. The release of money from the Ministry of Finance, which is supposed to be given in advance for your local revenue, in view of our local revenue. The complaint by some local authorities that for this quarter they have not seen the money. I've asked actually the director budget. I called him and he said, it will depend on the local government. If you received the first quarter release, you're supposed to make remittance back to Treasury for the funds which were advanced to you in the first quarter. If you have done that and you have not received the money for the second quarter, then you raise the alarm and we do intervene on your behalf. The other issue was the amendment of the Public Finance Management Act vis-à-vis the mandates and powers of the local governments. Colleagues, this is a matter we've discussed over time, that local governments are not happy. Under the PFMA, the Public Finance Management Act, we seem to have re-centralized certain powers which were given under the Constitution to the local governments. we are going to review this one. The powers to approve budgets, the powers to approve supplementary budgets, and so on and so forth. We prepared, but I think I would love to task you, Mr. Director, and to give you a time frame so that we don't continue discussing and talking of the same matter. Liaise with the Minister of Finance. This is the end of November. Let me have on my desk by the end of December draft for amendment of the Local Government Finance, the Public Finance Management Act. I'll then take it up with my colleagues at cabinet level and we move it forward. I'm convinced of certain areas which I've also seen, which really are a step backwards in terms of devolution. But let me be sure that somebody is going to do that. There is a proposal you've raised on collaboration among the local governments in the area of financing and resource mobilization. This is provided for in the Constitution. This is the reason we started the associations, and I simply want to. There is nobody going to stop you from bringing together 3, 4, 5 districts, even in the regional blocks you have, and you say, let us collaborate in this area. The partners are there, they will support you. So for this one, kindly don't wait for the central government. It may not be our immediate area of concern, but it is an area of concern for the local governments, for which they have formed these associations. We'll support that, there is no doubt about it. The issue of an independent local revenue unit for local governments in the Ministry of Local Government, it sounds attractive. And I think if before I became a minister, I would have supported this 100%. Now I realize this may not be the right way to go. Because if we strengthen, or if we put up a department for local revenue in the Ministry of Local Government, we'll end up weakening one of our partners, that is the Local Government Finance Commission. And I don't know whether they are represented here. This is a matter you need to record, that we need to step up local revenue unit and proposals and advice as given under the law 194, I think Article 194 of the Constitution. It's their mandate. And the associations can actually bring up proposals for the Finance Commission to look at. There was an earlier proposal in this direction that we mandate Uganda Revenue Authority to collect all the revenue as the central revenue pool, and then we can share it according to where it is coming from. I would love to first test the statutory instrument we've made for the park user fees. Let's first operate it for about 1.5 years and we see what happens. Because under there, a taxi operator or a bus operator pays directly to URA, and then the money is collected and it is disbursed to the urban authorities in the agreed proportions. Let's first see how that works before we blow it up to all revenue sources. For me, a government should actually have the capacity to collect its revenue. The minute you lose this one, you put yourself at the mercy of the revenue collector who is not under your control. I like the proposal for increased sensitization and tax education. This is the way to go, and we'll continue to boost this with other innovations like digitalization and proposals which I've seen from the Local Government Finance Commission. In terms of the local governments themselves, having a unit for revenue is a good idea. I don't know where it went, because while I was a planner in the district in Mkutano, we had a strong revenue department. It was under the chief finance officer, but we knew there was a team their task and mandate was to collect revenue and to produce the statistics to the Chief Administrative Officer to Council on the revenue performance. These were officers dedicated for that purpose. So we need to go back and see. I would be prepared to discuss this matter further with the Minister of Public Service so that we reinstate this unit for revenue mobilization and management in the local governments. The issue of the metropolitan, the Kampala and metropolitan areas, where does it begin, where does it end? We do not want to fight ourselves, among ourselves tomorrow. This came about because of the need for planning and harmonization of service delivery. I remember under the Pioneer Easy Bus, that contract for bus services in Kampala, I was chairing the parliamentary committee that investigated that matter. And one of the issues was this contract was signed between that company and KCCA. But the buses were operating in Mkutano and Wakiso and Mpigi. And those other local governments were saying, wait a bit. You come with your taxes here in Mkutano, you pick the people, you go, and you pay the fees to Kampala. How about me? How about this local government called Mkutano? Don't we provide services to these buses? I think that's where we had a challenge. We need to harmonize our services in the sense that you will not do a road, and when you reach Boyogerere, you say, this is where Kampala stops. These challenges are there. So it was agreed that Kampala, in terms of planning, in terms of development, works together with the Wakiso, Mkutano, and Mpigi, but not in terms of legislation and administration. Those remain purely under the Ministry of Local Government, whereas KCC has its own law. Now, in case there are issues arising out of this arrangement, we'll have to sit and work it out harmoniously. That should not be a matter for disagreement among our members. But as we start the cities, for me the question now becomes, where does Mbarara City start and end? Are we going to see a metropolitan area for Jinja? Or are we going to say Jinja City develops beautiful roads up to Budondo, then it stops there? For me, this is a question that we need to take forward, but we are available, and I'll, at a policy level, engage my colleague, the Minister of Kampala, so that we ensure that we guide our areas. What is metropolitan? Where does it start? Where does it end? In what way? What are the advantages? And then the question of metropolitan arrangement for the other cities. You've agreed on actionable areas. I've listened to the presentation very attentively. We'll study them as government. The ministry will draft a cabinet policy paper with the input of ULGA and UAU. I'll, I think, even invite the other development partners. We'll not take it to cabinet before I get your input, so that it does not stop simply at this discussion and minutes for the next Mkutano. No. I want this aid memoir converted into a policy paper for discussion in cabinet and implementation by government. I like your proposal on assessing the creditworthiness of local government. I will add, apart from assessing, let us also build. Let us also make it our commitment that we shall assess and build creditworthiness of local government. You've raised the issue of the limitation in terms of the borrowing powers of the local governments. I think this is serious. We may have to look at the facilities within government for guaranteeing any credit that builds the infrastructure and capacity of the local government, even beyond those limits. We may have to review that limitation in the law so long as it meets your capacity to repay and it's not abused in any way. So we'll be available to review it. I think also the proposal to have peer-to-peer learning. I already see twinning between our new cities and some others. I attended the launch of a twinning arrangement between Jinja City and another one somewhere in China. I love to see a twinning between the associations in Uganda and our sister association in France and others in Europe, so that we learn from each other. I'll also encourage peer-to-peer learning among our own local governments here in Uganda and within the East African region. This is a viable, a cheap, and a steadfast, realistic way of capacity building for our local governments. We should include it in a framework for capacity building for the next councils so that we can support it. In other words, government should be able to provide the necessary resources to support peer-to-peer learning among local governments as a framework for capacity building of our councils. Your proposal to shift the mindset from over-reliance on government grants to local revenue is in the right direction. It supports decentralization. I think the danger is in the detail. We have to sit down and see how to do that. But for me, that does not take away the responsibility of government to ensure that the grants as provided under Article 193 are actually devolved to local governments. So much as we encourage you to step up local revenue mobilization, we shall as government not relinquish the responsibility to ensure appropriate and fair sharing of resources between the local governments and the national government, especially in view of the immense responsibilities which have been decentralized. This is the mandate of the Local Government Finance Commission under Article 193C to advise us, and we're there, and some of us are at the center of that. So if over time the national budget has continued to provide less and less relative resources to the local governments, from 34%, now people are talking of 10%, 12%, I will not preside over a sector which continues to dwindle like that. We must now put up the argument at all levels. So as part of the aid memoir policy paper, I will love to see the figures, the statistics that should compel cabinet to take a position to reverse that trend. And I am ready to spearhead that, because that is the reason I'm here. Finally, I give you my commitment as a person. I give you the commitment of my ministry, but also the commitment of government, that we shall look and study and review the aid memoir, and we shall look at everything you have been discussing. I will have a smaller task team of technical officials. You may like to encourage the Secretary Generals, Olga and UAU, the Director, Minister of Local Government, and then a representative of the development partners. You may also bring on a representative of the private sector. Those 5 people. I don't know who should lead them. Who should be the head of that technical team? Somebody saying private sector? Give me the proposals. I'm talking of a smaller team to look at what you have done in the last 2 days. The director, can you kindly stand up for recognition on behalf of government and the Mkutano? So I hereby designate you the champion of Mkutano 3. And your responsibility is to convene that smaller technical team and identify actionable points for the way forward. Things you have put in the aid memoir, there may have been something not captured in your discussions, but also add a few things that I've been saying here. What should we do as government and local governments to see a change by the time we come to the next meeting? I want to see it physically, in money. We're talking about financing, we're talking about money. So I want to go to Masaka City. The executive director is here. It's not yet the designation, but it's coming, don't worry. We cannot have a town clerk at a town board, a town clerk at a town council, a town clerk at a municipality, a division. Now even a city, they were talking of a town clerk. It's a misnomer. Town, then city, let it be some executive director. I would love to go to Masaka and see, before 25th of November, how were you performing? After 25th of November, what actions have been done to make a difference? Even if it's an extra 1 billion, I will be happy that this Mkutano was not for nothing. Colleagues, we must make a difference. This is our country. This is the world we have. We don't have another world, it is Uganda. And this is our responsibility. And it comes at our time. This is the time you are in the association. This is the time you are in that local government. This is the time you are chairing or heading that private company. Stanbic cannot put money simply to end in a meeting. That money is not valuable. I'm sure they are interested in seeing more money banked in Stanbic Bank from the local governments as a result of this meeting. Really, it cannot be NCDF to come and facilitate and finance, and then next meeting, we are at the same level of income in the local government. Because how shall we achieve the SDGs unless we increase the revenue of these local governments? So for me, even if it's another 6 months or 1 year, I love to hand over and say I found the local revenues of local governments. At level 1, I've left them at level 1.2. This is the challenge I'm giving you. That you've spent 2 days here, the whole of yesterday, the whole of today. You've shared ideas. You've stretched your minds. You've produced proposals. And now we have a write-up. It cannot be simply a write-up to go on the shelf. And for me, the only thing that will show that this Mkutano was useful is an increase in revenue for KCCA. An increase in local revenue for Guru. An increase in local revenue for Porto. Then Mkutano 4 will have a bigger meaning. I thank you so much. May God bless you. It's my pleasure now to actually sign that aid memoir. Thank you so much, and God bless you. I therefore declare your Mkutano 3 officially closed. After signing, we shall not close it until we have signed. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
On that note, Honorable Minister, before you leave the stage, I would like to invite, I think we're going to have to, with your permission, Honorable, we're going to have to do it the other way around because of COVID issues. We're not going to have everybody around the table as you sign, but I'm going to request that I invite the people that are supposed to sign with you, so you take a group picture before you step off stage, and then as you step off the stage, you sign one at a time as you lead the way.
Can I propose a different for mandate?
Okay.
Now, when we take a group picture without signing, what does it show? Can we first sign and then we take your picture?
Okay.
When we have something to show to the people.
Okay. Fine.
So one by one on table, then we'll take a picture.
But you first.
Aid memoir. Thank you.
Thank you. May I have Mr. David Ofunji join the team? Commissioner Mbaguta, is he still here with us? Engineer Paul Kasule, please, should be one of the people signing. Mr. Patrick Besige is already at the table. Dr. Dmitry, okay, should be next. Ushers, please, may I have some sanitizer here? Maybe then everybody should come with their own pen, but you still sanitize. Mr. Samuel Mabala, is he still with us? Excuse me? Justin, you should be next. I wonder if the mayor of Jinja is still with us. Honorable Majid Batambuze. Astrid? Justine, have you signed? Okay. Okay. Who hasn't signed? Mr. Funja, have you signed? Gertrude, he needs guidance here. Okay. Anyone here that hasn't signed at the table? I haven't seen Engineer Kasule sign, have you? Okay. Okay, thank you all very much. Honorable Minister, I think now we can, yes. Who is going to hold it? I think the minister should, the Honorable Minister should. Thank you so much. Now we can take that historic picture. Yes, I think it will come out better then. Please join the stage. Just smile. The smiles will come through the masks. It's okay. We'll see the eyes. The eyes will smile. Okay. All right, thank you so much. Thank you, Honorable. Thank you very much for the team. And now that we've taken the picture and we've done the signing, Honorable, we kindly now request you to formally close this meeting.
Thank you to all of us. Kindly, let's give ourselves a big clap. Now let me request the local government officials here present to give a big round of applause to our development partners and the private sector. It's my pleasure now to declare the Mkutano 3 officially closed. Thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you.
Right here is home. It is where I belong.